Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
Tonight and this weekend we are very, very fortunate. And with no further ado, I will introduce you to Don, and I will sit down.
Don't make James mad, but I got to move this just a little bit. I'm fine. I ain't messing with you. My name is Don, and I am an alcoholic. And I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. In good standing tonight. I haven't had a drink or a thought of a drink since December 26th of 1967. And I say that to impress Danny. Not with me, but with the fact that, Danny, if you're an alcoholic, you don't ever have to drink again, ever. If you hear that you have to stay sick forever, just turn around and walk away, because you don't. And welcome, Diana. I'm touched. We're going to have a three-hanky meeting tonight and bring your boxes of tissues tomorrow. My home group is known as an AA group. That's our name. The long form of the third tradition says that any two or more alcoholics gathered for sobriety may call themselves an AA group. So we do. We meet at 6 o'clock every Friday morning in the basement of a community corrections center. We gave up a lovely living room where we were meeting. This is a bunch of big book fanatics who just tend to keep going through the steps, and when we get new people, they just have to go through the steps because they don't know any better. And we were meeting in Marty's living room, and it was really nice. They live in a loft in downtown Denver. Great circumstances. But our conscience began to bother us because we can't carry our message if you have to be invited. So we gave up our comfortable home, went into this crummy basement of this crummy place, and the group has grown. And we generally have 10 or 15 inmates every week. And they don't have to come. They do have to get up real early. There's no dead weight in my home group. Doesn't mean we're all models of mental health. But we are there because we believe in what we're doing. This is going to be an interesting weekend for me. I hope it'll be interesting for you. I'm used to doing intensive weekend retreats, and I'm used to giving talks. To combine them is a brand new experience. I've never done this before. So you're going to have to help me. 15 or so of you have already told me what I'm supposed to do this weekend. I reported in about 20 minutes ago, and we'll try. I'm a living demonstration of the power of God. It's just very simple. There is no human power that could possibly have done anything that made it possible for me to be here tonight. And I know because I tried most of them. I'm an alcoholic who did not know he was alcoholic. We're going to cover steps, and I'm going to read the big book, and I'm going to give you my view and my experience, and I hope to get some of yours too. We're going to cover traditions and the principles we live by along the way. If you don't hear what you came for tonight, come back tomorrow. I want you to think about the fact that I have, 6 talks to give? I've already told you everything I know of any importance. Okay. So I'm going to share an awful lot with you. I appreciate that opportunity. About, it's been now 4.5 years ago or so. I came to the end of the road again, physically. I'd contracted a viral infection that brought me to my knees. And they put me on stuff called interferon, which makes you really sick, which I really needed. I was already there. And in the midst of that, one of my messengers came by. And Danny, a lot of what I'm going to say tonight is for you. Listen for the messengers. We each have messengers, and I have to learn to listen to them. Because if I listen to everybody, I'm going to be heading in too many directions. And I know how to recognize my messengers because from day one, they're the ones that showed up. Anyway, one of my messengers came by, and we'll talk about that, and said, would you like to come with me? See, my messengers are always moving through. I'm always moving through. You need to understand, I'm essentially on my way to Australia. I'm just here for a while. They're busy people. They have been touched by the hand of God, and they're about His business. But they're always willing to stop and have a cup of coffee or a meal, or even spend a couple of days fishing. But they're on the way, and they're doing things that are important. And I'm an alcoholic. Just going to work every day is not possible for me. I'm a person that needs a cause at all times. Okay. To get out of bed and go put in 8 hours and get a paycheck is silly. I'd rather steal. And I've done that. It didn't work too well either. I need a cause. And anyway, Tom came by and said, I'd like to have you come with me. So 4.5 years ago, in the midst of being told if this doesn't work, you're dead, I was called to leave my home, my family, my group, everything that I knew and had worked for and believed in, and go to North Carolina, where they don't even speak English. They speak Southern. It saved my life. Okay. When you're sick unto death, the only thing that will save your life, in my experience, is to get off your ass and go help somebody. That's what this is all about. I'm here tonight not for me. I've been given a gift of life and sobriety, and it's not for me. The only way I get to keep it is to give it away, and that's why I'm here tonight. Well, I went, and in the midst of all of that, I had about a 2-year sabbatical in addition to everything else, and you're going to hear about that 2 years this weekend. Maybe not day by day, but the journey that I made when I first got here, the journey Danny's making, the journey we're all making, we go from one surrender to another, and this was a major surrender. There were days down there in North Carolina where I said to God, take me home. If I'm going to die, I want to do it at home, not here. And anyway, so we'll hear a little bit about that. Messengers. I am a messenger tonight. I have a message for everybody in this room. If you are alcoholic, you don't ever have to drink again. If you're not an alcoholic and you love one, they don't ever have to drink again. I am a recovered alcoholic. I'm no longer in recovery. I was. Everybody has to be in recovery for a while. But you can only stay in recovery just so long, and then you got to get about the business of living. Recovery is a terrible time. No kidding. I mean, there's something going on all the time to remind you how sick you are. One of my dearest friends just had a hernia operation, and his experience is key to recovery from alcoholism. You know, they cut him open, sewed the muscles all back together and inside, and now it's healing and it itches, and he can't scratch it. I mean, it's inside, and he can't scratch it. That's what recovery is about. It itches and I can't scratch it. It's a wonderful time Because you never ever forget it, and when a new one comes along, it's your turn. I detoxed the last time in the Denver County Jail. It was a 6 weeks detox. In addition to alcohol, I'm also one of the freaks that came out of Berkeley in the 60s, screaming out, "Where there's dope, there's hope, burn down City Hall." And I had been injecting amphetamines for about 4.5 years in addition to my drinking. I am not a drug addict. Just taking drugs doesn't make you a drug addict any more than just drinking alcohol makes you an alcoholic. Okay. And I say that only because the steps to God will work for anybody, but the foundation has to be truth. So my job early on with new people is to help them find out the truth. That's what you did for me. You sat me down and helped me find out what the hell's wrong with me. Once we know that, we can deal with it. But I didn't feel good. 6 weeks of leg cramps and head cramps and headaches and pounding on my legs. That went on for 6 years. But that 6 weeks was mean. And I don't want to ever forget it, ever. I don't believe for 1 second that remembering that detox will keep me sober. I've been through worse than that. And drank. But what it's done is made me a pretty good sponsor. See, you can come to me at 5 weeks going, "I'm going to die." And I can look you right in the eye and say, "Not yet. You still have a week to go." Okay. I drank alcoholically from my very first drink. Some people catch alcoholism on a bar stool. Some of us were born with it, and all it took was alcohol to set fire to it. And I say that based on my understanding of what alcoholism is. It's real simple. If when you're drinking you find you're unable to control the amount you drink, or if when you wish to stop you find out you cannot stop entirely, you're probably alcoholic. That's one of the simple ways it got to me. We're going to go over the doctor's opinion and a lot of other stuff. But I sometimes have to find words other than the big book's words to communicate what it is. I sponsored a psychiatrist one time. He was a beaut. He knew too much. And we're reading the doctor's opinion because that's the first thing I do if I sponsor you. You come to my house, we sit down, I read to you because I know the basic problem of most alcoholics is they can't read. So I will never say to somebody, "Go read the big book." That's a dangerous thing to put that in the hands of a newcomer without some guidance and attention. Anyway, we're reading the doctor's opinion, and I'm watching that information go in his head and disappear and get lost in everything he knows. He isn't getting it. So I started praying because that's what I do. The reason I like new people is they cause me to pray effectively. Oh, God, what am I going to do with this one? That's serious business. People who are on the edge of death or insanity put their lives into my hands. And I don't take that lightly. That's scary. If you work with very many of us, you know that each one of us is a challenge. So anyway, I'm praying. How do I say this so he gets it? And I heard it come out of my mouth. I said, "Don, what happens to you after the first drink?" He said, "Well, around the 4th or 5th or 6th drink, I start losing track of where I'm supposed to be next and what I'm supposed to do, and I end up getting drunk." And I said, "Well, Don, what happens to you after the first drink?" "Oh, around the 4th or 5th drink, I start losing control and figuring out where I'm supposed to be, and I end up getting drunk." What happens to me after the first drink is the second drink. And that's all I need to know to define alcoholism in order to move forward. The doctor's opinion is very clear. It gives us a broader picture of it. What happens to me after the first drink is the second drink. Alcoholism is not defined by my behavior. It is not defined by DUIs, or jails, or prisons, or broken promises, or broken dreams, or broken windows, or broken arms. Alcoholism is defined by me not being able to control the amount I drink once I start, and not being able to control an absolutely obsessive idea that somehow this time it's going to be different and I take another drink. Now, I've done all the dramatic stuff, and we'll talk a lot about that this weekend because I love high drama. And the fact is, I almost hate to talk about penitentiaries, but that's where I've been. But I would remind everybody in this room, we have all been in our own prison. I just happen to make mine real, that's all. I was imprisoned long before I got behind bars. I got free in a single-cell penitentiary. I'll tell you about that later. It was kind of a fun night. Alcohol changed me. It was a transforming experience. It wasn't some little change of attitude. It changed me. In the book Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the foremost psychiatrists that ever lived describes a spiritual experience. In essence, he's saying that ideas and conceptions that used to rule the minds of these men are suddenly cast to one side, and an entire new set of conceptions begins to dominate them. It's a transforming experience, an entire new mind. Well, I can go back and remember my first drink. That's exactly what happened to me. I had what appeared to be a spiritual experience. I went into the evening, 15, 16 years old, frightened and angry. You know, when you've been frightened for 15 years, you're pissed. I can tell you the very moment that I got that kind of rage. Can't give you the day and the date, but I can tell you the exact moment when I got really pissed. Somebody said no to me and made it stick. And I was angry from that moment on. Okay? I was short and I was stupid that night. I knew that if we got in a conversation, you'd be brilliant and I'd belch. You know? I was not tightly wrapped. I was restless, irritable, discontented. And we got a bottle of whiskey and went out east of Denver to drink it and get drunk and have fun. In that order. That's what they said it'd do for us. And I had a couple drinks of bonded bourbon. Oh my goodness. And I was taller. And my voice was deeper. And I was no longer afraid. And I wasn't even all that pissed. And I wasn't stupid anymore. It was clear what my purpose in life would be. Suddenly I had, instead of reactions, I had plans. Hey, that's a big deal when you've never really had one. There was a guy in my high school class that hadn't been treating me well at all. And I was going to meet him back at Bon Sib's drive-in and whip him. And I could have done it. This is the one that I used to, when I'd see him coming, I'd go down another hallway. Because I didn't want him to see me. He might hurt me or embarrass me more probably. And there was a little girl in my high school class who hadn't been treating me at all. And I was going to meet her and we were going to have a visit. And I could have done it. I was a visiting fool that night. When I think about this, if that's all that alcohol did, I would buy everyone in this room a drink. There's absolutely nothing wrong with something that will take a misfit like that and make it okay for them, for me to be me and you to be you. That's a good deal. But it is in my nature, down where I live, if one works, take 10. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Period. That's just my nature. Okay. So I did. I drank until I was almost dead that night of acute alcohol poisoning. The end result of that evening is, instead of me whipping the bully and carrying the girl off into the sunset and being a hero for everybody, is that the people at the drive-in saw my partners hauling me around by the elbows while I puked in the driveway. Now that's how I drank. To excess every time. But that few moments of it being okay for me to be me was worth any price I would have to pay for that. I sold out. I believe today that what I sold out to is that I have always known that my answer would be spiritual in nature, because that's who I am. I'm not a human being trying to have a spiritual experience. I am a spiritual being having a human experience. And since I've come to know that, it's been interesting. I've been really, really human, because I'm not afraid of the human experience anymore, right? Bring it on. Okay? Some days life is fun. Some days life isn't fun at all. Many, many, many days, and the one I think is toughest for me as an alcoholic to deal with, are the days when it's just flat. Don't do flat well. I was 3 years sober, and I hadn't had any real difficulties for 3 years. Struggles, yes, but no real difficulties. And I'm hanging around the club, and at the meetings everybody's talking about how tough it is and all the trouble they're having. And I started feeling left out and went out and made up some difficulties. You know, that's who I am. After a night like that, where all my dreams were just shattered and I puked in the driveway and made a fool of myself, I understand that there are people who, having done that, quit. I don't know, but I've heard that. Hardly anybody I know would quit after that. I found out, though, what caused that, so it wouldn't happen to me again. I didn't want that to happen, that being the consequence. And it was clear to me why I got sick and fell down and threw up. Bonded bourbon. So I quit drinking bonded bourbon. And quickly found other things I could drink that didn't do that to me. When we got to the part in the book about drinking for effect, I could identify with that. And one of the things I hope you'll do this weekend is bring your own memories to this. The greatest gift my early sponsors gave me was that they forced me to bring my memories to what the big book said. I drank for effect, and early on, the effects were very specific. If we were going to fight, I drank vodka, because when I drink vodka, I get mean. And if you're going to fight, you might as well be mean. If we were going to go out and there might be girls on the horizon, I drank dark Bacardi rum. Makes me sensitive. And a great lover. During the absolute dead times, and I think one of the greatest horrors of all for any human being, and particularly alcoholics, are times when I don't feel anything. I could drink Coors beer and listen to Jim Reeves and Ferlin Husky. 4 walls to hold me. Oh, God. And cry like a baby. And then the time came when vodka made me drunk, and rum made me drunk, and the beer made me drunk. I used to like to drink tequila and then dance better. Got sober and found out the reason I didn't dance well is I don't like dancing. I just don't dance well. But you give me some tequila and it looks like I do, I'm all over the place. I drank to feel taller and stronger and more certain of myself. I drank to stop pain. I drank to get involved in pain. Sometimes pain's all you got. The main reason I drank as an alcoholic was no reason at all. That's how serious this disease is. I believe today, and on the 26th I'll celebrate 30 years of continuous sobriety, and I believe I'm in more danger today than I was then, and what I'm in danger of is the truth, not lies. I had an experience on an airplane that brought that home to me. See, you all are going to have to work real hard on any given day to come up with enough lies to convince me it's all right for me to take a drink. I'm going to have to stop doing a lot of things that I do over a period of weeks before I'll even listen to that crap. But I was flying home from somewhere down here. It was an evening flight. Well, it may have even been that thing in Mississippi. No, it wasn't, because I was blind from the smoke that time. But I'm flying home, and United Airlines is very nice to me because I fly so much. If there's an empty first-class seat and nobody's using it, they give it to me for $25, something like that. So I'd upgraded. Now, I'm fine. I've been to an AA conference. I'm spiritually fit. I'm emotionally fit. I'm having a good time. I'm on my way home, which is where I want to be going. I'm in first class. I wouldn't pay for it, but it's better than coach. An evening flight, the lights are right. I'm reading a book that I've been waiting to read. I don't have time to read much except on the airplanes. Everything's fine. And out of the corner of my eye, because they were serving dinner, I saw the flight attendant pour this dark burgundy stuff into my seatmate's glass. And I looked over because it really looked good. And that's what my mind said. That really looks good. And it did. That's the truth. It was not wine in here. It was just this burgundy stuff that looked good. Then my mind said, I bet that'll taste good. Of course it would. That's why she's giving it to him. Yeah. No thought of alcohol. That'll taste good. Then my mind said, I bet that'll make that whole dinner taste better. That's precisely why she's giving it to him. It will. It cleans the palate. Everything will taste better after wine. I'm still not thinking of drinking. And suddenly a prayer began in me. I did not begin praying. A prayer began in me. I've learned over the years to pay very close attention to that. You see, the disease of alcoholism is so severe that there will be times when all of the information I have available, all the reasons that are available to me for not drinking, will mean nothing because they won't show up. They won't be there. So I have to rely upon a power greater than myself to cover me during those times. You'll cover me during the meeting. What happens on the way home? So the prayer began in me, and I pulled in, because what I do when that happens is pull in and start listening. And I realized my very next thought would have been, I probably ought to have one of those, and still no thought of alcohol. That's a serious disease, and I've got it. Yeah. But I'm standing here telling you I didn't drink that night. Whatever that power is, it took care of me that night. And it's taken care of me many times. I wish I had more of those kind of stories for you. I'm sure that's happened more than once. But the scary thing is, I didn't know it because the information didn't show up. None of the things I do in Alcoholics Anonymous keep me sober. You need to know that. None of the things I do keep me sober. I do the things I do in Alcoholics Anonymous because I am sober. There was a time when in order to be sober, I had to do all the things I do in Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a really weird thing. Danny, you're falling in with a bunch of real loonies here. Okay? You want to know how to stay sober? Don't drink. Yeah. What causes alcoholism? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. I have any idea. There's THIQs running around somewhere. I haven't met any, but I understand I've got some. So what? I come from a functional home. I really do. If I am offending anybody, I apologize, but I do. Doesn't mean we were problem-free, but I come from a functional home. My family functioned. We lived in the same place. When Dad died in March, they had just celebrated 66 years of continuous marriage. That's a long, bloody time to live with another human being in peace. And of course, it wasn't always at peace. My mother sometimes has an attitude. My little brother, I call him my little brother. He's 60-some years old now. My little brother is one of the foremost synthesizer musicians in the world, and I say that knowing what I talk about. He just came back from Russia. They took him to Moscow this summer for a month to teach in Moscow so they can find out what the hell it is he does. And then he went to Sweden for 2 weeks after that. He was writing music with Stan Kenton when he was 19 years old. Does one symphony every year just for the hell of it. He is a musician. Judy Collins called him one night when she was just getting started. Her guitar player had gotten sick, and she asked my brother if he'd accompany her that night at a show. And he said, sure. Went out and bought a cheap Stella guitar and a guitar book because he never touched a guitar in his life. And that night he accompanied Judy Collins on stage. He grew up right down the hall from me, next room over. Yeah. My little sister, bless her heart, retired a while back from IBM. Big executive, made good money and great babies. Babies have been making babies. Lord. We're having trouble finding husbands. The young people today are a little bit nuts. But in my family, when one of those babies comes along, our attitude is, good, there's another little Pritts baby, let's raise it. Okay. And that's where I come from. And apparently, the environment does not cause alcoholism because neither of them has it. My dad didn't have it. My mother didn't have it. The closest we can come in my family to another alcoholic is my uncle. But after drinking himself into serious condition, his doctor said, Walter, if you don't stop, you're going to die. So he quit for over 20 years. No heart for this business. They think we're weak. You got to be tough to be an alcoholic. It takes a certain kind of toughness to sleep in gutters and to wreck cars and then go get another one and wreck it too. You got to be tough to face down the people that you promised and they believed you that you're going to do certain things and then you crapped out on them because you were drunk. It's hard to go home to that. You got to be tough. You got to be tough to wake up wrapped around the throne and everything in you saying, I'm never going to do this again. And get up from the throne and go have a drink. Because you have to. You got to be tough. Well, I'm tough. I'm ranging a bit because I'm trying to establish some things here. I keep realizing we have a whole weekend. Am I going to have some fun? Christmas week of 1967 was the week that I hope everybody has, because it's what it took for me. It's the week when, and the only reason I'm here is because I finally ran out of lies. Truth did not get me sober. I just ran out of lies, and all my toughness just went away. I got too damn tired. I don't know what you listen for on a 12-step call, but I listen hard for two magic words. I'm tired. If I can hear that, I'll work with you. I don't care how convoluted the circumstance is. If you're tired, I've got an answer for you. If you're not tired yet, I still got an answer for you, but you probably won't hear it. But I got tired. I was just plumb out of steam. I weighed 133 pounds. I was on federal parole for a little mistake I made in 1966. In addition to drinking all the time, I was now shooting speed at an unholy rate just to be able to get up in the morning. It wasn't fun anymore. I needed something to get up in the morning. We were on welfare. I had these two little kids whose mother had abandoned ship years before. I'd had them out on the road for 4.5 years. We'll talk a bit about that this weekend, because some of you have had kids too. I was a single homeless parent before we even was fashionable. But I ran out of lies. Now, coming from a functional home, I know what Christmas is supposed to look like. Looks like that in my home this week. I've got a son-in-law living in my house who's just manic about Christmas trees. God, it's gorgeous. But I just got out of the way and let him put it up. Where I grew up, we had a real tree came in from the outside. Big house, 8-10-foot trees, covered with lights and tinsel. And we'd sew popcorn. Did you ever sew popcorn? Wonderful. Make long strings of popcorn. Hang it on the tree. And there'd be presents underneath. And I do remember clearly, one of the things that I loved so much about my house, it made me feel I didn't belong there, but I loved it, is for Christmas week, generally people came by. My folks were really loved in our town. And people would just drop in and visit for a while. And the house would smell wonderful. Cider with cinnamon sticks, hot chocolate with marshmallows on them. And I'm not talking about these sissy fingernail-sized marshmallows. Big ones, covered the whole top of the thing. You had to go and suck them off of there just to get the chocolate down. Christmas week in 1967, nobody visited our house. Even my parole officer wouldn't come out. I had to go see him. We had no tree because we had no money. The welfare check hadn't gotten there yet. And for whatever the reason, I think it's probably just the grace of God, my mind began to clear so I could see these things. One of my lies was just leave us alone. The boys and I are doing fine. Family's intact. We're all right. Well, the family was not intact. There was a crazy man and 2 frightened little boys living in this basement apartment. That was the truth. I always respect somebody that big. So that lie began to become real to me. We spent a lot of time walking. I have sore feet, and I sometimes think it must be a karmic condition because we walk so much. And on the 24th, we took a walk. I'd gotten enough speed in me and enough booze in me to get up and go out and try to find something for Christmas Day for these kids. And on that walk, we found $1 in the snow and took it to the Christmas tree place and found out that all them bastards out there weren't all that way. They gave us the biggest tree on the lot for $1 that day. And it was a big one. It was pitiful. I keep the memory fresh. We had a 7-foot ceiling and we brought home a 9-foot tree. And so it over, right? Oh. We decorated it with garbage. That's what people like me have to do. Cut the bottom off of one of those little pint milk bottles and it looks like a bell. And crumple up some aluminum foil and stuff anyway. And I had managed, there's a place on East Colfax called the Denver Merchandise Mart, Public Merchandise Mart. And this guy gave me a pair of cowboy boots and a little shirt on credit. $10.95. So each of my boys would have one present. Because I didn't have any money. The welfare check wasn't there yet. Fully intended to pay for them as soon as the welfare check came. You know. My little boy, some neighborhood kid that I'd been using as a runner, had stolen a whole case of paper towels from a service station. My little boys wrapped up everything in the house that would fit in blue paper towel and put it under the tree for me. And some more of me broke. That's not right. It's not the way it's supposed to be. Christmas Day, we went down to my folks' place because it would never occur to me not to go home for Christmas. And we got there, and my dad met us at the door, and he said, Don, I'm sorry, but I can't let you in here anymore. Your mother says she can't stand watching you die. And one of my lies blew up. The lie was simple. Leave me alone. I'm not hurting anybody but me. And that was a lie. I could see who I'd been hurting. Everybody. My parents, my kids, everybody who ever believed in me. And then Dad tore up my last lie because he snuck us into the house anyway. It's a great big house, and he snuck us into the basement. And I really believed that day that nobody loved us and nobody cared, and he made a lie out of that. But I didn't have any lies left. When I got home, I had a lot of self-pity. I encourage self-pity. Oh, I really do. There's nothing like a good case of self-pity and a good sponsor to get you across the line into life. Poor baby. You don't feel good. Oh. Do you guys do that down here? Yeah, it saves lives. I love you dearly, but don't give me that crap. At that point of realizing there were no more lies, I stepped from the self-pity into the truth, and the truth was I had become completely useless. And let's talk about that for a minute. The only thing that I can promise you, Danny, is if you'll stay sober and work on this path, you will become useful. And I firmly believe that that's the difference between life and death, particularly for alcoholics. We must be useful. And the promise of the big book is that I will become useful. In fact, my wretched past is so useful that I'm not to forget it, nor shut the door on it. I'm to share it freely so that you don't have to die. So that you don't have to think you're the only one on the planet that ever did something this stupid or thinks this weird. I remember sitting at a meeting at York Street one time with my Take It to the Grave piece. I had one left. And some jerk started talking about it out loud in a meeting. Just as if it wasn't important at all. And set me free from that one. Okay? But I was useless. The fact was, there was no reason for me to be here. Everybody would be better off if I wasn't here. My children would definitely be better off if I wasn't here. My people would be better off. I couldn't think of anybody that could benefit from my being here. That's a terribly wonderful, painful place. You either surrender or you die. We're facing a thing in Alcoholics Anonymous today that's frightening. I'm watching our old-timers, people with 30, 35, 40 years of sobriety, blow their brains out because they can't stand the pain anymore. And I'm convinced that the pain is that they feel they have stopped being useful. And that's my fault. There comes a time in sobriety when I don't do things unless I'm asked. I want to get rid of enough ego that I wait until I'm asked. I don't want to impose it on anybody, with the exception of live 12-step work. And if you don't ask me, pretty soon I'm going to dry up. And I think that's what's happening to them. They feel useless. Now, that's partly their fault, too. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying I truly believe that's what causes me. It caused me to die that night. I had nothing left to surrender to. You have to surrender at that point. It's wonderful. We talk all about surrender. We don't know what the hell we're talking about most of the time. Surrender is something that happens when you can't stand the current conditions and you have no choice in the matter. You just quit. That's all I did was quit. Nothing left to surrender to. I have tried everything imaginable along the line to find out what's wrong with me and fix it. I was in my first federal penitentiary when I was 19 years old, and came out with a clear understanding that I don't want to do that again. And whatever it is that caused that, I want to fix that. So I joined Dianetics. And part of the treatment at that time was that they gave us amphetamines so we could become uninhibited and talk freely. It worked fine. That's exactly what it did. So when I think back about insanity, I don't have to have any fancy definitions. At 19 years of age, a complete failure in my life, having just come out of a federal prison and Marine brigs and a bad conduct discharge, and my dreams are dead and gone, I turned my life and will over the care of a science fiction writer. So much for my good thinking. I have been dunked and dipped and prayed over and prayed at and yelled at and cursed at. I've been to a psychiatrist. The last psychiatrist I went to was smoking marijuana 3 weeks later. I'm also a good salesman. And he was ready. And I hate to pass up anybody who's ready. On my own, I will not make the right decision. That's clear to me. Every decision I make based on me is based on me. And at my very best, I got it. Don't move. I just saw it droop. At my very, very best, 9 out of 10 people might get helped. Somebody's going to get screwed. It's just the way it is. And if I can get half of them taken care of, okay. I have found that living by God's way, this path, everybody benefits. Even people just looking in from the outside benefits by the activities and actions. And we're going to talk a lot about actions this weekend. I am a big book Nazi. But I believe that if that's all you do, you're going to get sick. And I believe that because I've watched it. I have to take the experience that the big book gives me, and part of the experience it gives me is saying, get involved with life. Put your family back together. Get a job. Profound spiritual message here for anybody who doesn't know this one yet. This is one they gave me early on. If you want money, get a job. Oh. And while you're there, work. And if you'll do that, at the end of a period of time that you've mutually agreed upon, they'll give you money. And if you like it, go back next Monday and go to work again. And pretty soon they'll give you some more money. It's a spiritual principle that I should be self-supporting by my own contributions. Not only financially, but emotionally. My contribution. What goes around comes around, you know. While I was in North Carolina, and I understand I have lived with a sense of the presence of God at that time for 26 years. Every waking moment, I've had a sense of the presence of God since I woke up. And I woke up at 6 o'clock one morning, and it wasn't there. And I don't know why it didn't frighten me. It didn't. But I began to pray right away, because I have built in a habit. Before I open my eyes in the morning, I begin to pray. It's just a habit. I'm not taking any chances on even going to the bathroom until I'm on solid ground. Okay. And my prayer that morning was, oh dear God, I need to know you're here. I need to know you better. I need to be closer to you. And my phone rang. It was Billy Pate. Billy said, I got a problem. I was 7 years sober last week and I drank. And Alan's 12 years sober and he drank. And we got another fellow in our group who's just getting ready to drink. And we understand, because Steve told us, that every now and then you'll get together with some people over the weekend and go through the big book and show them what it is you did because you don't drink. Would you come do that for us? And I've got another habit. I said, sure, Billy. I went back to praying, where are you, God? And the phone rang. Another request, will you sponsor me? Sure. Where are you, God? Pretty soon, I got it. So God talks to me directly through you. He was saying, if you want to get closer to me, get closer to my children. You want to know me better? Get to know my kids better. You want to hear my voice? Quit whining and listen. And I've been all right since. The sense is back. It has nothing to do with feeling. Quite often, I do not feel good. I've got a body that I beat up pretty good. And it's been used up some. It's hard to believe I'm 72 years old, isn't it? I'm not. It's just hard to believe. It may be all right the way it is. He hasn't got enough yet. I did it. Thank you, buddy. When I first said the third step prayer, I wanted magic. I had the worst experience of my entire life. First time I said the third step prayer, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do of me as thou wilt. Because I waited for my flash of light. And it didn't happen. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. I might as well not have said it. I'm alcoholic. Start a fire, give me an earthquake, flashlight. As long as there's drama with it, I'm cool. Nothing happened. And it frightened me. I had come to believe that there was a power greater than myself, and I also believed that he was so interested in me that he'd give me my own way whenever I wanted it. And I wanted out. I was in a penitentiary and I wanted out. And I just knew if I said this prayer just right, and really meant it, that the bars would swing open and they'd call my name and say, okay, Pritts, you can go home now. We don't need you anymore. And nothing happened. I know just enough at that time about sponsorship because I've been paying attention to. I'll give you a tip, Danny. If you do something your sponsor tells you to do here, and you don't get the results you think you ought to get, go bitch at him. I did. I went to Bruce with the alcoholic war cry ringing from my lips. Where's mine? Where's mine? He said, and I told him, I said the damn prayer. Nothing happened. I didn't, no flash, no nothing. He said, you dummy. You ought to be grateful you didn't have a flash of light. They nearly killed you all your life. And we talked about flashes of light that I've had, and he was right. He said, God knows, Don, that you probably can't stand one more big shock in the shape you're in anyway. And he will probably come to you gently as he did for me. And he did what the people of Alcoholics Anonymous do better than anybody. He shared that experience with me. He shared himself with me, and he shared his time with me. So, now I was willing to listen to him for one major reason. He had been changed. I did not come to Alcoholics Anonymous to get sober. I had no idea I needed to be sober. At the time you found me, and I didn't come to you, you found me, I was certified. The box is already? We ain't even started yet. I was certified by one government agency as a sociopath type 2. Don't know what it is, but it is not good. Federal man said I was a psychopath. Doctor said I was a manic depressive drug addict. I was tired. I was supposed to go to a federal hospital in Fort Worth, Texas. One Christmas, the 26th of December 1967, the police arrested me again with 9 charges. The first one called for 3 years to life. The DA promised he'd bring the others one at a time if I beat that, but I was done. But I was done the night before. It didn't matter. I'd already surrendered. I was wanting to go anywhere anybody said and do anything anybody said if it meant I didn't have to be me anymore. That's why I died. I took a 2-month supply of amphetamines that night and shot them up my arm and drank everything in the house and laid down and died because I couldn't stand being me anymore. That was my surrender. So Alcoholics Anonymous did not get me sober. I didn't meet you for another 5 months. God got me sober, plain and simple. Then brought me to you, and that's why I belong to Alcoholics Anonymous. Hand carried me to you. Well, am I blessed? If you look at it from the outside, this poor child who was supposed to go to a federal hospital, and because of the love of God, that whole court order got changed and I was sent to a penitentiary. So I pled guilty to a reduced charge in order to go to the hospital. It didn't work. The power of God went to work, and instead of me going to the hospital, I went to the penitentiary and was just hand carried to you guys. I belong to you. I do not depend on you. You don't know any more about this than I do. I've been to enough meetings to know that. Well, how does it work? I don't know. Please tell me, what is alcoholism? I don't know. The people from Alcoholics Anonymous that showed up in my life on the day that I met you could be termed angels. They were definitely God's messengers. They were on a crusade. They were inmates. They had numbers on their chests. Did not look angelic to me. They called us down that day and said, you people will come down and you will listen. And I didn't have anything else to do. So I went down and I listened. The most important thing I have ever done in Alcoholics Anonymous, then and now, is to listen. I hope you're listening. I am. My early sponsors made it clear to me. I want you to remember what's said at meetings, but more importantly, remember what you say at meetings, because that's what's going to save your life. The joy of getting up and giving a talk is that I get to hear where I'm at. Get to put the pieces together. So we're there, and I'm listening, and these 3 guys got up with numbers on their chests. And some folks here know that inmates in their own environment, in their own clothes, are a little intimidating. Smiling inmates are frightening. Have you ever seen them? There's that shit-eating grin that says, I know something you don't know. And if you don't get it tonight, you may die in the morning. That's what that says. I really do know something you don't know. And if you don't get it tonight, you may die in the morning. But you don't have to. Guy got up and said, my name's Doc and I'm an alcoholic. And that means that I am powerless over alcohol and drugs and guards and all of the other circumstances of my life, and my life has become unmanageable. And if any of you smart bastards think you can still manage your lives, look at the reward the state just gave you for the nifty job you've been doing. I heard him. That's a spiritual deal. I'd never hurt anybody. I hurt him. Your very best thinking got you here. You're not doing too good, are you? That could be considered cruel. It was just the truth. But we can show you a new way of thinking. You know the greatest promise in the book of Alcoholics Anonymous? Oh, and of course it came to us from a non-alcoholic. Make no mistake about it. We didn't invent it. Dr. Silkworth says, without an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of recovery. In plain street terms, that means until I get a new mind, I'm not going to recover. And I'm promised I can have a new mind, a whole new way of looking at things. I still have an alcoholic mind in here. I never use it for myself. It's useless. I wouldn't trust it with anything except your life. I use it when I'm talking to you so that you can understand that I understand. I understand something when people say to me, "Why did you do that?" That's when I began to build my base of lies, because the truth is, I don't know. And I learned early on, if I say I don't know, you will say, "You should know, you did it." Why in the world did you drink after you drank, wrecked the car, went to jail, threw up on grandmother's lap? Why are you drinking again? I don't know. Well, I understand that. I don't know why you are either, except you probably have alcoholism and don't have any choice in the matter. And the best news I can give you if you're in that state is this: you are doomed. Isn't that good news? I think it's wonderful news. You're doomed. There's no treatment for it. No treatment at all for what's wrong. What's wrong with me that's untreatable is that I have a body that has a different reaction to alcohol than my mother. Let me tell you how my mother drinks. It's wonderful. She loves peppermint schnapps, which is enough to make you sick anyway. I like Altoids, but not schnapps. My mother really, really loves schnapps. You can tell on the day when she's getting ready. She gets that bottle down, and she got a little tall, skinny glass, and she pours it in there, and she's with it. She isn't wasting a drop. Isn't that a disgusting sound? She just loves every bit of it. And then she'll look at it for a while longer, and then she may do that twice, and then I've heard her say, to my disgust, "That's enough. I'm beginning to feel it." That is not me. Okay? That is not me. The sound of a non-alcoholic having a drink of alcohol is... The sound of an alcoholic having a drink is... It all happened right in here. She'll put it away. She won't have it anymore. She's beginning to feel it. I drink because I'm beginning to feel it. Okay. Everything changes. Well, I don't want to keep you all up all night. I've been up here for about an hour. We got a lot to talk about. With your permission, what I'm going to do this weekend, I'm going to read to you some. I've been asked to give you precisely how I go through this and how I see it, and I'm going to do that. There'll be some experience of that. Tonight I just wanted to let you kind of get to know me a little bit, and to know that I believe that this is a transforming piece of business we're here. Okay. I, like Ebby, I'm just not inwardly reorganized. My roots are in a different soil. I'm a different human being than the one that died Christmas night of 1967. Don't even look like him. Don't think like him. I remember him well. Didn't have a chance from day one. Today my life is useful. One of the neatest things in the world happened to me the other day. Now, when they arrested me, they took my children away from me. And the only thing in my life that had any meaning at all was my 2 little boys. I wanted more than anything in the world to be a good dad. Sick or well, those kids came first. I used them, but they came first. I really wanted it to be right for them. And they took them from me, of course, because I went to the penitentiary. And for all they knew, I was going back to the federal penitentiary. I still owed them 5 years. My children went to a foster home. And it was not a good one. I was told, you will never see your children again. Welfare man set me free. He said, don't ever try to get them back. You're a lousy father. I don't think you'll ever be a good father. Don't ever try to do anything to prove to me that you'll be a good father, because you won't. It's done. Just get your own life in order. If I ever think you're going to amount to anything, I'll bring them to you. Set me free. But that's where it was when I started here. My baby 4 months ago had a baby. Get the hankies out. Now, as a result of all this stuff, the morning this occurred, I was in my best clothes. I had a suede jacket and a tie that I may wear this weekend just because I want you to see how classy I've become. And I'm on the way to visit a judge and straighten him out. I work in corrections, and he was doing some things that weren't quite right, and I got an appointment with him. And on the way out the door, my daughter handed me the baby, and the baby puked all over me. Well, that's what ties are for. Yeah. How would you feel if somebody you loved very much stood up and puked on you? Well, what went through my mind because of my new mind, isn't this wonderful? They trust me with their babies today. Knowing if they puke on me, I will not throw them against the wall. I'll laugh and change clothes. So, that's sort of both ends of this deal. I don't know what you want out of sobriety, but that did it for me. They trust me with their babies. So when are we going to get going? 10 o'clock in the morning? Another thing I would like you all to do, please, to help me, because I get really frustrated with this. I've been walking hand in hand with the Spirit of God for nearly 30 years. And that means every single day, unusual, miraculous events have occurred, and I don't know what you need to hear about. And if you won't tell me what you'd like to hear about this weekend, I'm just going to keep right on babbling. Okay? We're going to have a question and answer thing, I'm sure. We're going to read through this big book. I want to show you some views, because I have some from my own experience about the easier way to make this work. This is not rigorous. It's sometimes hard. I love this particular group. You fit one of the descriptions of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. We laugh a lot. If newcomers could see no laughter here, they wouldn't want to stay. We laugh a whole lot, and we laugh mostly at us. Because we're really funny. One of my favorite people is old Tony DeMello, because he spoke truth one time to a group of clerics. It's the same truth I got. You come here to listen to me for a weekend, you need to know something. I'm an ass. Okay? You shouldn't expect anything better out of me than that. Okay? And I know that. This isn't over. I do not like standing behind this podium. I'm hoping in the morning, particularly if there's no more of us than this, maybe we can rearrange this room a little bit and get together. Some circles or something. This is not my natural habitat. Okay. Anything at all you want for tonight? Because you got a meeting coming up at 10, and I'm going to go to bed. Got a lot to share with you. I'll close out with a random thought. Clint said I got to drop a bomb or two. So I will. It's just something to think about. Someone asked me a couple months ago, do you believe that God is love? And I must tell you, I don't know for sure. I expect so, but if I make a flat statement that God is love, it's going to be limited because it'll have to be based on my definition of love, which is woefully inadequate. I do believe this, however. If I will open myself up to that possibility, God will demonstrate through me what love really is. And then I can learn about it. So this weekend, I'm going to try to avoid making definitions like that. Okay? If you need to believe that, that's cool. It's probably true, but I don't know for sure. We all done for the night?
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
As with real life, we do things and then we break up and go do other things, then get back together and do things together. The spiritual experience is a unifying experience. Okay. So throughout this deal, if we're doing this right, when we take a break, y'all are going to break up and go talk to each other. And when you come back in, half of you are going to keep talking to each other. We have a common purpose in this room and need to refocus on that each time. And I'm going to give you just a childish image that has helped me. Please don't ritualize what I'm about to say. This image has just helped me get centered. And it's a simplistic view of pottery. Any of you potters or no potters? It's a very simple thing they do, and it's very spiritual. To cast a good pot, all you need to do is get the clay centered on the wheel. If the clay is properly centered, when the potter begins to spin the wheel, the natural forces of centrifugal force and gravity tend to throw it right straight up. And all the potter has to do is kind of form it and encourage it a little bit. If it's the slightest little bit off, and the more off-center it is, the more it tends to throw it out this way, and you got to drag it back in, and it's a lot of hard work. There are several places in my experience that I can center. Right dead center in my head is a centering place. There's another one right here in my diaphragm. The one the Chinese call the Tangtian, which is a power center, is right down in here. My spiritual center, when I close my eyes and think about going within and centering, is just right here. I don't know where yours is. But I'm going to suggest each time we get together, we just get quiet for a minute, get centered, empty our minds, and then we'll know what we're going to do next. Does that suit everybody? However it is you do that. Okay. We're doing a retreat in Santa Barbara in a monastery. It's a really good place to do a retreat, by the way. With a group out of Los Angeles, and it was really hard to get them quieted down again after each break. And we had some singers with us. It was their profession. So one of them just went, and her partner caught it and did a harmonic counterpoint to it. It was so pretty, it just split the room and got it quiet. So after the next break, she did the same thing he did it, and pretty soon the group started doing it. And I got this horrible image of what was going to happen. They were going to go back to AA in the LA basin and say, Don taught us to start meetings by going, Oh. I see a lot of you brought your guidebooks. Would you turn to page 1, please, and read along with me? You on page 1? Okay. We of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the reader will be interested in the medical estimate of the plan. I thought you were at page 1.
That's page 1?
This is the book Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm on page 1. Oh, mine's the first edition. Okay. Now, there's a couple reasons I did this. A lot of people don't know of the massive change that took place in 1955 in our book. The doctor's opinion is page 1 in all editions of the first edition. It's a part of the body of the recovery process. Good morning, Danny. I was hoping you'd hear. Where's that chair? That was for Danny. So, I have to consider when I tell someone, go read the big book, which one? Are we on the same page? Are we carrying the same message? The message that got carried to me, and the reason I'm here is because someone carried me through the doctor's opinion, and it was so important because otherwise I could not have identified as an alcoholic. And there's a thing runs through AA that I hear drives me crazy, that the recovery process is in the first 164 pages. That leaves out the doctor's opinion, and the forewords, and the preface, but particularly the doctor's opinion. Now, I don't care why it happened. I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and part of my job as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, by concept and by tradition and by the force of spirit, is to pass on the entire AA message. And the reason I'm making a point of it is we've started working with a lot of people who had come to us and they drink again, and then come back and they drink again. Y'all call them slippers. I just don't think they ever quit drinking. And the common thread was that they started on page 1 like we had told them to do, and read the first 164 pages and missed this piece entirely. We don't miss it. I know you all don't. When you read with somebody, you read it. But I've been guilty at one time of saying the first 164 pages till I thought about what I was saying. There's all kinds of stuff. I don't want to make an editorial out of this. But currently, at the next General Service Conference, at the last one, they asked the Literature Committee to bring back the possibility for a 4th edition big book. Just some changes in stories and all, because nobody's going to change the body of the text. And I don't have any problem with that. I don't see any need for it, but I don't have any problem with it either. But what a grand time it would be to restore the big book to its original condition. We now have a reason for a 4th edition, I think. At least one to consider. Just put it back the way it was. Now that'll really cause some confusion. You need to understand that. It means that I will have to, at every time I do big book work, explain the difference. I'll have to start at the right place. I will have to become a better 12-step and a better sponsor. Because if they get a 3rd edition, or in my case a 2nd edition, we're not going to start on the same page unless we agree to. We don't want to confuse Danny. We already have him baffled. Just wonder, what the hell have I fallen into here? Okay? It's that important. A couple other wonderful changes in this thing, too. Anyway. I work out of a 2nd edition simply because when I came for the first 5 weeks, we weren't allowed to talk. We went through a 12-step study school, and at the first meeting, they informed us that for 5 weeks we had nothing to say. If we knew anything at all, we wouldn't be where we were. That we should just shut up and listen. And then they read the big book to us and shared their experience of the big book with us. I'm doing what I was shown how to do 29 years ago. This is how it was brought to me, and I just keep doing it. And if there's one person in the room with 50, it doesn't make the slightest bit of difference. This is what I do. If this is all I do, I'm causing you a grave disservice. We got to take what happens here to the street. Well, that's what this weekend is about, is talking about how that viewpoint, attitude, is critical in this deal. Here's a book. Now, I would suggest to you, let me tell you how important this book is to me. I've had some visions along the way without the peyote. I had them too. We were in Greenwich, Connecticut one night for a meeting. And why it came over me, I don't know, but it came over. There were about 100 to 150 people in this room. And it struck me that there were more people in that room that night than there were in all of Alcoholics Anonymous the night they decided to put this book together. There were about 40 that night. And it transformed my mind. And I would suggest to you there are more people in this room in Slidell, Louisiana this morning than were in all of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I, Bill and Bob, and the few that were there realized that what they had was so important that it rated a book. Not a bestseller, but a book where the integrity of this message could be carried forth when they were dead and gone, when I'm dead and gone, when all the interpretation is over, the message is intact. That can either be great ego or great spiritual insight. 40 people, you want to write a book? And y'all know the story of the book. We almost didn't get it. Selling bonds at $25 in the bars, $5 crack. If you don't have 25, we'll take whatever you got. It has been in the hands of millions of us, literally millions of us, over the years. And we haven't really changed a word. We change how the words are presented sometimes. There are places that are now in italics that used to be in big, bold print, but the integrity of our message has been kept intact. That must be a pretty important book, because we're good at changing things. I have some minor concerns today because I've seen some changes that have taken place in our book that cause me great concern. And it's not from the outside people who are now publishing our book, which they have every right to do. We don't have a copyright on this. Did you know that? We lost the copyright to the big book in 1967 and went into the public domain. By a fluke, when we put out the second edition in 1955, we assumed that it renewed the copyright to the first edition, which it did in Canada. But by a strange twist of United States law, it didn't. So in 1967, the first edition Big Book went into the public domain. And we didn't even know it until 1985, when somebody came up with actually late 84, came up with a mock-up of our first edition for $25 to sell in Montreal. Which, by the way, still has our copyright, so we couldn't sell it in Montreal. But it woke us up. It hasn't hurt us any. But what I'm concerned about is the changes we're making in our book. And I may be nitpicking, but I ask you to consider. We will read at least twice in this book. We will make references to a group of stories in the back of this book. And they'll tell us how really, really important these stories are. And we now publish a version of our book that doesn't have any stories in it. It's about that big. I don't care about the size. I'm concerned with the integrity of the message, and it's my view. Here's the bomb, Clint. We should either put the stories back in or take those references out of the text. I love it. Nobody wants that piece of it. You and I are responsible for that, not they. I'm personally responsible for that having happened. I wasn't paying attention. It was a knee-jerk reaction to somebody else putting out a little book without stories in it. You know why they couldn't put out the stories? We still have the copyright on the stories. This one. It's just Alcoholics Anonymous, but it's not intact. Now, I don't know about you, and I don't start campaigns or go to war. I've quit fighting anybody or anything, but I talk about that. You just heard me talk about that. I talk about that with my delegate. And my DCM, my GSR, and anybody who will listen to me. And I'm just saying, okay, don't you think we ought to do something? We're responsible. It happened while I was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I didn't mean to start it that way. Well, yes, I did too. Because we're gathered here, if I'm going to use this as a guide for my life, and if I'm going to say to Danny, all of the answers to all of the life's problems that you will ever have can be found in this book, I better be sure that I'm giving him the right one. and it's intact. I don't want to lie to him. If you lied to me or given me anything less than the whole message, I would not be here. See, when I came to you, I was certified as a sociopath type 2, a psychopath, and a manic depressive drug addict, and the whole idea of AA wasn't in my mind because nobody knew I was alcoholic. My alcoholism was hidden behind madness. You know, it was such an integral part of my life, it was part of my life. Nobody ever saw that. They saw the other high drama that I created. So, by that surrender that I had made, and by the way, the elements of surrender, not the definition of surrender, the elements of surrender for me was I got tired, bone weary, absolutely so tired I could no longer stand even breathing one more second. It couldn't be me. That's how tired I got. I died. I woke up. And when I woke up, it was a new attitude. I was willing to go anywhere anyone said, do anything anyone said. Didn't make any difference. As long as it didn't have to be me again. Ever. That me that had died. I was in a wonderful state. A complete failure at living. And now a complete failure at dying. Makes you really willing to listen to whatever anybody says. Okay? Stuck in a body that won't die, carrying around with it a mind that won't work. And still breathing. I told you last night that's my definition of doomed. So when you talk to me, I listen to every single thing that the members of Alcoholics Anonymous have said to me from day one till now. The first thing you gave me was a bullshit sifter. It's a book called Alcoholics Anonymous. Whatever else is heard in AA, I think is wonderful. But if I can't check it here, I'm either too stupid, or it just isn't so. And so I don't do anything about it. And that includes my best ideas. This is my bullshit sifter. When I get charged with a really good idea, there's a couple things I do. I talk to my wife first. Okay. Because when I get charged, I do things. I don't know about you, but I'm a doer of things. And everything I do affects her life. And one of the guides here is when I'm going to affect people's lives, I ought to consult them anyway. Then I read this book out loud to somebody. The richness of my life is not because I read the big book, it's because I read the big book out loud to somebody. So I can hear what I'm saying. This is a journey of discovery for me in this book. My God, I was reading with one of my guys Tuesday morning. I read something and got so excited. I've read it thousands of times. And all of a sudden I saw what it really said. And he thought I was brilliant. I had just discovered it. Of course I was brilliant. The lights went on. Okay. And I told him what I just found. He's 20 years sober. He said, my God, I didn't see that. We both got a little different experience out of the deal. It was talking about this vital sixth sense. Remember that piece? Just before that, the sentence says, this is God consciousness. And I've known that, but all of a sudden it was clear to me, God consciousness is the vital sixth sense that we're going to develop here. Whoa, I should have known that. Anyway, viewpoint. This is the message that made it possible for me to continue. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. I was 100% sick. I need 100% recovery. If you tell me I'm going to have to stay sick the rest of my life, I would rather die. I really would. I'm not even interested in whatever you have in mind. You tell me you have a way I can learn to cope with alcoholism or whatever's wrong with me, I would rather die. I coped for 34 years. The word cope means, from the big dictionary, to fight the good fight. I'm tired. I don't want to fight anymore. We, Danny of Alcoholics Anonymous, are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And what the hell does that mean? Alcoholism has definable recognizable symptoms. I do not suffer from any of those symptoms anymore. That's all recovered means. Doesn't mean elevated, special. It means I don't suffer from the symptoms of alcoholism anymore. What are those? One of them is an allergy to alcohol that causes me to need another drink if I take one. Well, I don't drink. I don't suffer from that one. The other is an obsession with alcohol that causes me to take the first drink. There hasn't been a thought of alcohol in my mind for 29 years. I don't know how it is with you, but it has been removed from me. It's gone. Thank God. I've lost the power of choice in drink. It's gone. I have no more choice today than I did when I quit. Every time I had a choice, I made the wrong one. Thank God I don't have to. I did not get up this morning and choose to stay sober. It didn't occur to me that I wouldn't be sober today. My life's in God's hands. Okay. There's no work to this. I can't cope with alcoholism. I can't cope with anything. My God, I certainly can't cope with this world. I don't know about you, but that's too much for me. Whew. I'm barely able to cope with the room clerk of the motel I go into. So there's a message that got to me. You don't ever have to drink again. You don't ever have to feel the way you've been feeling ever again. That's a promise. We don't promise a trouble-free or pain-free life, but you don't ever have to feel the way you've been feeling ever again. The shame and the mystification of why did I do that? What's wrong with me? You don't ever have to feel that again. That's what I needed to hear. That's all it says. Let me give you another viewpoint, because I'm going to do some exploring this weekend too, and there's some new things that happened for me. For years, I used this book to validate my experience. There's nothing wrong with that. Today, I must tell you, my experience validates this book. I am one of Alcoholics Anonymous. Everything that I have done that they did the way they said they did it, I've gotten exactly the same result. And there's only one result here. When I hear people say it's either working or not working, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I heard somebody say the other day, I've learned to live life on life's terms. That's interesting. I didn't know life made terms. Only people makes terms. I checked it. I don't find it anywhere in here. So I'm just going to ignore it. Okay. I'm one of we, and I'm sure you are too. I feel the warmth in the room. We of Alcoholics Anonymous. What a great deal. On my own, I can't do it. We can. To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. That's all I need to do for the rest of my life, and I'm useful. Remember, I died because I was useless? All I have to do is show you precisely how I recovered. And that's a broad scope. How I recovered is different than how you recovered, because I recovered in a penitentiary. So I didn't have the luxury of being able to call my sponsor when I felt bad. He didn't have a phone. I didn't either. In fact, quite often we were sequestered. And I use that word because that was one of the changes that took place for me. I started out in a prison cell. And as I awakened spiritually, it occurred to me one day, sitting in that place, this 8x10 room with a bunk and a toilet and a sink, that this is how monks live. In fact, they call themselves. They are sequestered in a safe place where they have time and place for solitude. Same kind of room. And my cell changed from a punitive place to a place of solitude and safety. That took place in here. They didn't do a single damn thing to change it, neither did I. Didn't even move the pillow. It changed in here. In the first edition, to show other alcoholics, the forward, precisely how I recovered is in big, bold, black type. It was a little more important then than it is now, apparently. I don't know. Isn't that nice? I can be useful at my worst. One of my dearest friends was old Jack Brennan. I don't know if any of you ever heard Jack. He's long dead now. Old wheelman for the New York mob. Got fired from that job, by the way. Jack was a good driver, but he was a bad drunk. And he'd call them the next morning after a big hold-up and whatever else they did and say, "What did we do last night?" And the boys got a little nervous and thought maybe Jack, despite being a good driver, they probably couldn't use him because they didn't know for sure where he was going to take them during the night. Jack got thrown out of his apartment one time by the police and spent a number of years, every time he got drunk, doing battle with the police. And by the time he got sober, there was an eye gone, his tongue was chewed. He talked funny. Jack always talked a little funny because his tongue was all battered up. And he was in bad shape when he got here. Couldn't tie his own shoes, couldn't use fork and knife. For about 6 months, they just kind of nursed him. He used to laugh because he's a staunch Irish Catholic, and God sent a little Jewish fellow out to 12-step him, become his sponsor. And he used to tell him, "Jack, you're really important to this group. You really are important." And he said he was 6 months sober, tying his shoe when it hit him that he was tying his own shoe. And it pissed him off. Because this little Jewish fellow has told him how important he was, and he's aware for 6 months I haven't even been able to tie my shoes. How important can I be? And he went and complained. And his little sponsor says, "Oh, Jack, you have no idea the number of people you've helped. You're so important. When new people come here, we sit them next to you and tell them, you keep drinking, that's what you're going to be like." There is a place for everyone in Alcoholics Anonymous to be useful. My little friend Chuck was so useful to me because I had become big book bound. If you weren't doing it precisely this way and the timing, and you've been there. Everybody who has a big book gets there. Chuck had been sober 8 years and had actually become a counselor at Hazleton and was doing fine when he drank. And he had 2 or 3 other times when they did that and he drank. And when he got to me, he hated everybody. When I asked him what he thought about God, he said, "I hate the son of a bitch. And I understand that we each get a couple seconds with him somewhere down the road and I can't wait for my turn. I'm going to tell him what I think of this deal and I'm going to go on to hell whistling and happy." And because of the way my mind works, my whole thought was, well, that's nice. He believes. We have an attitude problem, but okay. Chuck could look me right in the eye and tell me, "Get that thing away from me. I tried the big book, it didn't work." So that was the truth. He had, and it didn't work. What am I going to tell him? Hated AA. Reserved the right to drink one last time. That was the deal when he asked me to sponsor. Well, he didn't ask me to sponsor. He hated sponsors. Wouldn't call me sponsor. But he's willing to work with me. For 1.5 years, I carried Chuck around in my truck every day while he vented this venom and healed. How useful to me. Everything I knew, all this grandiosity, this stuff you make me do here, like you think I know something, had caught me. I thought I did. And with Chuck, there was nothing except riding around the van. One day we came home, and Jackie had made some chocolate chip cookies. And we gave him one. And he made the mistake of saying, "Well, that was good," which to a cookie baker means, "Here, Chuck, have a bag." Gave him a whole sack of cookies. And we got to the car, and he said, "Why would she do that? Why would she give me cookies?" And I was able to say to Chuck, "Well, Chuck, it's because she thinks you're a member of the family." And that's the day and that's the time his life changed. Nothing we had done to that point except he had been allowed to come and go in my house for a little over a year. And when I identified that as being a member of the family, it was true. And when you belong to anything, you're no longer alone. The healing begins to take place. So, our first job isn't to slam people with a big book. The first job is to touch them. And say, "We're really glad you're here, you poor sick son of a bitch. Yeah, I really understand that you need a cookie." Okay. So new people are really, really useful because they keep me there. They keep me from getting smart. Bring me back to just why we're here. I might as well. I've got 5 more hours? I might as well tell you the rest of Chuck's story. What do you know? We finally got through the steps the way they are in the big book. Chuck is a big book fanatic these days. Clint knows him. He's about 5'2" and mean as a snake and doesn't mind telling you. He really still has a bad attitude problem. I love him dearly. He won't hurt you anymore. But he's very picky as to who he likes. And very opinionated about AA. On the steps, and not altogether well. But we got through the steps, Chuck awakened. There was a time he would not use the word God. He hated it. Now he's in touch with God. You did not dare touch Chuck. Been around those kind? You touch them and they will bite you. This was a wounded animal. So we messed with him all the time. And he claimed to be dyslexic, so we'd make him read the 5th chapter. And he loved AA so much that he memorized it so he could do it right. Okay. And then I caught him one day. I said, if you memorized it, you had to read it to do that. Don't give me that shit. And he quit being dyslexic. Okay. Vinoy Shaw was in town for our convention. Vinoy's a big Al-Anon out of Texas. And she just loves everybody and hugs everybody. And I couldn't go to the convention, but Chuck was at the time where we were not touching him, and he'd jump and all. He'd tell you right up front, I don't hug. Don't do that. So I said, you be sure to hear Vinoy's talk, because she gives the best AA talk I've heard in a long time. Just because she's Al-Anon don't mean nothing. And when you're through, you be sure you go up and thank her. And he follows directions. He does do that. And she told me later, this nasty little person comes up to her to thank her. And Vinoy just threw a big bear hug on him. That's what she does. When he looked up at her and said, lady, I don't hug. And she said, tough, Sonny, I do. His dad died. Chuck got a little money. We got his financial amends taken care of, and he still had a couple grand and a new car. And he came to me in tears. God gave him back that gift. He said, I got one last thing to tell you. I haven't told anybody for years because everybody I ever told us laughed at me. But I have a dream, and I'm afraid to tell you. And I said, well, tell me, Chuck. And he said, I want to be an actor. He was a good actor from the day I met him. There's no question about that. And I believe that people ought to chase their dreams. So I said, well, look, you also want to go to Disneyland, because Chuck didn't know how to play. And part of my sponsorship is you will learn how to play if you're on me. It's a suggestion in the big book. Each family play as much or as little. Newcomers could see no fun about this. They wouldn't want to stay. So we played. And he wanted to go to Disneyland. So I said, look, you got $2,000 left. You got the car. Disneyland's open. You just got fired from another job, so you're not working. Why don't you go on out to Disneyland, and while you're there, I'll make a couple calls, because I know some people in the business. And you can talk to a successful actor, and he will be able to tell you what the price you have to pay will be to be an actor. See, there's a price for everything. So he went, and I made the contact for him. And my friend took him out to Warner's, and was showing him around Warner's and just talking with him. Took him on to the Murphy Brown set, and they were fooling around, and the producer of the Murphy Brown stopped and talked to my friend. And in the introduction, he says, and this is Chuck, and Chuck would like to be an actor. And the producer says, oh, good, we can use him. And he became an extra on the Murphy Brown show that day. Less than 2 weeks out there, and he's already on television. Got into acting school, was doing fine. His car was hit by a truck on the freeway, and the next 3 years were not good. He was badly hurt. Went through his I hate God business, why is God doing this to me business, and all that anyway. At 8 years, he drank again. Thank God. Because he was off into pain pills and self-pity and hate, and he was divorcing himself from everybody, and he drank again, thank God. He had one last reservation. He had told me early on he reserved the right to drink one more time, because if this didn't work, he was going to drink himself to death. Well, 8 years in AA screwed that up. He tried. He lasted 3 days. He just didn't have the heart for it. Came back, and he's been sober ever since. We worry way too much about people drinking. I hate to see it. It hurts me every time it happens. But sometimes, if they don't drink, they'll kill themselves. Sometimes if they do drink, they'll kill themselves too. But who am I to make that judgment? Heard from Chuck last week. He got married. Please pray for him. But after the hospital stuff was all over and he got a little settlement, not enough to do much, but enough that he got back on his feet, back into acting school. He just closed in one play and is open on another one. He's on live stage in Los Angeles, doing what he wanted to do. Sober, back hanging around with the people he hates the most. It's sounding pretty good. And he was so useful to me because I got to watch this and be part of it. And know, without a shadow of a doubt, nothing I did had anything to do except the one thing that this is all about. I let God demonstrate through me what sobriety is. And when the time came, I showed him what I did. But I suggest this to you. Sobriety by itself is the most impossible condition of all for any alcoholic to live with. And to recommend sobriety by itself is almost criminal. The reason we drink is because we can't stand living sober. It hurts too much. It's too confusing. When I'm filled with self, there's nothing but pain. When I was going through that business with the interferon and the hepatitis and all that stuff, I got furious with the pain. In fact, I inventoried the pain because I was so mad at it. Because when you're in pain, it forces you to be self-aware, self-centered. There's no way out. You just... But by the grace of God, I found a way. I'm still in pain. Always will be. That's part of the human condition, by the way. But I no longer suffer from the pain. There's a difference. We have an incurable disease, but we don't have to suffer from it. I'm not cured of alcoholism. I've recovered from it. I don't have the symptoms anymore. One of the symptoms is self-centeredness. And if I start getting self-centered, I'll start suffering. And when I'm suffering from self-centeredness, I try to fix it. If I'm suffering from loneliness, I can go find another girlfriend. Well, the reason I'm lonely is because the last one couldn't stand me and left. Because I was too self-centered. Yeah, let's go back to the big book. Many do not comprehend that the alcoholic is a very sick person. As a sponsor, I need to continually be aware of that. That the people I'm working with, like myself, but particularly the new ones coming in, are very sick people. And I need to treat them that way. I have never yet heard a nurse yell at a patient. Have you? That's all we are, nurses for sick people. We're going to nurse them along for a while. What do you say, Clint?
Bedpan Harry.
Bedpan Harry. Okay. And I need to remember that. Because after I've been through the big book several times and gotten so goddamn smart, I started instructing instead of nursing. What do you mean you haven't got your 4-step done? You big... I don't do it that way. I've got one right now in inventory. And we'll go over how I do that. There's a step-by-step method. And we meet every Wednesday morning at 7:30. She called Tuesday evening and said, I haven't finished. Is there any reason to meet? And I said, no. There isn't. We have nothing to talk about. We're in a process now where everything goes on the paper. And if you haven't finished that, we have nothing to talk about. Finish it. That may go on for a while. If it goes on more than 8 weeks, the chair is empty and someone else will fill the chair, that's all. You've just been able to do it. I don't know why. I will continue to encourage, but I never try to force. How would you like to have been forced by that? I wouldn't. It was imperative that I do it, but they didn't force me. Then it says, and besides, we're sure our way of living has its advantages for all. Now, in my self-centered arrogance, I used to think that means that you ought to live the same way I do. It'd be good for you. What it means is that my being sober has its advantages for everybody around me. Okay. My way of living, it's much more advantageous to you to have me living the way I am than the way I used to. Okay, just another view. That's why we keep reading this over and over, Helen. Yeah. My children are better off because of this way of living. My boss is much better off because of this way of living. My parents are better off because our way of living has its advantages for them. And then I learned some things about how to conduct myself as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous publicly. Because we're not a secret society, we're an anonymous society. Simply means that we're equal. And nobody speaks for AA. I speak for my experience of AA, but not for AA. So when it says, when writing or speaking publicly about alcoholism, we urge each of our members, or each of our fellowship, to omit his personal name, designating himself instead as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. So at open meetings, like this one, my name is Don, and I am an alcoholic. And I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. On a more personal level, you get my whole name. But at a public level, I just comply with this. It's nothing fancy. Old Bob White, who was one of my heroes, said all we do here is comply with the conditions. So you may not like that. Comply doesn't fit well into the alcoholic makeup. So all we have to do is just comply with the conditions. So it says do that, that's what I do. People find great whimsy in my little group's name. We not only find it whimsical, we're complying with the conditions. It says any 2 or 3 alcoholics gather for sobriety may call themselves an AA group, and that's the name of my group. That's how it's registered, an AA group. Our central office spent 3 weeks trying to figure out, telling us we can't do that. And we said, we are already doing it. Just write it down somewhere. I was in my first federal penitentiary when I was 19 years old in Japan. And it was not because I was a big-time criminal. I was a 19-year-old drunk. And I was baffled by that. I mean, when I joined the Navy, I really had it in my 17-year-old mind to come home a hero, having saved America from the communist menace. Truth was, Denver was too small for me. Already, my head was too big. Nobody, I ran with some other guys who nobody else liked either. We ran up and down Colfax, drinking beer and looking for girls. I remember the night we found some. It was a terrible night. All we knew was looking. We didn't know what to do when you found them. They didn't know either. It was a bad night. So I joined the Navy. And I really loved the Navy. I loved the work. It was challenging. I was a radarman and radioman on a destroyer. At 17 and 18, war was exciting. We went to Korea, and we'd blow them up during the day, and they'd fix them up during the night, and we'd go back and blow them up during the day. I have no idea how many people we killed, but I do know we killed one whole herd of cows. They were where we were supposed to be shooting, so somebody ate good that week. I loved hanging out with the guys where you cuss and spit and chew. And we drank everything. We drank some stuff that was just downright dangerous. Thank God we didn't ever have to fire our torpedoes because there wasn't any fuel left in them. There's a way of straining the lead out of that and mixing it with grape juice, and it'll put you to the moon. One of our guys, I know today he was an alcoholic. As they were taking me off the ship in handcuffs, they were bringing him back on in handcuffs. This guy had drank so much torpedo fuel that his stomach was rotted. And he would tell you, if you mess with me, I'll puke on you, and he could just without even thinking about it. But they brought him aboard, and I was listening to him tell the quarterdeck watch why he'd been gone for 30 days. Well, he'd been kidnapped by the communist Chinese and held in a shack tied to the midpole for 30 days. while they interrogated him for all this incredible information, secret stuff he knew. I thought, I like that. It won't fly, but what a story. He's one of us. I hope to God he got sober somewhere. It doesn't surprise any of you, does it? Of course, someone important as me, they knew right away, kidnap this one. I went on Liberty and just kept getting back late. When I drink alcohol, I get lost and can't find my way home on time or at all. So I'd get a captain's mast because I was a couple hours late getting back. The last time that happened, I was 23 days late getting back. I'd been given a 24-hour liberty in Long Beach, and 22 days later, I'm still in Pershing Square in Los Angeles mooching drinks. Willing to do and having done anything as long as I can keep drinking. Lost and baffled and scared, but I got to keep drinking. I could not go back to that ship under any circumstances. I couldn't even run away and go home. On day 23, whatever that was, wasn't there anymore. The madness was gone. And I turned myself in and returned to the ship as a sane human being to face the consequences of my act, which put me in a federal penitentiary and gave me a bad conduct discharge. But I was baffled. Why would that happen? What's wrong with me that that would happen? Because I loved the Navy. Well, in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, in a portion called The Doctor's Opinion, it tells me precisely why I did that. Since I'm the only one with the first edition, we'll go to Roman numeral number 27. That's XXVII for those of you who are illiterate. When I first came upon this, I was a sociopath type 2, a psychopath, a manic depressive drug addict, dog-tired, and not knowing what in the hell's wrong with me. And they read this out loud to me. I do not hold with those who believe that alcoholism is entirely a problem of mental control. I've had many men who had, for example, worked a period of months on some problem or business deal, which was to be settled on a certain date favorably to them. They took a drink a day or two prior to the date, and then the phenomenon of craving at once became paramount to all other interests, and the important appointment was not met. These men were not drinking to escape. They were drinking to overcome a craving beyond their mental control. And there it was, my first duck feather. I took a drink in Long Beach, and 24 hours later I was due back on the ship. And it was 22 days before I could go back to the ship. Some kind of craving took over that became paramount to all other interests. It wasn't that I didn't love the Navy, or my family, or my job, or me. It had nothing to do with anything except when I take a drink, I must continue to drink. It's paramount to all other interests, including life, family, work, health. This is serious business, and I've got it. That's what's wrong with me. What a wonderful thing. Did that ever happen to you? Oh. There are many situations which arise out of the phenomenon of craving, which cause men to make the supreme sacrifice rather than continue to fight. They kill themselves. They are unable to go on. My second duck feather, I had just done that. I thought it was because of the drugs. See, I'm not a drug addict. For 14 years, I used amphetamines. For 4.5, I injected them. Massive amounts. But I was always able to stop or moderate, to not use them. I had some control over that. I misused them terribly. But if it was important, I could quit. With the alcohol, once I take a drink, I can't find my way home. That's all. If that happens to you, you're probably alcoholic. I've been all the other things that you read in there. I'm not going to read this whole book to you. I was never all these all at one time. But in some part of my drinking, I was the psychopath, planned the drinking. We used to drink ourselves sober, my friend Jordy and I. Normal people don't do that. When we get what I call knee walking drunk, which means that's the only way you can walk is on your hands and knees, and we weren't through. I mean, getting drunk is not the mark of an alcoholic. A lot of people like to get drunk. That means they finally drink themselves to a place where there's enough and they go to sleep or pass out or whatever. When we reached that place, we weren't through. I have memories of reaching that place and sticking my finger down my throat so I could chuck all that stuff out so I had room for more. That's not normal drinking. That's not even unhealthy drinking. Okay? And then Jordy and I found one time that when we got to that place, there was a particular brand of domestic champagne. I don't know what it was, some cheap crap. And if we started drinking that, we would drink ourselves sober. Meaning we would drink ourselves back to where we could get off our knees and felt like we were back in control where we could start drinking again. Yeah. Did you have a brand like that to do that for you? Yeah. That's not just hard drinking. I mean, maybe once if you're on a toot and want to finish the toot. But we're talking about a lifestyle here for me that I did not see, that nobody saw. My friend Angie Dill says the second name for alcoholism is I ain't got it. I do not see what's going on. I'm blind. So, he goes through the different types of alcoholics, and this is just viewpoint, please. And he says that all these and many others have one symptom in common, and this is the doctor talking to us. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. Now, I had to get straight in my mind. That doesn't mean when I take a drink, I suddenly go, I do it in here, but not out here. It simply means if I take a drink of alcohol, I will take another drink of alcohol. There are no circumstances possible where I won't be able to get another drink of alcohol. I've either done it or heard it. Hospitals, jails, prisons, detox centers. You'll always have a friend like me. We had a lot of our friends end up in the psychiatric ward at Colorado General Hospital. And good old Don would bring it in. You'll always have a friend like me if you're like me. I know what you need. The doctors think you need Thorazine. I know you need a drink. Now the doctors are really baffled. They had you pinned down until you mix the Thorazine and the booze, and where the hell did you... The phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. Another duck feather. I have felt my whole life that I was different. And my sponsor now says, that's because you're different. Yeah. I am not like my mother when it comes to alcohol, or any other way. I am different. I'm not like the people I even hung out with. I'm different. Unless they happen to be alcoholic, and then we're different in the same way. What a lovely piece of information. I'm different because I'm different. And you're different because you're different. Our body chemistry is different. I watch Jackie drink. It's disgusting. About once every 5-6 years, she'll have a Kahlua. And I know the night's over. About 30 minutes later, she goes to sleep. I've even seen her have 2. Kahlua and cream. That lasts 23 minutes. God, what would you do with a Kahlua and cream? Now let me out of here and get something good. The party's on. It has never been by any treatment with which we're familiar permanently eradicated. If you got it, you're doomed. You got it forever. There's no treatment possible for this aspect of alcoholism to this day, and they have tried. My God, they've come up with some pills and some enzyme changes and all that. Alcoholics who drank still drink. Nothing can be done. All we can suggest is entire abstinence. Don't drink. This will never happen if you don't drink. And the identifier here is if this phenomenon of craving does not happen to me, then all the bizarre behaviors that follow that first drink don't happen to me either. Since I've quit drinking, I can not only find my way home, I'm usually on time. I've been living in the same house for coming up on, 21 years. Over 20 years. And there hadn't been a single night that I got lost and couldn't find my way there. I can't say that I quit going to the penitentiary. I go a lot. In fact, I have the keys. I work in corrections. For 2 years, I stood in front of a prison in North Carolina while they literally handed me the keys. And that thing ran through me. I wonder if they know who they're giving these to. I supervised programs in 15 penitentiaries, came and went as I pleased. And I thought, what a marvelous thing. What a change that is. Because I never have liked penitentiaries. But I had an experience in a maximum security penitentiary 4 years ago. It was a burning bush kind of thing. It was night. We were in the center of a maximum security penitentiary, surrounded by bad guys. And a sense of safety came over me, and the thought with it, I have never been any safer, nor will I ever be any safer than I am at this moment. Completely at peace with that. Let me tell you why those events are important. That's what I carry with me into that penitentiary. If I'm going to go, here's an axiom for you. It's not in the big book, but it's here in different words. Large caged animals are nervous. Minnesota farmers know that. That's why bulls have plenty of room to move. People who are responsible for keeping large caged animals caged are even more nervous. Okay? New people who come to me, because God sends me the psychopaths and the sociopaths, are large caged animals, and they are nervous. So it behooves me not to make any sudden movements. Did you ever watch somebody work big bulls? Easy does it. Okay. I never have had any trouble at all, ever. Including the psych wards of maximum security penitentiaries. I've never had trouble with the inmates. I have to be really careful of the keepers. They are nervous. And so if you're going to do this work, and you probably will, just remember, don't make any quick moves. You'll be okay. Around Chuck, he didn't make any quick moves at all. Here, Chuck, have a cookie. Right? Oh, yeah, quit nosing. We got a guy 6'4" in one of our groups back home. Chuck's about 5'2", and this guy made the mistake. What step are you working, Sonny? And Sonny just quietly informed me, he said, you big son of a bitch, I can climb up one side of you, cross your head and down the other side and chew your ankles off before you can even take another breath. Back off. And he did. So I've got a disease, an illness, an actual physical allergy. If I had an allergy to tomatoes and I ate tomatoes, I'd break out with a rash. The symptom of my disease, one of the symptoms of my disease, is simply that I break out with an itch for another drink if I take a drink. That's the manifestation of my allergy. It will cause me to have another drink. And it will be paramount to all of it. Can you see what that does to the guilt in a human being? I really love my family and my children. But I'd take a drink and they became secondary. And I don't know why. I just know if I have to make a choice between them and a drink, I'll take the drink. And it just eats me alive. I don't want to be that way. And I'm powerless over it. I can't stop it from happening. The only solution we have is don't drink. Well, that leads to a problem, doesn't it? Suckworth must have been something. Smokers are getting restless. Hallelujah, brother, the snakes come later. I need a smoke. What's your pleasure? It's shortly after 11. We're going to run until about 11:30. We can keep running. We can break now and come back at 1. We can come back at 12:30. This schedule is lovely. Don't pay any attention to it. We get to do what we damn well please. Okay. What's your pleasure? I really can tell that some of the smokers need a smoke. And we are at about a place where I'm going to start something that's going to take more than 15 minutes. Okay, take a break back here at 12:30. Good. Okay. Enough's enough. That locked in. Thank you. Not everyone's here yet. How long do you want to wait?
Go there. Go put you some more ice.
Okay. We don't have an opening. We've pretty much done away with. When you get my age, things go. First thing is your memory, then ritual. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, we gather and we get quiet. We've gone back to real basics. See, originally, as AA was forming, the first group activities, of course, came out of the customs of the Oxford group, and that was simply be still until someone was inspired to say something. That was the morning meeting at Henrietta's house and other places. So my little group does that. It's kind of interesting. We got concerned with ritual because we began to see that we were ritualizing people to death. We were teaching them our lingo and not teaching them our principles. And I don't know if you've had the experience, I have, where my group did it right for so many years. When I went to somebody else's group, you weren't doing it right. It all had to do with rituals. But anyway, we get still. Now understand, our core group in my group, it's an autonomous AA group that meets in a correctional facility in the basement. But we are an autonomous outside AA group, and that's just, we pay rent and everything. We do that so the inmates have an opportunity to have access. We won't sign slips. We won't do anything. They can come or not. And since they don't know our ritual, when they come, they get still with us. So their first exposure to AA is be still and listen. Which is what saved my life. I just realized that, by the way. We've been doing it. Most of the things that I tell you are things that I just realized that I've been doing for a long time, and I just finally realized it. That's very nice. If you will think about the power of God, the greatest demonstration of the power of God for us is to be in a room full of alcoholics who are being quiet. That takes a lot of power. Okay. So thank you. I'm recentered. We're going to bounce along here. First time through Bill's story, I didn't identify with much because I was looking at what happened. That has changed. I'm Bill. He went to play golf. I went off to become a semi-pro bowler. I didn't want to be a professional because you have to work too hard. As a semi-pro, I could drink a lot and get by, which is all I really wanted to do anyway. But I would suggest something. So this is just my experience and my viewpoint this weekend. Let me share something I found here. Bill is at a state where he has been to Dr. Silkworth twice. The last time Lois has been told, you might as well get him a keeper. At this rate, maybe a year, and you're looking at a dead man. Or an insane man, just There's nothing more we can do. And he's sitting at home drinking gin. He is drunk. Looking forward to getting even drunker when Abby shows up. The awakenings that Bill talks about in Bill's story occurred while he was drinking and while he was drunk, not when he was sober. That's important for me. God doesn't have a rule that says you got to be drunk before I'll come visiting. Or you got to be sober before I come visiting. It happened for Bill while he was drinking. Drinking to the point where right after he awakened, and let me see if awakening is the right word. It melted the icy intellectual mountain in whose shadow I had lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight at last. That sounds like an awakening to me. Drunk. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required of me to make a beginning. We're on page 12, I'm sorry. I thought I was a big book expert who knew the pages. I saw the growth could start from that point. That sounds like an awakening to me. Drunk. And it's important to me because I need to remember and not be so damned arrogant in my 12-step work that I insist that you be sober before I'll talk to you. If that had been the case, none of us would be here. Thus was I convinced that God is concerned with us humans when we want Him enough. Drunk. At long last, I saw, I felt, I believed. Scales of pride and prejudice fell from my eyes. A new world came into view. That sounds like an awakening to me. And in that state, I went to the hospital, where I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, for I showed signs of delirium tremens. Please, God, let me remember that. Always. The suggestion in 12-step work is that a man's mind needs to be cleared before we present all this information to him. But it doesn't have to have a very clear mind to have someone come and be a demonstration for you and put the hope and wake you up. And anyway, I love this piece. If we could just be Bill and go through this, we wouldn't need all the rest of it. Because here it is. It's all right here. There I humbly offered myself to God as I then understood Him, to do with me as He would. I placed myself unreservedly under His care and direction. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing, that without Him I was lost. I ruthlessly faced my sins and became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch. I've not had a drink since. My goodness, that's a lot of stuff. The conception of a newfound friend is one that I can always deal with. At my worst, there's hope when there's a newfound friend. Maybe this time it'll work. Here's somebody who cares just enough about me that maybe this time it'll be okay. There's that sense of hopefulness. There's a concept of God I can work with. It shatters everything else I've ever thought about God. Which means God's going to be my friend. Anybody have any problem with that one? Lots of people do. I was brought up believing Jesus loves me. This I know, for the Bible tells me so. But if you do something wrong, you're done. Confused the hell out of me. Okay. My schoolmate visits at me, and I fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies. We made a list of people I had hurt, or toward whom I felt resentment. I expressed my entire willingness to approach these individuals, admitting my wrong. Never was I to be critical of them. I was to write all such matters to the utmost of my ability. I like that much better than amend. We're not talking about a lightweight apology here. Lightweight apologies will not take care of the sense of overwhelming guilt that I have. Our message has depth and weight. I can tell you, Danny, there's some work ahead. You've done some shit that you got to go back and clean up, and it's going to just eat your lunch. Thank God, because if it were any less than that, it wouldn't have any meaning to me. I get to really go back and set right the wrongs I've done. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Never was I to be critical of them. Absolutely impossible to an unaided alcoholic mind. I'm going to say it several times this weekend. I want to shatter a new piece of watered down AA. In inventory, I do not look for my part. If I have only a part, so do you still have a part. And this thing tells me I'm to ignore anything you may have done entirely and look for my mistake, not my part. I'm to never be critical of you. You have no part in the way I feel about this, the resentment or the fear. Only me. We'll get to more of that later if you wish. I do not look for my part. I look for my mistake. Where was I wrong? Me, not you. If you're a son of a bitch, I picked you. Oh, yeah. I was to test my thinking by the new God consciousness within. We had an old Assembly of God preacher used to come. Now, I love to meet with the Assembly of God folks because they sing. And I love to make a joyous noise unto the Lord. I can get into it. I can't go along with much else. It's just me. But I love to sing with them. And I love the people I have met among the Assembly of God. This old boy used to come in every Sunday. He was doing what 12 steppers do. He was taking his own time out, going to the most hostile environment he could find to carry his message. So I listened to him. Don't disregard what spiritual people have to say, no matter what their doctrine. And he taught us how to do this in a very practical way. He said there are times, and he claimed Jesus was alive and well in him. He was conscious of the presence of God. He said there's still times I'm doubtful. I'm just not sure. And we said, well, what do you do then? He says, well, I take him by the hand and say to him, if I go do this, will you go with me? And what an awakening that was. I either get a yes or get a no. If I don't get anything at all, it's no. Now, I know where I am God is and will go anywhere with me, but that's a good test for my behavior. That has grown some. The question no longer is, will you go with me? Would I do this now if he were with me? Well, he's with me all the time, and it really becomes a guide for my behavior. Good stuff. Can't do it unaided. It takes the very power of God to make me able to do that. But that's available. Common sense thus becomes uncommon sense. It doesn't say common feeling becomes uncommon feeling. Common sense becomes uncommon sense. There is a sense of things that transcends feelings. Feelings are based on whether it's hot or cold, or sunshiny or dark, or my perception of what's cute and exciting. Feelings aren't to be disregarded, but they're certainly not to be trusted either as the final gauge toward any decision that I might make. How I feel about things, my sponsor said, meant absolutely nothing to him. He just really didn't care. In fact, it seemed to me that he liked me feeling bad more than anything else. Never denied me my pain, and I will never deny you your pain. If I stop your pain halfway through your journey, you don't get to go back and pick it up halfway. You got to go all the way back to the beginning and do the whole damn thing over again. That's my experience. More better, I encourage your pain. And he did that in little ways like this. Oh, Bruce, I say, I feel so guilty. He said, you should. You are. Finally, somebody who understands. Bruce, I feel weird and strange. You are. Bruce, I'm terrified of my own mind. You have good reason to be. Finally, somebody who understands. There's freedom in every one of those things when I finally get it straight. And I get it straight because somebody says, yeah, I know. So what's your point? I love you anyway. What's the difference? When I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength, to meet my problems as he would have me. Absolutely contrary to the alcoholic ego nature. What do you mean sit quietly when in doubt? When you're worried or in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout, create a diversion. Okay? Get them busy till you can get out. That's my nature. The minute you catch me off base and I'm wrong, I have a multitude of things I'm going to do immediately that will in 5 minutes have you begging for mercy and my forgiveness because you were so wrong. I'm not about to look at me in my ego state. The basic AA prayers are right here. Learning to pray is what I'm about. If I'm going to have a relationship with God, I have to learn to communicate. And we just call that prayer and meditation. Communication is a two-way street. I talk and I listen. If it's a newfound friend, I'm going to talk that way to him. I talk to God just like I talk to you. Remember one afternoon I called him a big bully. It seemed to me that's what he was. Didn't seem to bother him any. Unfortunately, the minute I uttered it, I realized who the bully was. Or him. I say him, I don't know. That's a non-genderized him, by the way. I need direction and strength. I'm confused, so I need direction, which I get. Now I know what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to do that. That's going to take some time and energy and some work and some talent. I don't want to do it. I know the right thing. I just don't want to do it. So I ask for the strength to do it anyway. You want to be careful of that one. That's a very dangerous prayer, I've learned. If you pray for strength, that's what you get. You don't get relief. Okay, you get strength. Okay? God's very merciful. If all I want is relief, I'll get it. It may take a drink to give me relief. I'm allowed to do whatever it takes, but if I ask for strength, I will get strength. And several times through this book, give me the strength to do the right thing. Point me in the right direction and give me some strength. And in my experience, my strength comes from the partners that walk the path with me. That seems to be who He sends me. You are my strength. When we walk together, there's nothing can stand in our way. Nothing. And out of that simple idea came the fellowship that brought us together this weekend. Bill did this on his own for 6 months, and nobody got sober. And he was going nuts. It was not a good deal. And then he and Bob started doing it together, and look at it. Here we are. Never was I to pray for myself, except as my request might borrow my usefulness to others. This is not about me. My sobriety is not for me, it's for you. My life is none of my business. Only the conduct of my life is my business. I am responsible for my conduct. Pretty easy solution to the ambition problem. Don't have any. I'm one of those people that my mother warned me against. A man without ambition. I have no idea what I want to be when I grow up. I can tell you this. I sincerely hope that I die before I grow up and become an adult. I've met 2 of them. And I don't want to be like that. Still a little judgmental, but they were certainly nobody I wanted to hang out with. They didn't know how to have fun. I suggest to you that we are on God's amusement park planet. Yeah. We are God's children. What are children supposed to be doing most of the time? Playing. And you know I take this whole damn thing seriously. And we miss it. This is a goofy place, this planet is. There's just a never-ending amount of fun going on here. And the animals on this planet, particularly the people types, are fascinating. Better than any zoo that you can imagine. I need something, and I've known it since I was a small child, and I'm fully aware of it now. What I need most is a sense of the presence of God. That's all I need. And I ran into this, and it hit me, I cannot ask for that. If this is true, I can't ask for that for me. I can only ask for it as it might bear on my usefulness to you. Now, my schemer has never died. I just let it work under some guidance and direction. And I have a prayer I'm going to give you that has been with me for years that comes right out of here. Everything I do comes right out of this book. Dear God, please fill me with your loving spirit and let it flow through me and into the lives of others. And that works. As long as it's flowing through me, I am full. Yes. Please fill me with your loving spirit and let it flow through me and into the lives of others. Find your own variation on that theme. I used to say, fill me with your love, and somewhere it expanded, it's got to be more than that. Anyway, that works, and it came from here. This is a guidebook. If it's true, it'll fit, and it'll be my guide. How do I conduct myself? Isn't that wonderful? All laid out right in front of us. Then only might I expect to receive, but that would be in great measure.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
When I came here, I didn't even have a name. They took my name away from me and just put a number on me, which was correct. Put me away where I couldn't hurt anybody, which was correct. Nobody knew my name. Nobody had access to me. You took me at that point and accepted me as I was, where I was. Gave me back a name and my purpose, and on and on and on. Okay? The very simple change that has taken place is that over the years, by being with you and doing what I'm supposed to do here and just saying yes to life and to God and to you, it is not possible for me to keep up with my mail. I'm corresponding with people in Korea and Australia and Canada and all over the United States. There's very few places I can go today where I don't know somebody. People call me when they're moving somewhere and say, who do you know here? And I can tell them. I've had dinner there. I have history with people. I don't know whether that's important to you, but it was to me. I always burned you up and burned my bridges behind me and moved on. I have history with people. I'm not afraid to come back to Slidell. Okay? I've been here before. James was kind enough to let me live in his house while I did a roof down in Waveland, Mississippi. To have history with people. I've received in great measure, and so shall you. My God, what a thing to have happen. I could have done it on my own. The best I can do, the very absolute best I can do based on fact, is put my children in a foster home and put my mother in a position to say on Christmas Day, you can't come to my house with your kids, because I can't stand watching you die. So I don't even get any credit for it. I can honestly say I'm loved by thousands of people, and so can you be. I'm loved by people who've never met me. I can walk into AA anywhere in the world and have done so. And I'm a member of that group. I belong there. We walked into a meeting in Moscow in 1988, November of 1988. First meeting in Russia. We didn't bring it there, by the way. They were celebrating their first year. And a completely insane, egomaniac priest brought it to Russia. Love him. But he was a nut. But it was pure A. They opened the way I was used to having open. We had to listen to the interpreters. We were at home. They opened with the Serenity Prayer, and they read the traditions. And they said this will be a second step meeting. And this Russian kid started to talk about his second step. And it's an experience to hear him say that and then have to wait while the English is being translated. And then when he's talking again, I get to think about what he just said. It was quite an experience. And all of a sudden, he and I were the same. He was telling my story. And then he said, I have no history of God in my life. But I wanted to be sober, so I did what they said to do in this book. And I have found spiritual power within myself. And I'm home. That's what we belong to, you know. That's what came out of this simple little deal. Laying in a hospital bed, nearly MDTs, willing to do just what Abby said here. Straighten up the past and start praying for strength and direction. Ain't that something? My friend promised when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator. God does not exist way out here for me into some esoteric, mystical thing. Where I am, God is. I have a working relationship with God as I understand God. It has stood the test of time. It's carried me through joy, and it's carried me through pain, and it's carried me through flat times. It's carried me when I wasn't even aware of it. I have a relationship. My main relationship with God is my relationship with you. As a sponsor, I'm just awful when it comes to romantic relationships. I can't be of any help to you whatsoever. I've never learned how to have a successful sick relationship. So all I can tell you is quit that. If you would like to learn how to have a successful relationship with God, I can tell you precisely what I do. And since I got that one straight, all the rest of them are straight. That means I have enemies. My relationship with my enemies is absolutely correct. Not everybody on the planet is going to like me. I had a parole officer tell me one time, I'll know you're okay now when I meet somebody who's just met you and they can tell me the truth that they didn't like you at all. Because then I'm real. If my relationship with God is right, all of the others will be. If it's not, none of the others will be. That's just my experience. It's both a scary and a wonderful thought to be able to have a relationship with God. It means I have to trash everything I believe about God or think about God because I'll limit it. Well, what an idea. If I go here, will you go with me? I won't go here if you won't. That I would have the elements of a way of living which answered all my problems. And they are these. Belief in the power of God. See, just believing in God is not enough. I believe in God. I believed He created the heaven and the earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh, and for me He was still resting. Chuck believed in God. He hated the son of a bitch. Belief in God is not enough. I believed in the power of God because I saw it at work. Plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain the new order of things with the essential requirements. I hear funny stuff sometimes throughout the fellowship that there's no musts. I don't know what the hell a requirement is if it's not a must. There's no must for you showing up here. You got an urge to hang out with a bunch of lunatics? Come ahead. You're welcome. Recovery has some requirements, one of which is the belief in the power of God. And then enough honesty, willingness, and humility to establish and maintain a new order of things that's required. And I had trouble with the idea of humility. At that time, I was thinking of humiliation, and that's not what it's about. And I searched diligently to find something. There's all kinds of really cute things on humility. For me, it's simply, humility is the willingness to seek and do the will of God. That's all it is for me. If I'm willing to seek and do the will of God, that's all the humility I'm ever going to get. I am prone to false humility. Oh, not me. Which is just ego in a new face. Simple but not easy. A price had to be paid. There's a price for everything in life. I used to love when Chuck would say, I can either live by my own will and pay the consequences thereof, or live by God's will and pay the consequences thereof. Yeah. The price that has to be paid here and throughout the book are departure points, and here is one. Where without this, don't bother to go any further. It meant destruction of self-centeredness. That's the price I have to pay for what has happened to me. That's the price I did pay. We don't hear well. Do you know what I first hear? Destruction of self. That isn't what it says. It says destruction of self-centeredness. Let's discuss that for a minute. Let's play with that. If God had made any two of us the same, one of us would have been unnecessary. That means that I'm a completely unique model of the human condition. Never in all of eternity has there been another model just like this one. And never again will there ever be another one just like this one. Same goes for you. You're it. One time around for this model. And that means I have a very specific contribution to make to life, and if I don't make it, it will never be made because you can't make my contribution. And you have a contribution to make, and if you don't make it, it won't get made. There's only one thing I can do better than anybody on the planet, and that's be me. If God is in truth everything, then myself is also part of that. Now, an interesting thing as I've played with this over the years is that if I don't make my contribution, life seems to go on anyway. It doesn't seem to make any damn difference. But if I do make my contribution, it seems to me that the fabric of life is just a little bit richer that day. Don't know how, but it is. But, Danny, this isn't about finding out who you are. Sounds funny. This isn't about finding out who you are. The whole inventory is to find out who you're not. So you can get rid of it, and then who you are will show up. Self-knowledge will not do me any good at all. So finding out who I am isn't what it's about. I know who I am. I know who I've become. Now I've got to find out what God would like me to be. Anyway, destruction of self-centeredness, that's the price. There's a question implicit in this. Am I willing to do that? If I'm not willing to do that, might as well go home. That's what it's going to cost me. Self-centeredness. Let's put self-centeredness in street terms. I have to think of street terms. Where's mine? That can't be mine. It's not big enough. It's the wrong color. There's not enough. When is it my turn? That's not fair. You can think of 1,000 others. That's got to go. Why me? Why not? Are you somebody special? Yeah. Somebody extra special? No. Someone said one time, and I believe this, that it takes all of us to be the Christ Spirit. That's the spiritual link we have. And if one of us is missing, I'm just not complete. And I need to go help you so that I can be complete. We are a selfless program that's based on self. Welcome to the lunatic asylum, Danny. The only way, I'm going to define spiritual for you, so that those of you who need to write something down can. This is not the whole truth. Spiritual, to be spiritual, is enlightened self-interest. It means I finally understand the best way for me to get mine is to make sure you get yours. Enlightened self-interest. May or may not be true, but it's one of those things Kurt Vonnegut used to call the kind of lies that make people better. Yeah. If it is. That's what we yeah. I must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. All things. Test that one. Oh, I've had fun testing that. It's a little crude, but I want to tell you one of my tests. And I do test God constantly. How else am I going to get rid of myself? I woke up one morning constipated. And I'm in there busy trying to force the issue. When I remembered all of this business, when agitated or doubtful, we pause, asking for the right thought or action. So I just went inside and started doing that, started relaxing, and I don't know how much time, but pretty soon I got relaxed enough, it was all over. Because I took my mind off the problem and just went and paused and started asking for the right thought or action. I didn't get any answers, so I just kept sitting. That's what you're supposed to do. When you ask, wait until you get an answer. And if you wait long enough, whatever you've been having difficulty passing will pass. It will pass. I just couldn't resist that one. This will, if it's true, whatever this book says, if it's true, it will fit any circumstance I can bring it to. And if it doesn't, I need to find out why I can't see. That's all. Then Bill had that wonderful experience. Now, all through this book, there are descriptions, clear descriptions of what spiritual looks like, feels like, and tastes like. Because we are so bright that we have a spiritual awakening and we don't even know what the hell happened. Okay. Here's a description of a spiritual experience. And my suggestion is, while Bill's was boom, let's look at the elements of this and see if we've had any of this happen to us. These were revolutionary and drastic proposals, but the moment I fully accepted them, the effect was electric. Have you ever had a sense of just almost like an electric shock at a meeting or with a friend or something since you've been sober? Just, oh. There was a sense of victory. The battle's over. The war is over. I am victorious. There's just that sense of that. And it doesn't have to be a big deal. Have you had that happen? Followed by such a peace and serenity as I had never known. I've had that. There was utter confidence. We're scared to death of that. In the presence of God, I should be utterly confident. It's not an ego thing. I felt lifted up as though a great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through. I didn't get that one till later. In the 8th step, I had a lifting up experience. And over the years, when a particular piece of truth hits me, a chill runs through me. It's almost like walking from a hot room into a cold room, only from the inside out. I expect that must be kind of what he's talking about. I've had all the elements of this. If you've had all the elements of this, you've had a spiritual awakening. Someone challenged Bill one time and said, yeah, Bill, but you had the advantage of that wampus experience. He said, you've all had it. It's just for some it comes slower, a piece at a time. For a moment I was alarmed. I called my friend the doctor to ask if I were still sane. There it is. Every time I have a spiritual awakening, the first thought is, oops, I've lost my mind. And the reason for that is I have. My old mind just left. My old way of thinking, I've just lost it. And I have no idea how to live with a new one yet, and so it's a little scary. For new people, we talk about spiritual experiences like they were fun. I haven't had one yet that's fun. They hurt. Getting born is not an easy deal. And then Bill and the people that brought this to us gave us one of the most critical pieces of all. We must walk day by day with the new man on this journey. What a horrible thing it is to wake somebody up and then leave them. My house is full of babies right now, so all my analogies have to do with babies. I can't conceive of enough meanness to wake this 4-month-old baby up sharply and then just walk off and leave her. And I have to ask myself, do I ever do that with the people I'm working with? It's the same thing, you know. If I'm going to wake you up, I am responsible for walking with you for a while you learn how to function. Now, I play with babies. I don't know about you. She and I have fun. I plop her right here on my lap, and she gets a hold of these fingers, and I hold on to her little bitty wrists, and I can feel her starting to tense, so I lift her up. She wants to stand up. And she smiles, and I sit her back on her butt, and she smiles again. And then she tenses, and I lift her up again. We exercise over and over. That's our game. She's getting stronger. She's exercising her muscles. Same thing with going through the steps with somebody and working with somebody over and over and over again. While we exercise that muscle, that spiritual muscle, that new mind. Silkworth was one of the most loving, understanding, brave human beings that ever walked this planet. Now remember, he's had Bill twice before, and he's the one that said, "Get him a keeper. There's nothing left to pick up here." Bill calls him in after coming out of the DTs with this new thing. "Doc, I feel like a cold wind blowing through me." And Silkworth's response to Bill, "Am I still sane?" is, "Something has happened to you that I don't understand, but hang on to it. It's better than what it was before." And then Bill has the nerve to say, "You know, this is so good, I think I ought to give it to everybody else. Doc, can I visit the other patients?" What a brave man. You know, this is a guy that needs a straitjacket, and Silkworth sees something in it. What happens to us is so profound, even the world can see it. In fact, they usually see it long before we do. Am I a living example of that? If you look at me, can you see what God has done? Not in any great profound way. If I'm going to go on out and try to convince you that you ought to walk this way, can you see that I walk this way? Or is it all words? So when I sponsor you, you get to come to my house. Generally about 6 in the morning. Well, what the hell? That's when I'm up. And that's when you're at your weakest. No. Part of the reason for that is that I want you to see how a recovered alcoholic and his family live. First of all, we have an address, and you come to it every week, and it's there every week. Okay. You can't say the same for your life. Okay. We start up on the couch. Now, there's been some changes, but this was up on the couch in the family room right by the front door. My family and I have had group conscience. They know exactly who's coming into our house. Thieves, rapists, murderers, lunatics, drunks, unstable people of all kinds. That's okay with them because they know I know what I'm doing. I'm keeping them on the couch near the front door. My family has seen some really dangerous people come into our house. But they're not dangerous while they're in my house. They're really not. We're there for God's purposes, and they're not dangerous. They won't hurt anybody. Okay? They see how we get ready for work and school. My youngest daughter is mouthy. Is that fair? Opinionated. And not the least bit concerned about sharing her opinions with you. Okay? She's very direct. A lovely child, just very direct. She's an activist. When I met her, she was 3 years old and running a Montessori school. She was. So I got one of the lunatics sitting on the couch, and we're busily engaged in doing this big book thing. She was probably 12, 13. Came down the stairs, and suddenly I hear, "Excuse me." And it's pretty well known that when I'm busy working, don't interrupt me. So it shocked me, and I said, "Yeah, what do you want?" She says, "I live here too, you know, and you've never introduced me to this person. And we both got a big lesson out of that. So you come to my house so I can learn too how to interact." And it was so important that she met him. As soon as she got his name, she's gone. We make massive dramatic deals out of shit like that. Okay? Through circumstance, she was put into an arena where the ideas about people aren't the same as they are in our house. And I sponsor a lot of gay guys. I don't care. I sponsor drunks. Whatever the hell your deal is, that's your deal. I really don't care. But she came downstairs one day talking with her sister, making noises about gay people that were ugly, truly ugly, biased and prejudiced and mean and ugly. She'd heard them somewhere. And Sam was right there on the couch. Sam's gay. And he's watching me now to see what I'm going to do. And I said, "Kelly, you need to know something. Some of the people that you love the most and that love you the most are gay. Oh, Dad, tell me who. I said, no, you get to figure that out. And left her alone. In about a couple of weeks, she came back to me and said it just wasn't worth the effort. And the ideas were gone. We fight nobody. We fight nothing. Okay. It's 1:30. Yeah. We finish this little piece up, we'll take a little break, and then do another one. I hope it's all right with you. I'm just wandering and telling stories. That's what you asked me to do, okay? My friend had emphasized the absolute necessity of demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. That means a couple things. First of all, I've got to have some. Okay? Like work and family and neighborhood and whatever. It also means that I'm not to have more affairs than I have principles. So we ease into it. I practice principles pretty good at a meeting. It's easy. You got a lingo, as long as I sound right, it's easy. If I do not give my children the same love and attention and tolerance that I give the people I sponsor, I'm not doing this at home. And I've been guilty of that. Okay? If I can't wait for Jackie like I'll wait for Danny, I'm not doing this deal. Particularly was it imperative to work with others as he had worked with me. Well, this is how they did it with me. 29 years ago, they sat me down and said, you can't talk for 5 weeks, shut up and listen while we read this to you. And then they did the same thing. They told me stories. And when it got to directions, had me do things. After the meetings, they'd visit with me. And I still do the same thing, and I'm still here. And it works. Faith without works was dead. And how appallingly true for the alcoholic. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life to work and self-sacrifice for others, he cannot survive the certain trials in those spots ahead. A little departure here. A lot of the folks they're in my immediate AA family. AA is a big family. But as in any family, there's immediate family, there's kissing cousins. In my immediate family are people who are so sick they just have to have this thing at hand all the time. We're busy big book people, we're working steps and all that. And we'd sometimes say that the steps are the work. I suggest to you the steps are not the work. The steps prepare me for the work. The steps get me fit to do the work. The real work is working with others. That's the work of Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay? A business that takes no regular inventory will soon go broke. A business that stays in constant inventory is also going to go broke. You got to be open for business now and then. Okay? I continue to work the steps on a regular basis, mostly because I sponsor at least 4 or 5 people all the time, so I'm always in the step process. Periodically, I've been known to just turn myself into somebody and let them take me through the steps. I think the last time I did that was 6 years ago. And it was an interesting experience. It took about 3 weeks. And not a bad experience. But I do not grow spiritually through the steps. The steps are what put me in touch with and help me learn how to relate with God. I grow by sacrifice and work with others. That's how I grow. That's what it says here. That's what my experience is. I've been on the road a while. Just a little example of that. I'm going to take a break. Recently, my work is incredible high stress. Don't need to belabor it, but from the moment I start until the moment I can finally get out of there, there are no free moments. There are always 4 or 5 things going on at once, and most of them are life-threatening in one way or another. It's just one of them kind of businesses. And it makes me kind of tired sometimes. And then I go off and do a weekend like this. And it rejuvenates me, but it leaves me a little tired. Anyway, I was in North Carolina 2 weekends ago. And we'd done this whole show and tell business, and it was fine. I had fun. I loved the folks. We had a great time. But Saturday night I was tired, and I really just wanted to go home. And they had me set for a prison meeting in the morning, and I just didn't want to go do that. But they took me out to maximum security prison. and put me in a room with 4 guys who were working at that time on the 8th and 9th step. And I had something specific to share about that, because that's where I hit it too, locked up when they wouldn't let me out to make amends. And we had an hour and a half that rejuvenated me, and I grew spiritually and physically and emotionally, and I came home just fine. Not because we were working the steps, but because I had something specific. It was a sacrifice for me that morning. I didn't want to go. I had to pray for the strength to go. Shame on me. After all the sobriety, I should go just because it's normal. And there we were, the 4 of us locked up, spiritually alive to each other. We grow through sacrifice and work with others. Chuck just lays on my mind. My work with Chuck carried me through some very difficult times. Business was good, family was good, my AA life was good. My insides were getting so rigid that it took work with the guy who nothing would work to loosen me up. It's a sacrifice for others. It's a sacrifice to listen to somebody for over a year bitch and moan and whine and God. There were days I wanted to push him out of the car into the traffic. If he did not work, he would surely drink again. And if he drank, he would surely die. Let's take a break. What time you want to be back?
10 minutes.
Whatever you say, it's your party.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
I hear 2. Do I hear 2, 2:05, 2:10, 2:10, 2 o'clock? It's 1:35, 2 o'clock back here. Okay? We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. That's the AA message, or part of it. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. We have a way out on which we can absolutely agree, and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism. I have a friendly enemy at home. I don't like him, and he doesn't like me even more. We got together one time for lunch because he'd come to make amends to me about all the ugly, nasty things he'd been saying about me before he ever got to know me. I want to know what he could do to straighten it up. I said, well, let's go to lunch and get to know me. And we discovered over lunch, when we were through, he said, I don't understand this. We seem to agree on almost everything. And one of the things we agreed most on is we didn't like each other. So the best thing for most people would be for us to just kind of stay away from each other as much as possible. It's a friendly thing. Hi, how are you? Fine, I'm glad. Bye. He and I have been on 12-step calls together and worked with people together with no problem whatsoever. We can join in brotherly and harmonious action in that. 5 minutes after it's over, it's over. It's nice to know right where I stand with him. I know some people who've actually hit him. I'm not really prejudiced. He's not likable. And there's times when I must not be either. We can join in brotherly and harmonious action. Do you know how wonderful it is for me to sit here and see Danny come here and know that whoever is talking to Danny's safe, because he'll get the same message out of this group from whoever it is that's talking to him. Different words, different styles, but he'll get the same message. And you know why I know that's so? Because Danny's still here. And we've been shooting at him since last night. If I were him, I'd have gone home. He can still smile. Okay? We join in brotherly and harmonious action. I want to be part of whatever it is that does that. I'm willing to surrender to whatever it is that can cause that to occur. That's what I've been looking for my whole life. This is a very basic human need, a principle. We all have to belong to something, whether it's a club or a gang or a movement. I'm a very private person, and I still must belong to something. I must be able to join with you in something and feel that together we're doing something. It's just a basic need. And we got that. We've got a common solution. Bill calls me, and he's got a friend or a relative in Longmont, Colorado, that suddenly decides he wants to get sober. And he wants to know, who can I put him in touch with? I can tell him. Because what he's really saying to me is, who will present the same message you and I understand to this person? I know. I also know who won't. I'm not afraid to let them go there, but I won't send them there. It's kind of the deal. There's a joke about it, but it's true. Left a meeting one night, and one of the guys says, "That was some of the best BB I've ever heard." One of the other guys says, "What in the world is BB?" He said, "I have no idea, but it certainly wasn't AA." Without being arrogant, we have a way out on which we can absolutely agree. And one of the things we have to agree is that you may not want our way out. Once we present it to you, you have some decisions to make, and we're going to bring you to them if we're doing our job. I do. I bring people, as I was brought, to departure points. Here's a decision, make it. No matter which way you go from here, but you have to make a decision at this point. Do I want to be part of this? Danny's sitting there, and that's going through, maybe not consciously, but part of him is wondering, do I want to be part of this? Are we presenting anything he would want? Well, let me tell you what they presented to me. I didn't know I needed sobriety, so I certainly didn't want sobriety. I just knew I'm trapped in a body that won't die. And in somewhere between the next year and a half and 7 years, they're going to put me back on the streets of Denver. I wasn't afraid of the penitentiary. It's just another community. You learn to live in it. But they were going to put me back on the streets of Denver, and I had no idea how to live out there. It had me terrified. Part of their message to me was that you're not thinking too well. We can show you a new way to think. We can show you how to learn to live a way of life that'll make sense to you. That was an interesting piece of information. I've been trying to live my life so it made sense to you. Didn't make sense to anybody. Today, the joy of my life is that my life makes sense to me today. It still doesn't make sense to a lot of people. There are people who think I should be locked away. I wish they'd hurry. I'm willing. As long as she can go with me. One of the questions in this basket asked me about, where's the line about disease? I'm not sure there is one about disease, but on page 18 it says, an illness of this sort, and we have come to believe it is an illness, involves those about us in a way no other human sickness can. So whether it's semantics in the word is disease or illness or sickness, I have no problem with any of those words. We can define them and chew them up. But that's the only place I know where it says that, if that's an answer to that question. It's not a definitive answer, but it's my answer. I contend that everything that we know of any value at all about alcoholism came to us from non-alcoholics. I contend that most everything we know about recovery of any value whatsoever came to us from non-alcoholics. Most everything we know about spiritual things came to us from non-alcoholics. We think nobody understands but us. It was a non-alcoholic that got to Bill. Okay. What we have, however, is a unique talent, a God-given gift. The problem with most alcoholics is that they really do believe that nobody else understands. I did. How could you possibly understand me? I don't understand me. I listened to people as I grew up and knew I was different. I listened to them talk about how they thought. And I didn't think that way at all. I listened to them talk about how they felt and began to feel weird because I didn't feel that way at all. I knew they didn't understand when they'd say, "Why did you do that?" And I'd say, I don't know. And they'd say, well, you must know. That's the message in that. It means they would know if they did it. Okay? But I don't know. Nobody understands me. What you and I have is a unique ability, by talking about ourselves. The ex-problem drinker who has found this solution and who is properly armed with facts about himself can generally win the entire confidence of another alcoholic in a few hours. Until such an understanding is reached, little or nothing can be accomplished. So we have a way of presenting the information in such a way that the person believes finally somebody does understand me. I had some fun the other day. We had a newcomer at the meeting, about 3 days sober, and he'd also been doing some other things because he had some twitches that I recognized. But he was being cool. Real cool. I just leaned over and quietly said, I bet it feels inside like you got 10 million needles all pointed out and ready to go right through your skin. And we became friends on the spot. I knew exactly what he was feeling. I've been there. And he was being cool so nobody could see that he was about to explode and make a mess of the whole room. That's what we do. People will say to us after a 12-step call has been worked right, that's how I felt too. That's how I thought too. You just described me. I didn't know that about me. That's what they'll say to us sometimes. That's our unique gift. That's all we have to do. We don't have to be smart, educated, knowledgeable. It's harder for me at my time of sobriety to make an effective 12-step call on a brand new person than it is for a person a week or two. Creditable. I don't look like an alcoholic. I don't sound like an alcoholic. I don't smell like an alcoholic. Unless I'm very careful, I will already have forgotten how bad it feels to be 1 or 2 days sober. But the new guy doesn't, so I hang out with new guys and take them on 12-step calls with me. They think I'm teaching them how to 12-step call. No, I'm just their backup. Just the backup. We understand each other, don't we? The man who's making the approach has had the same difficulty. My first sponsor was doing a natural life sentence for a double murder he'd committed one morning in an alcoholic rage when he was 17. I'd never done that. I couldn't identify with that. But he described what went on that morning. He woke up that morning with a feeling that nobody cared whether he lived or died. And the pain of that was such that he started to drink to kill the pain. Only that particular morning it didn't kill the pain. It got him involved in the pain. And when you're in enough pain, you end up screaming out in rage. And that's what he did. I'll get mine. Went downtown drunk and in a shootout killed some people on the street in a shootout with the cops. When you're drunk, you don't do a very cool job of it. I have had those mornings exactly like he described and did my own bizarre stuff after it. I could understand it. It was nice to know that I wasn't the only one that for no particular reason at all woke up one morning feeling completely alone and unnecessary and unwanted and unloved and didn't know why. And couldn't stand the pain of it and drank to kill it, and it didn't kill it, it got me involved in it. How do you tell that to a normal person? How do you tell that to a doctor? They give people B-complex vitamins when they're under high stress to reduce the stress. Ask Jackie what happens to me when I take B-complex. In 5 days, I am stressed out of my mind. My body does not respond the same way other people do. I know a lot of others of us that do the same thing. Okay? I'd feel really weird if I didn't know that that's pretty normal. For people like us, we have strange reactions to, particularly to alcohol and a lot of other chemicals too. I have to be careful with caffeine. Not because it gets me hyper, because it takes me up and then, boom, I'm in depression. That's not normal, but it's normal for me. Some of you understand that. I can see your head. It's nice to know that somebody else understands that. That's what we're talking about here. then he obviously knows what he's talking about. We are the world's finest siding salesmen. We sell siding to people who don't have houses. We obviously know what we're talking about. We don't have a clue, Daddy. Except that I can tell you, you don't ever have to drink again. Do certain things and your life will get better. I don't mean to be picking on you, but you're the reason I'm here. But as Holy Portman shouts at the new prospect that he's a man with a real answer. You come to my home because 20 years living in the same house with the same woman is a real answer. I can demonstrate it. Okay. You come to my home group because I'm going to ask you to get involved in a home group. And unless I'm out of town, you will see me there. I don't have to explain to you how to keep a commitment. I keep my commitments. If you show up, you'll learn how to do it. Keep showing up. It'll become a habit. There's nothing noble about keeping a commitment. And he has no attitude of holier than thou. Well, now and then. With us, it's mostly sicker than thou. Yeah. You'd think you were sick. Boy, listen to this one. Nothing whatever except a sincere desire to be helpful. There are no fees to pay. Well, I have to ask myself as I look around my own fellowship, is that true? If I put myself in a newcomer's place and look around and see if any of this is true. You tell me there are no fees to pay, no dues whatsoever, and then you pass a plate and collect money. Whoops. Now, if you explain that, okay, but just to do that confuses me a little bit. You tell me that it doesn't cost me a thing to come to AA, and you tell me I should make 90 meetings in 90 days, and I watch the basket go by and everybody's putting in $1. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that means, to me, AA is going to cost me $90. And I don't even have coffee money. Am I demonstrating what this says, that there are no dues or fees? All we have to do is explain what the basket's for. Pays the expenses of the room. If you're new, don't put anything in there yet. You don't really belong yet. We used to say, if you have it, put it in. If you don't, take some out. We quit doing that. The guys at the end of the line had big pockets, I'm telling you. No access to ground, no people to please, no lectures to be endured. Are those the conditions that you will find in my group? Yes, they are. We have no access to ground. We meet in the basement of a correctional facility, and I can tell you, I work there, by the way, from 9 o'clock on, and there's some of the staff I don't like. I don't talk about that in the meeting. I have no access to ground in that meeting. We don't discuss this damn place in the meeting. We got inmates come. Wouldn't that be nice if we were taking sides? What kind of a message would that be? As your sponsor, you do not have to please me. In fact, if you start trying to please me, we may have some difficulties along the way. It's not about pleasing me or anybody else. And I do like to lecture. I really do. The sound of my own voice is just music to my ears. Particularly when I know what I'm talking about, which is most of the time. Isn't that nice? We don't have to sit around and be lectured to. I pray God when I do these that it doesn't come off as a lecture, because it really isn't. And if it does, please slap me. Our very lives as ex-problem drinkers, over on page 20, depend upon our constant thought of others and how we will help meet their needs. I have difficulty with some of our lingo. AA is a selfish program. I'm trying to reconcile that with this statement. Our very lives as ex-problem drinkers depend on constant thought of others and how we may help meet their needs. Not constant thought of me and how I may meet my needs. So I just listen to that and I don't fight it. It just doesn't reconcile, so I don't pay attention to it. Okay. You may already ask yourself why it is that so all of us became so very ill from drinking. Another reference to disease or illness or sickness. Doubtless you're curious to discover how and why, in the face of expert opinion to the contrary, we have recovered from a hopeless condition of mind and body. We have. Please don't misunderstand me. I have no problem with people who are in recovery. Everybody's in recovery for a while. It just breaks my heart to have people believe they have to stay in recovery forever. It is not necessary. I'm not cured of alcoholism. None of us are. But you don't have to stay sick the rest of your life. What do I have to do? That's what we ask. It's the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. We shall tell you what we have done. I just had a revelation. We shall tell you what we have done. If I haven't done it, I can't tell you about it, can I? But I can tell you everything I have done, and that includes I stayed sober one day, and here's how I did it precisely. And what did I do? Well, if you want what I have, then I suggest you do what I do. If you don't want what I have, then don't do what I do. You won't hurt my feelings the slightest little bit. Okay? One of the questions in this basket has to do with somebody who comes to me, wants me to sponsor him, and then doesn't pay any attention at all to what I say, goes to a therapist and come back with an opinion of what the therapist thinks they ought to do. Well, that's okay with me, but I don't want to hear about it. If you want what I have, then do what I do, and if you don't want what I have, then don't do what I do. Make a choice. I don't care. I'll be your friend anyway. But there are people who are dying that need this hour. And I must give this chair to them. Okay. We'll visit and have coffee, and you can tell me about your therapist. But I need this chair for somebody who's dying. And I don't think that's arrogant. If you don't want what I have, don't do what I do. On the other side of that, one of the guys that I love the most, 20-some odd years sober now, we both concurred at one time he needed a therapist. Not for any reason other than he had memories that he couldn't find. He was so deeply buried he was unable to locate the memories. So he went to the therapist and told him out front, I want you to help me find these memories. Then I'm going to take them back through the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous to deal with them. Found the memories, did exactly that, and got it all squared away. What we've done. If I sponsor you, we will sit down and read the big book together. You will also get access to my tape library. Part of why I'm here and part of what has happened to me is the result of knowing people like Bob White and Chuck Chamberlain. And old Wesley. Ugliest man I ever saw. He was. But the minute he opened his mouth, his love just gushed forth. I want you to be, if you want what I have is a result of these people, so you have my tape library so you can hear what influenced me. Okay. I'm going to take you to several meetings. I'm going to have you go to a lot of meetings I don't go to anymore. I have a job, I have a family, and I'm getting old. And I'm not about to make as many meetings as I think you need when you first come here. I don't need that many anymore. I have a real life. Doesn't mean I don't go to AA. It's just I just don't live there anymore in meetings. I'm going to also send you some meetings that I wouldn't go to if I were invited. Because you have to be invited to go to them. I want you to see what the other brand of AA looks like. You may want what they have. If you don't, you can come back and yell at me for sending you out there. That's cool. I will introduce you to my friends. What's happened to me is I now have friends. Okay, you ought to meet some of them. You think I'm goony. I will introduce you to the idea of serving the fellowship and of serving the people who are not here. I have an obligation to people who are not born yet. They're going to come through one of these doors one of these days. And I'm obliged to do my very best to make sure the door is there and the message they hear inside there is the same one I got. Maybe a different style, but it'll be clear. And I'm obliged to do that, and I'll introduce you to that. And how you shake that out, whether it's through general service or local service, or we only have one service anyway, that's carrying our message. You'll have to do that if I sponsor you. And I don't care which way you go. I love Bob Olson dearly. He's never been in general service, can't stand it. But he's been of great service to the fellowship because Bob's the kind that gets his Norwegian teeth into something and won't let go. And there were some places where AA was meeting that wasn't even close to AA. He brought a big book in one time and they said, "Get that out of here. We don't want that in here." And he hung on until they finally allowed him to have a meeting with a big book in the basement of the place as long as none of those people would come upstairs. And he hung on, and now, of course, there's a great group as a result of that. That's a service. What do? We gather. I love these gatherings. These are family gatherings. I almost quit doing this, I got to tell you. I don't like being looked at as knowing something you don't know. I just really don't, because I don't. I've got some experience with it, and God's given me a tongue that lets me self-citing. I can tell stories, and I can make you cry, and I can make you laugh, and I can make you sleep, and I can run you out of the room. I can do things with it. I don't like this. I love it, but I don't like it. And it keeps me out and around a lot, and I didn't want to do this anymore, particularly these long weekends. I work long, hard, stressful days, and then I show up here and start Friday night, and I'm on the entire weekend. I have to almost be rude just to go to the bathroom sometimes. Really, that's just the way it is. And I had come to a place where I was about to say, I'm just not going to do this anymore. I don't understand why they're asking me. I don't want to do it anymore. But I was in New York doing a retreat weekend, which is like this, only even more intense. And I voiced that to the little family that was there. And one of the girls says, "Oh, you can't do that." She says, "You're kind of like our uncle or our grandpa. And when you come, we all get together." And I had it. And that's why I'm here. If by my coming you'll all get together, I'll come. And if I have to tell a few stories along the way to get you to talk to each other, I'll come. And there's no more than that. And what a wondrous role to get put into, isn't it? Grandpa Don. I still feel 16 to it right in the mirror. A fellowship grows up about us that is wondrous to behold, and it grows up about us. Yeah. Got a piece to do, and then we can get into some more step work if you'd like. I'll wait till Danny gets back because the piece is for him. Let's challenge something. Okay? Let's consider this really dangerous proposition for a minute. Seriously ask this question. Maybe I'm not an alcoholic. What if I'm not an alcoholic? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I've been kidding myself all these years. Maybe I'm not. Well, I'm convinced we ought to ask that fairly often because there's a worm in my head that will grow and grow and grow if I don't shine light on him every now and then. Is it possible that I may not be an alcoholic? Well, the answer to that is let's find out what an alcoholic is. Okay, and let's see if I fit the profile. And on page 20 and 21, they very kindly made it very clear once again. Let's talk about moderate drinkers, and I'm going to ask myself, am I one of these? Moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have good reason for it. They can take it or leave it alone. Don't recognize that. That's not me. Forget about that. Then we have a certain kind of hard drinker. May have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally, and it may cause him to die a few years before his time. If a sufficiently strong reason, such as ill health, falling in love, change of environment, the warning of a doctor, becomes operative, this man can also stop or moderate, although he may find it difficult and troublesome, and may even need medical attention. Have I ever had any really strong reasons to quit drinking? Well, not since the first time. Nearly dying of alcohol poisoning the first time I drank is not strong enough reason. Going to the penitentiary at 19, that's not a good reason. Blah, 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 blah. Have there been occasions when any sane human being would have stopped, and I couldn't under those circumstances? I'm not a certain kind of hard drinker. No matter what the reason, I cannot stop. Reason will not stop me. The threat of death, of prison, of loss of family, of loss of job, of loss of self-respect, no reason that I can think of will stop me. I drank hard, but I am not this certain kind of hard drinker. Are you? Well, if we're not moderate drinkers, and I think it's really important with new people that we get to this, because we have a lot of this particular kind in AA today. Nothing wrong with them. It's simply that they were brought up short by treatment centers and said, go to AA. And so they do. And they look us right in the eye and tell us, I don't need to do all this. I've quit. And it's the truth. Don't get angry with them. We're nothing but a support group. And isn't it nice that we're here to be a support group? But I need real alcoholics in my life. Now, who the hell are they? Okay. Well, let's see. May start off as a moderate drinker. May or may not become a hard drinker. But at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Oops. No drama. Isn't that a bitch? Everybody else gets drama. There's no drama in this. At some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Is that me? Yes. That's a real alcoholic. And if you are one of these, there's probably nothing less than a spiritual experience going to take care of you. Well, that wasn't so bad. A little scary. Maybe I'm not. I'm going to take this a little over a minute and a half. Damn right I am. And then I read on, and I fit this profile. Jekyll and Hyde, the whole business. Not all at once, but at some time during my drinking, I did all of these things. This one I loved. Does absurd, incredible, tragic things while drinking. No shit. Anybody can come up with stories. If we made that the topic of a discussion meeting, we'd be here until sometime tomorrow afternoon. You see, he is seldom mildly intoxicated. He's always more or less insanely drunk. Well, that's the definition, and I didn't quite identify with that till I really looked at the truth. There are periods of time in my drinking career when you wouldn't know I was drunk because I was the same all the time. It looked pretty normal. Okay? But I was drunk by anybody else's definition. Insanely so. His disposition while drinking resembles his normal nature but little. My Uncle Walt, to this day, I love to get Uncle Walt drunk. Uncle Walt is just funny Uncle Walt when he's drunk. He's still Uncle Walt. Doesn't change him. Uncle Walt loves to get drunk. He started drinking again a few years ago. Doesn't seem to be out of hand and even worry my mom too much. Worries the neighbor. They took all his booze away from him. So he called the liquor store and had them deliver some more. Walt may be working toward being an alcoholic. But his nature did not change when he drank. He was just Walt drinking. One of the reasons I drink is to change my nature. That's what I'm going for. Don't even remember who said it once, but if mayonnaise would have done for me what alcohol would do, I'd have been a mayonnaise-aholic. Whatever it is, I drink for the effect, to change. So That's me. Anyway, I identified with all those. You can read all that. If you do, consider this. This doesn't happen to regular folks. Bring memories to it. He's the fellow who goes to bed so intoxicated he ought to sleep the clock around. I have memories that fit that. I remember a horrible night one night. I didn't do a whole lot of bar drinking because it's just in my nature. I'm the one that when the fight starts, they start it on me. Okay? There's just one of them in every bar. Oh, he's the one, hit him. So I just kind of moved through the bars. They were message centers and gathering places so we could go do something else. Anyway, we were at the Lighthouse down on 13th. And 2 o'clock came, and in Colorado they closed the bars at 2. And I remember the horror of that night. I'd been drinking all night, and I wasn't through. And it was a horror that came over me because I knew I hadn't found it, and I wasn't going to tonight. And it was over. At that time, I lived in a chicken coop. I had converted a chicken coop, and it was really pretty cool. Cleaned the chicken shit out, and it worked pretty good. Had flowers and doilies. I came home pretty drunk. And I was at that drunken state that I had learned was dangerous for me because if I laid down, I was so drunk that I knew the bed was going to spin and throw me on the floor and I was going to vomit all over the room. I had also learned through drinking that if I drank enough more, I could pass out and that wouldn't happen. So 2:30 or so, I'm home, and I drank myself past sickness, past where most people would die, I suppose, and drank myself into oblivion, and fell out on the bed. I should have slept the night through. I should have slept for 3 days. I had enough anesthetic in me. About 6 o'clock, I woke up, desperate for a drink. So I have a memory that fits that. Clear, and I can share that with new people, and that's what I'm supposed to do. Am I a real alcoholic? Yeah. I have never heard a non-alcoholic tell a story like that. Never. They just hardly ever do things like that. In fact, I've never heard a non-alcoholic living in a chicken coop. But that's just the drama. Bill hammers hard on the fact that we have one experience after the other that's negative, that with any sound reasoning would stop. If we had any power, it would stop. Even if we want to stop, we can't. We just keep repeating the same stupid thing over and over again. We know that while an alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. When I was truly sober, I was a good sailor. I did my job. I was a good radioman and a good radarman, and I did my job well. It's when I got to the beach and drank that I lost it. I'm much like normal people. Today, I'm sober, and I go to work and I do my job. I get home on time. It's no big deal. We're equally positive that once he takes any alcohol whatever in his system, something happens both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop. The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Is that your experience? I'm fine until I start, and once I start, I can't stop. It may be for a week, it may be for a month. I may take a drink on Monday, and it may be Thursday before I lose it. But somewhere after that first drink, I will continue to drink no matter what's going on. These observations would be academic and pointless if a friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than his body. Isn't that a bitch? They spent all this time making it clear to me how my life depends on my understanding I have a body that can't process alcohol. Now I got it. I'm clear with that. That's why I caused all that trouble. Now they tell me that that's academic. It's meaningless as long as I don't take a drink. What's my real problem? I keep taking a damn drink. Danny, is this the first time you've been in trouble? No. Did you feel this bad last time? Did you not want to do it again?
I didn't want to do it again, but it was a little bit less trouble, so kind of lost the time. Like I didn't see
But you didn't want to do it again.
No.
But you did it again?
I said I wasn't going to do it.
Did you? Out loud. And then you did it again? I'd pay real close attention this weekend, Daddy. That's exactly what we're talking about. I'm not making fun of you. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Don, I have a question.
Yeah, Keith.
It says we know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. My experience was when I stopped drinking the first time, a whole year, I was more sick in the mind, I feel, and behaved more resentments, anger, rage, and feelings, and I had not had a drink a whole year, so I didn't act like normal, like other men then, right? So that was the obsession of the mind that you read about, I guess. Second.
Okay.
Okay?
These are just observations from my experience. Once I take the first drink and set the cycle in motion, it may be months before that goes away, the craving. There are some alcoholics who, once that stops, they also stop for a period of time, and they appear to be quite normal. They will not become obsessed right away, or sometimes for months or years. Then it'll come back. Others never lose it. From the time they took the first drink, they never lose it. It just never goes away. It's the same phenomena, however. But this brings me to a jumping off place. Okay. The bottom of that page, Bill talks about the real alcoholic. He says he has lost control. On page 24, at a certain point in the drinking career of every alcoholic, he passes into that state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. I no longer have a choice. To this day, I don't have a choice as to whether I drink or not. I've lost the power of choice. It's gone. Thank God. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. That sounds like a death sentence. That's the best piece of news I could ever give anybody. We are totally without defense against the first drink. Isn't that wonderful? It's only then that my ego, which is massive, will begin to look for a defense. If I think there's any chance at all that I can beat this game, I'll try to beat this game. The almost certain consequences that follow taking even a glass of beer do not crowd into the mind to deter us. I told you about my experience on the airplane. This is true. It did not come into my mind, period, that this was wine and that I was in any danger whatsoever. Because I don't relate to the program that way. After they got this information to me, and this was a Saturday and a Sunday, and I had this. They hammered it 4 hours a day. This was it. That's like a death sentence. I've got a body that can't handle alcohol and will kill me if I drink it, and a mind that'll make me drink it. And you tell me there's no treatment for that. Oh. But they walked around. I came to believe in the power of God by watching three men in whom the power of God was being demonstrated clearly. Bruce had done that killing. The man telling me the story was not capable of killing anything. Ron Nichols was a stick-up man. He used to take a gun and go into stores and take their stuff away from them. The man telling me those stories could not have done that. Phil Gutierrez was a wondrous human being. I loved Phil dearly. Phil came from Guam. Bad actor. When he was 17, they sent him to the United States because they couldn't handle him on Guam anymore. incredibly violent human being. He was doing time in this penitentiary because on his last drunk he threw some people out of a 3-story window and enjoyed it. The man telling me the story was incapable of committing that act, and I knew it. And I asked him about it, well, all of them. Their answer was essentially the same. It had to do with, yes, that's true, I have been changed and God changed me. And that's why I'm still here. I came here to be changed. Someone asked me earlier, what is the AA message? Part of it is change. This is about change, about transforming change. So I came to believe that they had been changed. And if they had been changed, I could be too. There was a possibility. And they told me precisely why. They didn't pussyfoot. Yes, I've been changed. God changed me. I'll tell you the same thing. God changed me. AA didn't get me sober. AA has taught me how to make sobriety count for something. God got me sober. God keeps me sober. I'm a heretic. I have no problem with people who ask God to keep me sober in the morning. I've never done that. I was never taught that. It's to be presumed. I turn my will and my life over to the care of God. Whether I drink or not is no longer my business. Okay. My business is to get about His business. If I do that, He seems to keep me sober. Simplistic, huh? The great fact is just this and nothing less. This is the AA message. We have had deep and effective spiritual experiences which have revolutionized our whole attitude about life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered into our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. We were reading this the other day, and a newcomer read it and blew my mind away. Hear how she read it. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered into our heart and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. Brand new. Isn't that neat? Brand new person. Didn't know how to read. And gave me a whole new world to look at. This is a living God. He's commits to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. I'm sorry, this isn't about just not drinking. Not drinking is the foundation, but that's just the beginning. If you're as seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle-of-the-road solution. Yeah, just do or die. Do or don't. We were in a position where life was becoming impossible, and if we had passed into the region from which there's no return through human aid, we had but two alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could. The other was to accept spiritual help. I have no problem understanding how big my ego was and is when I have to be convinced that at the point of death, I still have to decide whether I want spiritual help or not. No doubt I'm insane. I'm going to shut this up for a minute. This little period of time when this first transformation took place, and I must tell you they continue to take place. It doesn't end with the first one for me. That little business we just did was a whole new awakening for me, a whole transformation of approach. I was still cynical, desperate but cynical. I really didn't believe anything anybody said. I had to see them do it. I came to believe because I watched Bruce in action. He did on the tiers and in the yard what he said he did. I watched him do remarkable things. One night when I was locked up in my cell and he came by and visited me, I realized that I was locked up in my cell and he was coming by visiting me. He had something I wanted. He got out of his cell whenever he pleased. And I really wanted that. Spiritual life is a very practical life. The associate warden for treatment messed with AA one time. Now get this picture. Maximum security penitentiary, this inmate named Bruce got up on his high horse and went to the associate warden's office and raised hell. And came back and the situation was straightened out. They quit messing with AA. And I'm thinking, I painted a rather dramatic picture, but that's what I saw. He calmly went down, and he had already established relationships and all that. I didn't see that. All I knew is that this convict went and told the warden what was wrong with his prison, and they straightened it right up. Okay. And I wanted what he had. Phil Gutierrez taught me how to touch physically in a penitentiary, where that's a very risky thing to do. Phil knew something about all of us. We're like a bunch of puppies. We've never outgrown our need to be touched. I don't know why. I don't get into speculation. We need to be touched. It's proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that babies who are touched a lot grow healthier. They're fatter, they're happier, they're brighter. Everything about them is better. They're just touched a lot. And I've never outgrown my need for that. Okay? And Phil knew that. Most gentle human being I've ever met in my life. This is the guy that was throwing people out of the windows. Funny story. He came to me one day and says, I just realized I've been in this penitentiary 7 years, and you're the first guy I've ever really sponsored. You will stay sober. I lived up on the 4th tier and I knew his story. Phil did what he said. I particularly like Roy Nichols, because Roy got pissed at AA every now and then and quit. Very spiritual guy. But our little group had about 100 members in it, and there were maybe 10 or 15 of them that meant business, and the rest of them were using it for political things. And it threatened me and really pissed me off and frightened me. And I was told not to be the least bit concerned about that, as to who meant business and who didn't. Bruce said, do you? He said, it doesn't matter what anybody else does. What do you do? Doesn't matter what anybody else says. He said, in fact, I'd suggest to you, these guys that are up there at the podium lying, they're at least reading the big book, which is what you need to hear anyway, so shut up and listen. Okay? But Roy was real. He'd get irritated. And he'd quit for a couple, 3 weeks. Stay in his cell instead of going to the meeting. Pout. I thought he was pouting. Finally caught on to what he was doing. He was pausing. He was writing inventory, and he was trying to clear out of his mind the things that would keep him from going just because he didn't like it. But he was also honest. When he didn't like it, he didn't go. And then he'd come back. We weren't allowed to chair for a year. I had to do the 12-step study school, but at the real meeting where they let real people in from the outside, we couldn't go for 5 weeks, and when we did, we couldn't chair for a year. You had to earn that. It's a big deal. We were self-supporting. The outsiders who want to put money in our kitty, we made 10 cents a day, and by God, we were self-supporting. I learned some things from them. And when I say I learned them, I watched them because I was cynical. And I saw they did it. And I stuck around and saw they actually did what they said they would do. Funny shift came, because before I left, I can remember I used to go by and visit Bruce when he was locked in his cell. They let me out. And I'd go visit him when he was locked in. And it always struck me as kind of strange that we'd have that going on. I stood in the dish room of the penitentiary. I worked in the dish room the whole time. Just musing one day in the midst of this process. And the mess hall of a penitentiary is the most dangerous place on earth. That's where it happens. That's where everybody's congregated. That's where the tensions, if there are any, are going to erupt. It's a dangerous place to be. So they have catwalks, and in Canyon City they had catwalks and guys up there with submachine guns. And on the doors was the goon squad. The goon squad is simply made up of the kind of people who really enjoy hurting other people. That's who they put there. That's why they put them there. Because not everybody in the penitentiary is innocent. There's some bad guys there. Anyway, I'm musing on this, and the executioner is on the door. The line's coming in, and he's on the door. And this was a strange creature. He was round and bald and had big ears, and when you looked into his eyes, there was nobody home. He really enjoyed his work. And I'm thinking, isn't this awful? Here's this guy over here, and every now and then they say to him, you take this guy over to that green room and kill him. And he does it. And he comes back and he has lunch. It doesn't faze him at all. And he's in charge of my life. And the thought hit me, yeah, but who brought you here? And I got some real freedom from that. And my mind changed. And I got to where every time I saw him on the door, my thought was, isn't that nice? They've got him locked up for at least 8 to 10 hours a day. The community is safe for 8 to 10 hours a day, see? My job is to be invisible when he's around. It's just a little thing, but the changes that take place are real in thinking. Okay? Oh, we have so much to do. What do you want to do? Oh, you want the questions asked. Yes. What about going to the same group for years? Can we become stagnant? Do we just join another group? Why are you asking me that? Of course we can become stagnant. Working with new people is what keeps me from being stagnant. My personal experience, let's just go with that. There's no answer to this. No pat answer. My personal experience has been a strange one because from the very beginning, my home group was a prison group and I had to leave it. To become a true living member of my home group, I had to leave it. It's the only way I could be a success. For whatever the reasons, I've never been able to stay in a home group for more than 4 or 5 years, and in circumstances such like moving to another state or whatever have shifted me. Somewhere along the way, I stopped being a member of this particular group and became a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay, about my 5th year of sobriety somewhere. And as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, I have a home group. Don't misunderstand me. I've told you about them. This is my base group. But I'm not dependent on them. I belong to Alcoholics Anonymous. This weekend, I'm a member of the Strange Camel group. And I'll go home and tell my home group all about you guys. I'm not sure, is that what you wanted answered? Because there's no answer. I sometimes have yearned to be a member of a group like some of the old timers I know that have been there 20, 30 years in the same group. It's just not been my experience. Anyway. If you're doing a group big book study and a new person comes in, do you just continue where you are or what? We keep right on going. There's different views on that. Some of the folks I sponsor, when they start a big book workshop group, after the 3rd week, they close it. I don't. I've never seen anybody damaged by any piece of information this book has to put out at any time. I'm not in charge of who sends them and when. I'm just supposed to be there when they get there. And we continue on. One of the things I noticed early on in Street AA was that we'd be in a group where they'd be doing the steps and some new person would come in and they'd break it off and go back to the beginning and start over, and they never got past the 3rd step. And so that's my experience. What y'all do with it, I don't know. It's successful both ways. I don't care who shows up or when. I never do an alcoholics only big book workshop either. Whoever shows up, I don't care. Why in the world should I care? The one I'm doing right now on Thursday morning was set up by Al-Anon. So we have A's, we have Al-Anons, we have CA's. We sponsor CA in Denver. That's why it's strong. We don't have much of a drug problem in our meetings. We took them through the steps and sponsored them so they got strong, and now they don't have to come to us anymore. They got their own thing going. The same person has written 3 notes here. Now this, are you doing that? I'm an old forger and I recognize writing, folks.
Buddy did it.
Did you do that, buddy? Where is that rascal? Anyway, what do you do when you're working with someone who whines all the time, won't take any suggestion, goes and asks their therapist about what's been suggested, and comes back and tells me their therapist says not to do it? Well, I suggest that they might want to work with somebody else. If you want what I have, you do what I do. And if you don't, go work with your therapist. I have no lock on the truth. But I don't waste any time with that stuff either. I'm not in a debating society. How involved should a sponsor get in the sponsee's personal life? Relationships, job, family life, and so on. That's a serious question. Give me a minute. I've got 15 answers. How involved do I get in my sponsee's personal life? Is the only way I can answer that. Very damn little. I get deeply involved in the step work, and I get deeply involved in sharing my personal life. My involvement is usually, if you're having trouble at home, whose fault is it? If you're having trouble at work, what aren't you doing at work that's causing you to have trouble at work? That's the kind of involvement I get. I really don't like to get involved in all the drama. I think that's what they're asking here. I try to avoid the drama. You can't always avoid the drama. On the other side of that, there are times when we've held each other's hands and cried. And I've spent the night with people and let them spend the night with me. But I'm just not smart enough to know what's right for you. I'm just not. I got fired last month. I love it when they do that to me. We were doing fine until we got to the 4th step. And then his wife started treating him wrong. And I started saying, well, that's good stuff to write about. And pretty soon he was bogging down, and all he wanted to do was talk about how badly she was treating him. And I kept saying, write about it. And then he called me from the restaurant about 9:30 at night and said, the way she's treating me tonight at this restaurant, I feel like drinking. And all I could think of to say was, well, that's what you ought to do then. And he called me the next day and fired me. He needed a little different kind of sponsorship than I offer. I will not be held as hostage by your threat of drinking. That's not what I'm going to get involved in. Had one call me one night years ago. I get the psychopaths. I really do. 2:30 in the morning. I'm getting ready to go over to the bitch's house and I'm going to burn it down. Thank God it was 2:30 in the morning. I couldn't think. I just quickly prayed, uh-oh, what do I tell this one? And heard it come out of my mouth. I said, you son of a bitch. You woke me and my whole family up to tell me something I could have read about in the morning paper. And I hung up on it. Surprised me. At 7:30, he come tromping up to the front porch, all contrite, to apologize to everybody for getting him out of bed. Which leads me to my real answer to that. It's all about prayer. Okay. Each circumstance is different. I got so involved in Chuck's life for a year and a half, I made his decisions. It's completely contrary to the way I sponsor. But he had nobody else. A friend of mine now, I think for the last 2 years, I have had to bite my tongue to keep him telling him, get out of that, leave home, pack, whatever you have to do, get out. I won't tell him that. If he ever asks me, and he did last week, do you think I ought to leave? I can say, yeah. Okay. So there's no answer to that. Is that no answer okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. My troubles are of my own making. Yours must be too. Let's find out what it is you're doing. Then, Tom O'Sullivan had a thing I stole from him because it's beautiful. He said, "We don't have any answers here in AA. We don't. If you want answers, go stop any stranger on the street, tell them what your problem is, and they'll give you an answer. What we have here is a solution. And if you'll get yourself involved deeply in our solution, you'll find your own answers." So that's the answer to this question. I will help you into this process and into prayer and meditation so you can find your own answer. I don't know what you need. What about antidepressants? Whoa, what about antidepressants? Where's the line of alcohol? Oh, we covered that one. Do antidepressants erase our need for God? I don't know. I can tell you this from what I have seen. This is purely my observation, both as an AA member and a professional. One of the most dangerous drugs on the market for alcoholics is Prozac. I can just tell you that people that I have had contact with using Prozac cannot work the program. I do speculate why. I won't here today. It cuts them off from something. I don't know what it is. It just doesn't work. I will never tell anybody get off of the Prozac. I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you that I have seen you can't serve two masters. I also know people who do have to take certain other kinds of medication. Genuine bipolar better have his lithium. That's a body salt. I don't have any problem with that. I learned that the hard way. Things that keep me from feeling bad, I'm suspicious of. Because then I get relief instead of what I really need. Does it cut me off from my need for God? I don't know. I do know that those I have talked with are cut off from God. Whether it's because of the drug or their own attitude, I have no idea. I just know when we reach this point of surrender at the third step, they can't do it. That's all I know. So I don't work very much with them. I sponsor a guy who's a professional who gives it to him all the time. He and I disagree heartily. He believes that sometimes by taking the antidepressants they can get through the steps. That's just not my experience. But I'm not a doctor. I also have a very dear friend. She's 12 years sober now. She's had an awful time. She's spiritually fit. But she's had an awful time being disassociated. And did you ever have a day or a moment in your life where, for whatever the reason, from the inside out, you couldn't hold on to something, it just kept slipping? And then you drop it, and then there's that baby rage that hits. And she was like that most of the time. Spiritually fit. A few months ago, after 2 years in therapy, she and her doctor worked out a specific medication that seemed indicated. I talked to her the other day, and she says for the first time in her entire life, she's feeling what she thinks must be normal people feel. She's fine. Has not disrupted her spiritual life. There's a chemical missing somewhere in her, and now it's not missing. Who am I to judge? But the antidepressants, there's nothing like a good case of depression to get an alcoholic off his ass. Okay. Particularly if he's well sponsored. If I love you, I will let you find your own path. If you want what I have, do what I do. I do not take antidepressants. And I suffer from some physical maladies that cause deep depression. I don't have to suffer from them. On those days, I pray for the strength to get up and go to work because I don't want to go. And I pray that I not be nasty to anybody because that's how I feel. I just want to be nasty to everybody. And I love you, but leave me the hell alone. Yeah. And for God's sakes, don't try to cheer me up. I will eat your face off. Yeah, you'll never see that. But that's how I feel someday. And I could get relief from that. I know several medications I could take that would stop that. No, I don't do it. There are days when I'm sure she wished I did. Not often, but every now and then. I am absolutely the most pitiful person you've ever seen when I'm depressed. I'm willing to share it with everybody. I don't do this. I do this. Don't I? Can I get you anything, honey? Anyway. I'm going to suggest that this evening this group will probably be ready to take the third step as a group. Don't know for sure, but it appears to me we're headed that way. The suggestion in the big book is you think well before taking this step. And there's a reason for that. Once you take it and mean it, you can't get off. Okay. Think well. I love doing it. I also have had experiences where it's so funny because everybody says, oh yeah, we're ready, until just before we're ready, and then we have 2 hours of discussion before we can get it done. So think well, because then we can really move on through. I'm getting to where I'm wandering, and I think it's time to shut down now for a bit. But let's think about that. We'll take the third step tonight, and then we can really move through some of the work stuff. And I'll give you some views that I have and some methods that come right out of the big book, if you'd like. Okay, anybody else have a question? This is question time.
Yes, I work with the, as I mentioned to you earlier this morning, you said go ahead and bring it up as a question. Go over a correctional facility, and there's, you know, as you said, there's a lot of people that are there just for politics, to get their pass, to get whatever it is. And there's some people there that are really trying to do something. And they're afraid to come up and ask myself or the other guy that goes over there. We go over there together about the last year and a half. And they're afraid to come up and say, you know, hey, help me with this fourth step. Or I'd like to do a fifth step with you. And I could see that in their eyes. You know, because I was told that, you know, after you've been around a program a little bit, you can look into someone's eyes and you can see if there's anybody home or not. How do you go about doing that since you're over there all the time, you know, around those type of folks? And how do you get over with how do you do something with them to get them over this peer pressure or this fear? What, you know, I'm not looking for magic words. I'm looking for a method, I suppose. How do you get around that, Don?
There came a time in my life when I had to take a stand that either God is everything or nothing, and take that to the street. If there were no risk involved, there would be no gain involved. And the only real risk in not doing it is that I may die. A very ugly death. And if the concern of being liked by people who aren't worth worrying about is more important than my life, then it's over. Take a stand. I'll help you with your fourth step. That's what I do. I'll help you with the fifth step. I came from a background where they gave us cat calls every time there was a meeting. Drunks and junkies downstairs. There go the drunks. There go the sissies. We take a stand. Or you die an ugly death. And there's no simple answer. It's cold-blooded as hell. Either do it or don't.
I asked that because one particular guy there is, I mean, this is his third time in prison in the last 18 years. Mm-hmm. And his son is 17. And he's seen him for 1 year in the last, you know, a total of 1 year in the last 17 years of his life. He's seen his son. And he wants to do something about it. And, you know, a lot of it's fear.
My experience has taught me that when the guy takes a stand, everybody backs off. They really do. The most mean-spirited people of all will back off when you really take a stand for something. I don't care what anybody thinks about what I do. My life's at stake and I'm going to do it. Period. You can't stop me. I'm going to do it. I got free in a penitentiary. You can't take away my freedom, ever. Okay? It's an inside job. You can't beat me hard enough to make me give it up. You can't lock me up. You can't do anything. Where I am, God is. And I've got to trust that before that experience. And if they want to do a fourth and fifth step, we've even gone so far as to go to the warden and get a special time and a special place set out so that we can do that. And the administration will go along with it. I don't know. I just push it. I just take a stand. Bill?
What did you mean when you said that you sponsored CA as a way of trying to deal with the drug problem in?
Well, the folks from CA, the drug addicts and the overeaters and a number of others, non-alcoholics, were inundating our meetings for a while. That's the problem. Okay? I am convinced that the steps, the program, the path to God will work for anybody as long as the foundation is truth. So what we did was take some of the guys from the cocaine addicts and sat down with them, first found out whether they were or were not alcoholics. And if they weren't, then we can work the steps based on their cocaine addiction. We leave that booze behind. You can leave the cocaine behind, too. Once we've got the problem cleared. Then they went through the steps and awakened, had the same experience I did. And began then, they were coming to our meetings because the CA meetings weren't strong. They didn't have any substance. Well, now they've got some substance. And they sponsored the same way. We did a whole series of tradition meetings with them. As they began to build their fellowship, so they said, we don't want to make the same mistakes you guys did. So we helped with that. And now CA in Denver is very strong. They don't have to come to AA meetings. They have a place to go where there's substance. Now the alcoholic members of CA still come to AA meetings. That's fine. They're alcoholics when they're there. We're clear about that too. But it was our perception that was the way. We did it with overeaters, too. A couple of us took some Overeaters Anonymous members and took them through the steps. Because they were coming to AA meetings, and once they were through, then they could go back to their own meetings with the steps. And they had some substance to pass on, so they quit coming to our meetings. It worked pretty good. Bill suggested that. As a matter of fact, if you don't have any in your town, he said, help get it started. And even go to their meetings for a while until they're strong.
Don, in line with that, I was fortunate to listen to a guy that had 55 years, and he was talking about how other societies before Alcoholics Anonymous had came and left because of the inside the structure. And I was very concerned that I feel that it's our responsibility to have the pure message, and like you just talked about, other things is coming in, and I've been able to go around the meetings around the countries too, and I've been able to lead meetings and say, what kind of meeting was that? And just to speak on our personal responsibility is what I would like to, if you have a thought on that. In terms of keeping the message, and not try to solve every problem under the sun, even though, like you believe too, the God thing works for all of it. And we have a path to find that. But when we go to AA or to an AA meeting, what is it? Is it going to be an AA or not?
Let me give you this image because it may help with that. Okay? Recovery did not come from meetings. Meetings were started because people who had recovered had a need to get together, and a fellowship grew from recovery, not the other way around. The recovery process in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous is different than the fellowship. They're interdependent on each other, but they're different. The steps will work for anybody, I believe, but the fellowship won't. Our fellowship's responsibility, a good part of it, is to make alcoholics comfortable in an environment where there are other alcoholics so that they know, here's the hopeful place. Okay. We kill drug addicts in our fellowship. And we're liable to kill alcoholics in our fellowship if we don't keep it alcoholic. They've got to be able to hear somebody identify so that they can identify in the fellowship. Okay. So I work very hard to keep the fellowship straight, but I'll work the steps with anybody. It makes no difference whatsoever. I just don't take them to my meeting with me. Now, my home group right now happens to be an open meeting because of the facility we meet in, and we know there's drug addicts coming. That's okay. They're not members of the group. They don't get to talk. They want to hear something. They can hear something. We're clear about that, and they're clear about that. They're more than welcome, but they can't talk. They have nothing to say. Does that help any? That's been kind of the approach I've taken with it.
I have a question on that, son. Don't blast me on this one, but I have a feeling this is one of those can of worms. But I've often wondered this, and I've been told two different things. I travel a lot, so when you go to a different meeting out of town, and they don't know who you are, and you go in, and there's just crap going all over the place. Is it our responsibility, if that's not our home group, as a member of AA? Because I'm like the big wait a minute, that's not right. I mean, is it our responsibility to say that's not what the big book says, or do we say, this is not my home group, that this is their group, and my home group, it's my responsibility? Or do we speak up and...
My responsibility is to share my experience, my strength, and my hope. That's all. My truth.
Because you're calm, so you would never say, that's crap.
Not in your group, I won't say that. I will say that by talking about my experience. If it's not yours, you'll hear that's crap. But that isn't my approach to it. I got down to North Carolina to my heroes group, and they weren't doing it right. Damn. And they had some strange customs. That was the first one. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. You have an altar call at the beginning of the meeting. Here's how you join AA. Come forward and get your chip. I'm going, oh. There were 3 different meetings. We'd have the main meeting, and then we'd break, and there was a big book study, and then there was a steps 1 through 12 meeting, and then there was a beginner's meeting. Well, I went to the big book meeting, and somebody read one piece out of the family afterwards, and we spent the whole meeting talking about dysfunctional family. So the next week I went to the 3rd or 4th step meeting in the 1 through 12, and it was a 12 and 12 meeting. I think that's a nice book. I'm experienced with it. Then I went to the beginners meeting, and it was the only AA meeting in town that I'd found. That's what I understood. Somebody read from the beginner's packet in the big book and told these people what it was about. And I made a pure ass of myself. They also had a book raffle afterwards. So, the old chairman one night came to me and asked me if I would be the chipmunk. I'm being pretty cool up till then, and then I said, let me tell you something. There's 2 things I will not do in this group. I will not hand out those damn chips, and I will not participate in the book raffle, and if you ever want to know why, I'll tell you. And some other kid said, I want to know why, and so I told him. And I went home that night feeling bad. I had made an ass of myself. Did what I had to do, and went back to them both and took them aside, apologized to them, explained why I'd been such a jerk, asked for the privilege of handing out the chips next week, had one of those terrible experiences. I didn't say this is how you join AA. I just mentioned it to... Anyway, nobody came up for chips that night. Dead deal. And I woke up to something I've known for years. This long story was to tell you this. Whether I feel like I belong in a group has absolutely nothing to do with whether you accept me or not. It has only to do with whether I accept you or not. And once I accepted them, I became a member of the group. And in the 12 and 12 meeting, I couldn't share from the 12 and 12, so I just shared my experience. And people would come and say, where'd you get that? And I'd say, would you like me to show you? And if they said yes, I drug this thing out. And the next thing you know, I've got a big book workshop going. And I've got 5 people who come over at 6 o'clock in the morning to go through the book with me. God showed me how to create the fellowship I crave, and it's all based on whether I accept you or not whether you accept me. So when I go somewhere else and I hear crap, okay, what else am I going to hear? Maybe that's what they really believe. I just become part of what's there. And if I get a turn, I speak. Never ask me a long-winded question.
Don, based on the information that's presented to us on page 25 of the book, what was your reaction to the comment, it's my choice not to drink today?
Well, that's not my experience. If somebody tells me that, I suppose maybe it's true for them. It's not true for me. I've lost the power of choice. And I'm inclined to say that in response to that. But I don't know, maybe they do have a choice. If they do, they probably are a certain kind of hard drinker, not an alcoholic, but I try not to make that. I do make that judgment, but I try not to vocalize it.
Voice it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not my experience. I have lost the power of choice. Yeah.
John.
Go ahead.
I heard one of the women that you sponsored give a talk, and she made reference to you not taking the people you sponsored through the steps more than once.
You've been talking to Janice, haven't you?
Did I misunderstand, or do you have?
That's true, but it's not true. If I have sponsored you through the steps, and you come to me 3 years later and want to go through the steps again, I'm going to suggest to you that you go find a new person and take them through the steps. That's how you do that. You're not going to learn anything new from me. On the other side of that, there are occasions, if you're willing to give up a full weekend, I'll sit down with you and we will do it over a weekend. If you've been through this once and awakened, Clint Hodges and I went through the entire process in 13 hours. You don't want to ever do that with a new person. They should take at least 15 hours. But there are too many new people coming for us to use up that time for the reasons that we would be using it up. So she's telling you the truth. I won't take them through a second time, except under special circumstance. The best way to do it is to take somebody new through. That's what I do. She and I are going to do a workshop up in Worcester, Massachusetts in February. If you like Janice, you ought to come. She thinks we're going to do it together. I'm going to set them up and throw her to the lions. Keith, you have something?
Yeah, Don. One of the questions was about if you're going at a group and you don't like it, should you leave or whatever. My experience is about a year ago, I'm from Opelousas home group. I quit my group up for 4 months because the group wasn't right. And what happened was I came back after 4 months, and the group's great, best group I ever belonged to. And the only person in the group who changed me, I changed. I had a bad attitude. And I do believe in this I started a group or whatever, but my experience is I went back, I worked the steps again, I took care of the problem, and our group is better than it's ever been. That's all I want to say.
There simply are no pat answers. There are principles and there are experiences. And every time I think I know the right answer, it's not the right answer anymore. One of the groups I helped start years ago and was a dedicated member to for years, I've stopped going. There's a principle that has taken place in that group I cannot support. I love the people. I still associate with the people. I simply can't go to that meeting and be a member of that group because they're doing something that's contrary to the principles as I understand it. I'm not going to fight them. I did that for 8 years, and I lost. I'm going to wait till some of them die or move away and then go back. Okay, I'm going to wear you all out if we keep this up. Go have dinner. We'll do whatever you wish later. What are we getting together at? 8?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? And then you get to tell me what we're going to do. We're already going to do the third step.
At 8 o'clock? Okay.
Well, maybe not at 8, but during that 8 o'clock time.
I had a humorous reply to that for her.
With what I consider real sponsorship. And led by example. They told me absolute cold-blooded truth, whether I liked it or not. My feelings didn't count for nothing. My life did. I was loved as I was, where I was, and I was one sick cookie, and that was perfectly all right. After what we've gone over here, it feels to me like we've been 2 days at this. We've been 3.5 hours, a little over. But that's what it feels like, getting a hold of this piece of the truth. I got this over a weekend. Had all week to kind of let it process and watch and visit on the tiers and with the other new guys. We talked all the stuff. We had to talk to each other to get it all to process in our heads. All the different ways you can be powerless and unmanageable. And my response was very clear. I'm powerless over alcohol, whether it's in my body or not in my body. The fullness of my alcoholism did not come for several months. For some time I was an alcoholic and a drug addict, simply because that's what I'd been told. And eventually I made peace with the fact that no, I'm not. I'm an alcoholic. And everybody needs to make that peace. Didn't matter. I was an alcoholic. Bruce was very clear as to what was unmanageable. Okay. My outer life was not unmanageable. It was being managed 24 hours a day by very competent people. Every minute, we knew exactly where Don was going to be and what he was going to do. What kind of clothes he was going to wear, what he was going to eat, how much. There wasn't a minute that wasn't accounted for. But what's unmanageable about my life is this life. I cannot manage to order my thoughts in such a way that I can make anything come out right. 2 and 2 equals 5. I don't care how you approach it. When I do the math. Unfortunately, I've seen a math whiz prove that it really does, but that's neither here nor there. On one of his visits by my cell, Bruce said to me one night, "Don, do you know that it's possible for me to think one thought at a time?" And I've been hooked since. That's what brought me all the way home. It's all I've ever wanted. I've become everybody. They were all talking at once. One thought at a time. That's true peace of mind. When we were talking about serenity, I have been serene, and I knew that that is not what we were talking about. I've been so serene that had you spotted me, you'd gone and got a pulmotor or something to get my heart going again, because it's pretty serene. In my mind, I have been to the first day before the first day of creation. It doesn't do much good when it's time to go to work, but it was a hell of a trip. I've had visions, genuine visions. I've been privileged to share an Easter ceremony with the Washoe Indians in Nevada at a peyote meeting. Had a genuine vision. About 2 o'clock in the morning, as the firebird went out, I saw a great bird flying high with no head and understood clearly that was me in my life, flying high, going nowhere. Clear as a bell. For 4 months, I was completely clean. I was spiritually fit. For 4 months. If you're new and you're thinking about visions, they work. They're good for 4 months. But I had been a spiritual thief. I stole that experience. You can't take it from out here and put it in here and get to keep it. You can have it, but you don't get to keep it. Bruce said, "I cannot give you my God. You're going to have your own experience." Oh my goodness, how do I do that? So we spent an afternoon talking about God. Now, he told me the truth. He did not give me a new concept of God. He destroyed all of my old ones. He'd have me tell him something about God, and then he'd whack it. Until it was clear that all my life I have been creating God in my own image. No wonder I don't trust him. Laying on attributes of meanness that I have within me. Okay. And so I was given a key that day. He said, "Don, we don't even think that the truth's going to work for you." And he explained why. This guy had an answer for everything. He says, "You take the truth in and your ego catches it." And says something like, "I can use that later." And I tuck it away in my little hidey hole until I can catch the advantage with it, and so by the time I use it, it's not the truth anymore. Or I only hear that part of the truth which suits me. God forbid I ever tell anybody, take what you want and leave the rest. If you don't take it all, may you rest in peace. So I ended up screaming at him. You're asking me to turn my life over to the care of nothing. And he said, well, why not? Nothing can run it better than you've been doing it. More truth. By the way, another little misconception, and I know it's nitpicky, Bill will understand. Words are really important. We make entire lifestyles and approaches to life out of single words. The big book does not suggest, Evie did not suggest to Bill, that he used his own concept of God. He suggested his own conception. And there is a difference, in my mind. A conception has room to grow and change. A concept is a rigid, boxed-in piece of stuff, and that's it. So anyway, he left me hanging out there. Being willing to go anywhere and do anything does not mean that I always liked it. You can be willing and still be pissed. I do a lot of things that I don't really want to do, and I'm a little agitated about them, but I do them because I said I do them. I can remember in our conversation I said to Bruce, okay, how do I make this real then? Because I know it isn't any of that la-la stuff I've been through. And since I don't know, how do I make it real? He said, God will reveal himself to you, Don, as you reveal yourself to you. Which is a little paraphrase on what the big book says. Let's see if I can find it quickly. When we drew near to him, he disclosed himself to us on page 57. Help me understand that I am a power seeker. Always have been. From the time someone said no to me and made it stick, I've been looking for the power to unstick it. I've known at a level that goes beyond thought that I do not have enough power, enough of whatever it's going to take to make it come out right, meaning come out the way I want it to. Okay. Don't have it. I'm a power seeker. So I started looking for power very young. There's power in numbers. You've heard that. So I tried becoming part of the gang. For a private person, that's stupid. Okay? Any gang, even a street gang, has rules, and I just don't do rules worth a damn. I am of the nature that I can be headed out this door over here, having made a conscious decision to go, and Charlie will say to me, you got to go out that door. No, I don't. I'm not going now. I don't care what you do to me. I'm not going. I want to go, but I'm not going. You got to hit me in the head with a 2x4, and I'm still not going. You're going to have to drag me out that door. That's just my nature. But if Charlie's standing at that door, and I'm headed that way, and he happens to say, have you seen what's out here? Be right with you, Charlie. I'm willing to go. And therein lies the difference between my ego life and my spiritual life. When I'm in my ego state, I feel driven. I must be driven either by my own ego or the pressures of those around me to do anything. I'm driven like an old mule. With a spiritual mind, I feel led all the time. And I don't mind being led. I'm quite willing to admit I don't know where the hell I'm going anyway. And since this is an amusement park planet, if you know something I don't know, show it to me. God will reveal himself to you as you reveal yourself to you. Not a bad image. Very scary. The most complete inventory I ever took in my life. And I've taken a number of them before I got here. It simply means I had examined my life and looked at it with the truth. The last one I did caused me to kill it. What I found inside of me, I had to kill it. And now I'm being told that's where we're going to look. Deep within each one of us is the fundamental idea of God. And it's only there that it may be found. That's a scary proposition when you just finished doing that a few months ago. And what I found I wasn't really wanting to go after again. But there is a promise at the beginning of our inventory process. We're going to bounce a little bit. That makes it possible to go back in and look. What a wondrous thing this thing is. Inventory is an effort, a strenuous effort, to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which have been blocking us from God. Face and be rid of. I can be rid of the kind of thinking that causes me to do the kinds of things that cause me to have to kill myself. I can be rid of it. There's no other way for me to face the things I did to my children, and to the people I loved, and to my dreams, except the promise that I get to be rid of it. You don't have to do it anymore. Okay? I'm a power seeker. Lack of power, that's my dilemma. I found power in the gang, in belonging. That was the first I tried the regular way. I joined the Boy Scouts. 3 times. I made tenderfoot 3 times. And then got kicked out or quit. For numerous reasons. Another one? Yeah. Great guys, but I don't understand them. The street gang quit letting me go with them on their little forays because I was stupid. I really was. I was stupid. And I'm the one that hears the siren and hangs on to see what's going on. Found power in sex. Discovered girls and found it was even better. It's a power source. It gives me the sense of accomplishment, ease, comfort. Stress is gone. It does what I'm looking for. It gives me the sense of ease and comfort, which comes at once by taking a couple drinks. But early on, there's other sources. I found power in money. There's great power in money, if you know how to do it. I got a problem. There's only one reason to have money. Spend it. There's very little power in spending it. You got to manipulate it. I found power in VINCI. When I was 6 years old, I had scarlet fever. Temperatures that actually put me in comas off and on for several days. I still have a clear memory of waking up several times and having heard my folks talking. There was another guy in our house. He happened to be there when the doctor diagnosed me and quarantined the house, so he couldn't leave. They had to burn everything I touched. I was being cared for and looked after like you couldn't believe. When I was there, I was really getting taken care of. But the whole idea that they had to burn my plates and the stuff I touched, and this man couldn't leave because I was sick. I found power in being sick. So over the years, periodically, I did sick pretty well when things got tough. There's power in it. Did you ever do that? Yeah. Because I'm a word mechanic, one day, just for the hell of it, I broke the word into its 2 component parts, powerless, and had one of those fun little games that your head will play with you. I have less power than I need. Bingo, the lights went on. If I have less power than I'm going to need to accomplish any task, I might as well have none at all. Yeah. So I suggest to people, don't be afraid to let your mind go play a little bit. As long as you have the foundation solid, it'll fit every possible thing you can bring to it if it's the truth. Okay. I'm still a power seeker. This is all about seeking power. There's no other reason for this. It tells us in this book, its main object is to help you find a power greater than yourself that'll solve your problem. This is about power seeking. I don't pretend for a minute it's not. If you don't find the power, you're dead. Because I can't keep you sober. And this group can't keep you sober. And AA can't keep you sober. If it could, we wouldn't have so many people drink after coming here. Reading the big book won't keep me sober. I know people who drink and read the big book. I know people who read the big book and drink. By itself, nothing. Okay. So I'm a power seeker, and I have found the power today that I needed to find. I suggest to you on page 45 where it says its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself which will solve your problem. It does not say problems. It does not have an S on the end of it. I only have one problem. It causes me a lot of problems. There's some guides here for not only working the program, but for the future. And because I have a mind that will not quit, it won't shut down, ever. I can put it to sleep and it'll still dream. It works all the time. There are very precious moments when I can get it quiet, but boy, they're hard to come by. I can think one thought at a time now as a result of cleaning out all the things I was angry with and afraid of and guilty about. When those things aren't in my mind, it settles down pretty good. But it is suggested, it says, do not let any prejudice you may have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean to you. So through the process, if you're working with me and I just offer it to you, ask yourself, well, what does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? I throw the word God around here and I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. I can't give you a description. The better my relationship and the more my sense of God's presence has become, the less I can describe to you. But what does that mean to me? What does powerless mean to you? You get to ask yourself that. It's a wonderful tool along the way to engage that idiot that lives in there and have to have something to do. Now this is going to sound schizophrenic, but I love the little monster. There is within my mind a piece of something, call it ego or whatever you will, that has never forgotten anything. It's like a computer. It has access to every little thing that's ever happened that caught my attention, and some things are just on the periphery. Unlike a computer, it does not collate those things well, nor put them together correctly. It just stores information and presents it at odd times. Usually in some garbled fashion. Depends who's operating the stick, right? When I get frazzled, this thing's got to have something to do, so I let it do all that kind of information storage and sorting and retrieval and all that. It's a busy little thing in there. And I'm reached the age where every now and then I don't remember things, particularly names. The function that produces the labels for people and other things has been damaged, and I don't always get it. And I found out that I can make a request. We need this information. Would you go get it and bring it back? Sounds goofy, but it works. Then I can get on about my business because I trust the little monster. You go get it and bring it back. A name or a location or whatever I need. I just have to be patient and wait for it. If I push him, I get the finger. Okay. It's like a deep pool, and beneath the surface of the water is every piece of information I will ever need about anything. And all I have to do is put the request in and it'll float out. That's another way it occurs sometimes. But I have to have a quiet mind to do that. If there's a brainstorm going on and the waves are high, it doesn't work. Just some images that along the way have helped me. Serenity is not that floating like a zephyr on the soft summer air. I've done that. Good hash will do that. A quart of Southern Comfort will take you there. Okay. So I used another book. I used the big 3-volume Webster's Dictionary just to kind of locate things. And I found a definition of serenity in there that works for me. Clarity of thought. Clarity of thought is serenity. That's what it produces. When I'm thinking clearly, there's peace in my mind. I'm serene. It's almost like floating like a zephyr on the soft summer air. What does the term serenity mean to you? What is a power greater than myself? We went over powers greater than myself one day. As I sit here right now, I'm almost brought to tears by what Bruce really did for me. He gave me his time. I don't know how much time I've got or how much time anybody's got. It's pretty precious stuff. And he gave it to me on a regular basis and helped me wade through the muck of my own mind. That's pretty precious stuff. We talked about powers greater than myself, and they were all negative at that time. He'd draw it out of me. Guards, courts, systems, We talked about all kinds of things that were clearly a power greater than I was. Alcohol, all kinds of stuff, and it was all negative. Until I understood that I believed in all kinds of powers greater than myself. It was no great leap for me to say I believe in a power greater than myself. I've got a whole list of them. All we had to do was make a shift that will restore me to sanity. And then the bastard got me again. I had in mind what I'd been doing for 34 years, minutely tracking down moment by moment, year by year, to find out when I went insane. That's it. He said, no. We would just assume that you went insane about 2 seconds after birth. Okay. So just forget everything you think you know about anything, particularly about spiritual matters. Well, I rebelled at that. Surely I know some truth. And he said, it's really doubtful. But it is possible. But I'll tell you something. If you know any truth at all, when we're all through, it'll still be the truth. And all the rest of it's garbage anyway. So just throw it all out together. Accept the fact that without God I am nothing. I know nothing. I laugh hard at old Schultz on Hogan's Heroes because he says, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I say nothing.
Yeah.
I know nothing. Without God, I am nothing. I am lost. So that's where we come to. We're about to a place on page 47 where it says simply, all we need to do is ask ourselves one question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe, that there is a power greater than myself? Isn't that a silly question? What an ego I've got that I even have to ask that question. A quick look around says, of course there is. Anybody closer to that switch than I am can turn the lights out. But I have to ask myself that question. I saw in Bruce, and I saw in Phil, and I saw in Roy something I wanted. Changed men who were able to not just function, but actually be alive in the presence of death. They lived in cells, but they were free. They were not contained. They had something I wanted. They told me it was God. I had no idea what that was about, but I was willing. And in my eagerness, instead of pursuing the path that was laid out, I went my old way. I went running back to my cell after I made a decision, I want this, and said the third step prayer with all the fervor I could muster. I meant every word of it. Had a terrible experience because nothing happened. I had put demands on how God was going to come to me. I'm going to say the prayer, and then I'm going to wait, and I'll get a flash of light. Cell door will open. They'll send me home. I will then acquire a jacket with patches on the elbows, a place on the side of the hill with French doors where the peasants can come by, and I can generously dispense wisdom for the rest of my life. And nothing happened. Nothing. Terrified me. I've got to get rid of all my fixed ideas. I have no idea how God's going to come. I have no idea for sure if He's going to come. One of my favorite stories I picked up during the doubting, oh not me, I'm different period. Old farmer out in Nebraska during the drought time came out at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was already 102. And in the milk bottle on the kitchen table was a note from his wife. Said, I can't stand it no more. I'm running off with the milkman. Goes out on the porch, and the poor old dog had crawled into the porch that night to get out of the heat and suffocated, and the dog's body was there. Looked across over here, and his young teenage daughter was running into the barn with the idiot from next door. Goes out and gets on his tractor and heads into this dust bowl he's got to plow. The right rear tire goes poof. The front end falls into a gopher hole. The radiator goes and he looks to the sky and he says, God, oh God, why me? And a voice comes booming back out of nowhere saying, oh, I don't know, Ralph, there's just something about you pisses me off. Well, that's kind of how I felt. It was made clear to me I did not need to understand God, to know about God. I simply needed to become aware that where I was, God was. The presence of God, that's all I need. Scary place. If the concept of God says he sees everything you do and everything you think. Because I've been thinking some really weird stuff for a long time. And doing some pretty weird stuff for a long time. And that's pretty scary. Yeah. So I'm brought to a jumping off place. Whether I like it or not has nothing to do with anything. Faced with a self-imposed crisis I can neither postpone nor evade, I'm faced now with the proposition that either God is everything or God is nothing. God either is or isn't. What's my choice to be? There's a choice I have to make, and it won't matter which one. Isn't that wonderful? If I choose God as everything, there's nothing to worry about. If I choose God as nothing, there's nothing to worry about. But I've got to make a choice. I've got to quit being wishy-washy about this deal. It's all or nothing. I'm faced with either dying an ugly death, which really means living an ugly life, or surrendering to whatever it was that made these guys attractive to me. Well, it was made clear I'm not looking out here anymore. I got to look in here. Very frightening. But the promise that I can face and be rid of this stuff is what brought it around. And let me tell you what I had to face and get rid of. And it's high drama stuff, but every one of us has this kind of high drama. I went to the federal penitentiary in 1966 for a failure to pay $96,000 in taxes on a load of marijuana I brought into the United States. That's what the tax was, and we didn't pay it. Okay. Now, that's the surface stuff. I was hired to do a job because I was insane. These guys had gotten this load of marijuana to Juarez, and their courier had been busted for something else. So it was stashed in a hotel, and they were all afraid to go get it. They didn't know who might be watching it, but they knew they wanted to get it. And somebody said, we'll call Pritts, he'll do it. He's crazy. At this time, I've got two little boys. When my oldest boy was 2.5 and his brother was a year old, their mother left. She's also an alcoholic. And we'd been on the road for a while. And they were with me. Now, one of the reasons they thought I was a psychopath is because I demonstrated that I had no conscience. It was clear. They offered me the job, and I took it, of course. I didn't take it for money. I took it for the prestige, for self-aggrandizement. It's really prestigious in that particular community to take the kind of risk it took to run in there and get that stuff out of there and get it back to Albuquerque and dispersed. There was big-time ego satisfaction in that. And I took the job, and I'm not an idiot. I made them get it out of the hotel and then take the transfer somewhere else. But I got that across the border because I knew some things about human nature, and I had no conscience at that time. I packed the stuff in an air mattress and then resealed it. Then I put dirty diapers on top of that, and then I put my two little boys on top of that. And when we hit the border station, I yelled at them so they'd be crying. Because they don't stop you and give you much shit. When the place smells like dirty diapers and the kids are crying, they just want you moving through. Okay. And I also had 2 quarts of vodka. I did not declare, so he had something to do. He found that. I get to live with that. You don't change that, ever. But to be able to look at that, the promise that I could get rid of whatever it was that allowed me to do something like that was taken away, and the guilt that goes with it left too. Today I am incapable of even considering something like that. But I lived with the fact that I did that. Okay? If you've done something to hurt your kids, let me tell you, I know about that. And you can be done with it and get on with life. Okay? To face and be rid of the things that have been blocking us. God didn't hate me for that. If anything I've ever done should have brought down the wrath of God on me, that should have been it. No. When I got even worse than that, I was accepted by fallible human beings. And they accepted me as I was where I was. And I came to believe partly because I could see these guys are really imperfect. These weren't Boy Scouts. They weren't even all that cool, spiritually fit. They took me as I was where I was, and I thought one day, if they can do that, as imperfect as they are, maybe this God they're talking about can do that too. Just little steps forward in making that happen. Okay? There's some lovely stuff in here leading toward the 3rd step. But there's a big piece that I want to share with you because it touched my life deeply. It says selfishness and self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. They also tell us that we believe that our troubles are of our own making. And I was at a retreat in Rhode Island, and little Kim, first time I met her, she was buttoned down. Young girl. She had on combat clothes and combat boots, the camouflage stuff, hat down to here, buttoned down to here, buttoned up to here. This child had been abused by her grandfather when she was 5, and she was buttoned down. You didn't touch her, you didn't get too close to her. She was alcoholic, so she was coming. And she asked me a serious question. She said, "What could I possibly have done at 5 that would make him do that?" "What do you mean my troubles are of my own making?" So Kim and I talked about it. And this is what she gave to me that I'm going to give to you. Because we worked through that. She did nothing at 5. Shame on that old man. What a terrible thing to do. That's real. That happened. Somebody ought to horsewhip him. Okay? The very first time she remembered that, it wasn't what really happened after all. It was already changed. 15 years later, what was keeping her buttoned down was memory after memory after memory after memory of something that never ever happened. Her troubles were of her own making. The way she felt about the event today was the build-up, because every time she remembered it, it was different than the time before, because she talked to somebody else or added to it or taken away from it. And I remember doing that. That's one of the processes I had. So her troubles, the feeling she had today, the victim and all that, were of her own making. When we let that go, we could look clearly at the fact that that old son of a bitch ought to be horsewhipped. But we're told in here one of the ways we look at this thing is to understand that the people who wronged us are perhaps spiritually sick. I don't want to be owned by the kind of people that do that kind of thing. And if I resent you, you own me. You ought to seek him today. Long, flowing black hair. She'll hug you. She'll tell you she loves you. She still thinks, as I do, that old son of a bitch ought to be horsewhipped. But he's dead now, so, okay. Things happened to me in my life. I got beaten with a rubber hose when I was 11 for having sex. I should have been given an ice cream cone. Or a cookie. I carried that for years. Warped me. A number of other things happens too. Warped me. Poor old me. And I hung on to, for dear life, with what kept it hooked in place was, how could an 11-year-old possibly have known it was so wrong to have that happen? What a bunch of crap. When I got into the inventory process and looked at it with clear eyes, I may not have known why it was wrong, but we were hiding. I knew it was wrong. That's all it takes to get free, just to get honest with the fact that, yeah, I knew it was wrong. There's no victim in that. Those are some of the things that we're going to face in here. Our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. Do you really believe that? I do. Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it'll kill us. We could not reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. And then they go on and give us some images. There's some wonderful stuff happens here. I think in images. I'm a word mechanic, but I think in images. There's a piece of me that needs a whole picture. And it's got to be part of what's going on. So I'm giving some images. Let's take a look at these images and see if any of them fit us. Okay, first of all, we're going to quit playing God. Why? Because it didn't work. Not because I want to, not because I think it'd be a better thing to do. It just doesn't work. Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God's going to be the director. What does that mean to me? I've been asked to do that. What does that mean? Well, let's think of a stage play. There are a few actors that are good directors, but very few. Most actors are good actors because they have the ability to become character-centered. They become the character. And I know a lot of actors, and I've done a little. And I don't care what character it is, I know it's going to play better center stage. Okay? In every case. You ever listen to actors? They don't look at parts, they look at how many lines do I have. How often am I going to be out there where they can see me? They get character-centered, and so they don't see the whole play very well. You need somebody who can stand back and look at the whole business and put it all together so when it is your turn, you really do shine. And sometimes you only have one line, but it's the pivot line of the whole play. A good director is necessary. I'm not a very good director. I've proven that in my life. Bill gives us that wonderful business about the actor. Read my mail with that one. Okay, if God then is the director, okay, that's an image I can accept. Okay. He's not the scorekeeper. He's going to be the director. He's the principal and we're his agents. That was an easy one for me. I've been a salesman most of my life. The principal decides what the goods are, how much they're going to sell, and what territory they're going to sell them in. The agent goes out and does the job. Okay, I can kind of go along with that. Can you go along with that? I'm not going to decide anymore what the goods are. When I decide what the goods are, I get in trouble. I bring the wrong goods into the country and don't pay the right taxes on them. You know, even after they sent me to prison, they still wanted that $96,000 in taxes. Yeah. The federal guy came to me and asked for that, and I said, wait a minute. He says, I'm doing my time. Do I still have to pay the taxes? He says, what do you think this is all about? And they did that to 5 of us. $96,000 each. I pay my taxes today. I'm not messing with them guys again. He's the father and we are his children. And at the time I first encountered that, I was really pissed at my dad. And through good sponsorship, I was taken to why. We just read it in the earlier session. Deep down in each human being is the fundamental idea of God. I know what father is supposed to be, and my dad didn't match up. And it made me angry with him. Nobody's dad could. Okay? It means available 24 hours a day, all the time, full protection, no mistakes. My God, what I put on my dad. Shame on me. Because he didn't match up, but because I knew what it was. I can live with that image. It's an easy one for me to deal with. If he's the father and we're his children, that makes us all kin. The relationships are clear. Okay. I've got a chance of getting along with you a little bit better if we're kin. It's just an image that today I can work with. Maybe you can't. It doesn't matter. He gives us several of them here, huh? Now he describes another spiritual awakening. Shall we see if we've had it? We're being asked in a few minutes to turn our will and our lives over and surrender to, consciously and deliberately, to a power greater than ourselves. And I want to have a little experience first, and did have. Let's see if we've had this experience. When we sincerely took such a position, remarkable things followed. We had a new employer. Being all-powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. Okay. There's one I can work with. What do I have to do with my life? Well, each morning I have to show up and say, okay, here I am. You're the boss. What do you want me to do? That's all I have to do. And he'll provide everything I need. And I watched him provide for Bruce, and through Bruce, he'd provide for the group. And for me, and for all of us, I can get. Have you had that happen? Do you have a sense that there's a new employer, and he's going to provide everything we need? Look at this. We got a...
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
We got plenty of chairs. They're not that comfortable, but we got plenty of them. Provided food. Provided us all an opportunity this weekend. Do you know we made a 12-step call this weekend? If we don't do anything else right, we did that. I know of at least 2 people that have been with us this weekend that are really, really fresh. And we did what we were supposed to do. Gave them the message. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves. Does that happen to you? Scary, isn't it? Was for me. For somebody who's totally self-centered, to somebody be interested in somebody else is a little frightening. My God, if I don't carry me 24 hours a day, who's going to? Well, you may be interesting, but I'm far more interesting. We became less and less interested in ourselves and our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. I remember the pain of really believing that nobody'd let me help them, that nobody would let me love them. It didn't matter that I wasn't loved. I hurt because nobody would let me love them, it seemed. That nobody let me help them, it seemed. But I had nothing to contribute, that I was useless. That's a terrible time. And I began to see, even early on, how I can make a contribution to life. If I don't do anything but show up, I have made a contribution to life. I made the room less empty by just showing up. I know people watch us. I know people watch me. Before they make a decision to step fully onto this path, they watch me for a while and see if I really do what I said I'd do in the meetings. You know how I know that? I did that. I watched Bruce, and I watched Phil, and I watched those AA guys. Before I made a decision, I'm not following anybody anywhere ever again, unless I'm sure that they're going the right direction. Okay. As we felt new power flow in. Have you felt any power recently that you didn't know about before?
Scary.
Yeah, tell me about that. It's scary. Aren't we funny? We are power seekers who are terrified when we get the power. Because now we got to do something with it. Oh, we're funny. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, and that's taken on a new meaning for me. I used to think that means I will finally have some. I finally realized it means just what it says. I don't know how to enjoy peace of mind. I don't like it. When it gets quiet, there's something inside my head that says, well, no, we better do something here. Stir something up. This is too quiet. There's something wrong here. Blah, 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 blah. Do you do that, Norma Jean? Yeah. I've learned to enjoy peace of mind. Most of my mornings are absolutely gorgeous because I go into a little room I've made for myself and I sit in an old chair I've been hauling around for, 25 years. I recovered it, now it's got a blanket over it. And I just sit there. Nothing special. I just sit there and enjoy peace of mind. Wondrous thing. Have you done that? Have you had any moment in the last year when you just sat still for a minute and it was okay to just sit still for a minute? If you've done that, that says here that's a spiritual experience. As we discovered, we could face life successfully. Not that I always do, but I can. As we became conscious of His presence, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, and the hereafter. We were reborn. Does that describe anything that you had happen to you? Would you be willing to surrender your entire life from here on forward to whatever it is that can make that happen? Because that's what they're going to ask us to do next. It's another jumping off place. We're now at step 3. However you conceive God to be, if this happens, I'll give myself up to this. Okay. A sense of purpose, a sense of direction, a sense of power. Just enough. I don't want to run the universe. I don't even want to run my house. I just want to have that sense that if I'm called on, I can come to the line with it. Okay. I'll be there. Yeah. Well, if we want to do that, this is now step 3. And suggests a prayer. Now let me give you a view before we say the prayer. In spiritual terms, amen is a closure to a prayer, to a conversation with God. So be it. This is so. It ends this piece. There is no amen at the end of what we call the 3rd step prayer. The only amen I can come up with is at the end of the 7th step prayer, which is actually the 3rd step prayer with teeth in it. Okay? So my view is that everything from the Word God to the amen at the end of what we call the 7-step prayer is all part of the prayer. It's one prayer. Prayer will become activity and action. But this process we're going to get into from here on is a spiritual process, not an intellectual process. God will help me with that. There will be power to do that. I need the power to even look at my life. I don't have the honesty or the power to look at it. I'm going to need some help. And I'm going to ask for it. Listen to what this says. This is a cheap shot, this prayer is. God, I offer myself to Thee to do with me and build with me as Thou wilt. In street talk, that means from here on, my life is none of my business. Do with it as you wish. That's a big commitment. Okay? I will go where you want me to go and do what you want me to do. Just tell me. I gotta tell you something. If you say that, you better mean it, because I have been called on since the time I took this prayer to do things that are way beyond me. Over and over and over. This is one of them. My life is not my business. My conduct in my life is, but my life is none of my business. I really love this woman. And given my druthers, I'd be home every weekend. We'd lock the door and shut off the phones. Okay? But I don't get my druthers. I got to go out and do this stuff. I had to go to Russia one year in November. That's a crappy time to go to Russia. I had a good time. But for 17, I've called her every day we've been married. In fact, every day since I met her. Except for that 17 days. That was a hard 17 days. And I'm really glad I got to go. But it's because I said this prayer. I am not the kind of person you would send as an emissary to Russia. That's what you did, you know. You're not too bright. You weren't paying attention. You sent me and 4 of my compatriots who had no more sense than I do to tell the Russian government about Alcoholics Anonymous in an attempt to make it possible for it to happen over there. You're not too bright. But we all had made this commitment, so we went, and it just went fine. We didn't do anything special except walk through there. Build with me and do with me as thou wilt. It strengthened my character to make that trip. It wasn't because I had character that I made the trip. It strengthened my character to make that trip because I had to do something that I didn't want to do. I had to get me completely out of the way. Because every word we said to the Russians, who ask us questions constantly, we had to be very careful of what we said because they would do exactly and respond exactly to what we said. We were at a public meeting in Moscow. A doctor had written a book about AA and was very pro-AA, and they were having a public forum, which is customary there. Hundreds of people, government officials, regular people, big auditorium, critiquing the book, so his second edition would be even better. And we were introduced as the Americans from Alcoholics Anonymous, and when it was my turn at the microphone, one of them asked me that loaded question: how do you think Alcoholics Anonymous will work in this country? That's a really scary question. Or could be. I was here. You put the words in my mouth, and I heard myself say, I have no idea. I've only been here for 13 days. It would be presumptuous of me to even comment on how it would work. And I started to clap. I became aware of the danger I'd been in. Any other answer would have shut him down. What a glorious thing it is to be led like that. Then I was able to explain to them, well, I don't know. It has worked quite well in 144 other countries. That's the kind of direction you get if you make this. But if you make this commitment, that's the kind of stuff you're going to have to go do. Do you know where we really get it? Someone will come into my life and say to me, I can't stop drinking. How do you do it? And they want to know right now, what do I have to do now to not take a drink right now? I have to pray about that. Build with me and do with me as thou wilt. Okay? Relieve me of the bondage of self, and I may better do thy will. That's mean. It doesn't say relieve me of the bondage of self so that I get to feel better. Okay? Only so I get to do your will better. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help. Your power, your love, and your way of life. Don't take away my difficulties so that I get to feel better. I've come to believe that what they mean by take away my difficulties, it has nothing to do with this out here. Take away the difficulty I'm having in being honest, in being thorough, in recognizing you and recognizing my faults. All those difficulties that I have, take them away, please. So that I can sit in this chair and tell everybody in this room, that's exactly what it did for me. You relieved me of the bondage of self. I became free in a penitentiary. I got out of prison when I was locked up one night. And he took away the difficulty I had being honest, and there's a price I've had to pay for that. I can never again have I been able to say, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was wrong. I didn't know the truth. I do. I just am too weak to do it sometimes. But I know what's right and what's wrong. The price to pay for this prayer is that you will know. The truth will set you free, but it'll kick your butt along the way. Okay. But it's worth the price. I had to go, my baby daughter, she's still my baby daughter, did something one time that really pissed me off. I won't go into the whole story. Jackie remembers it. She and Kelly were having a little argument, And I didn't like the way it was going. And I started to get out of my chair to fix it. And something in my head said, sit down, shut up, leave it be. And I got up anyway. And I fixed it, and I created more chaos in our house that day. I've got the inventory right here if anybody wants to see it. It was a beaut.
Yeah.
And I knew the whole time I was doing it, I was being stupid. I knew when it was over what I had to do, and I had to go back to this poor child and tell her I was wrong. That I still didn't agree with her, but I was wrong. There's a price to pay. We always talk about the upside of surrender. There's a downside. You want to do that? Is that prayer suit you? It's a meeting. How would you like to do it? I'm convinced that God doesn't care whether we meet Him standing, sitting, laying down, kneeling, whatever. I really don't think God gives a damn. Okay? I really enjoy doing group third step prayers. I must tell you, one time someone had a seizure. But I think she'd have had a seizure anyway. I don't believe it was because of the prayer. So if you're afraid of that, don't worry. It was the same kind of group as this. If you have a seizure, we'll just make sure you don't bite your tongue. I'm making a joke, I know, but it did happen. Would you like to say the third step prayer with me? Because I'm going to say it and get on about my business. Okay? God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and to deal with me Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help, of Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always. Okay. That was pleasant. My experience of God has always been pleasant. I hope you had a pleasant experience too. Everything we do until we finish up the seventh step, because of what we just said, is part of this prayer. Everything we do. Events are going to occur in my life from this moment on, and until I get through this little house cleaning process, every bit of it will be applicable to what we call inventory, to house cleaning. Do you like what just happened to you?
Yeah.
Just that sense of presence. That's all there is here. It's not going to get any better. Okay. No great mountaintop stuff. There will be moments of great elation, but this is what it's about. It's about being still enough for me to hear the voice of God. In my experience, God has never, ever yelled at me. Never. It's a very gentle, quiet voice, and I must be still or I won't hear it. Whether it comes through your mouths or in that special way He has of talking within me, I won't hear it unless I'm quiet. And all the inventory is an effort to clear away the stuff that's making noise in my head. The resentment, the fear, the guilt, the anger, the self-centeredness, the where's mine, it's cleared out. So my mind's quiet. So it says next, we launch on a course of vigorous action. The first step of which is because this will have little permanent effect unless we at once follow it by a strenuous effort to face and get rid of the things that have been blocking us. We're not going to write all that inventory tonight. But I can say from my experience, if you do it the way the big book suggests, and I'm going to show you a couple of things I do, you're already inventory experts, so it won't take much time with it. For most people, there's three formats here. There's a format for resentments, There's a completely different format to examine fear. And there's a completely different format to examine conduct, starting with sexual conduct. But it's good for all conduct. There's approximately, roughly for most people, about 8 to 10 hours of actual work involved in the resentment piece. Okay? Unless you just have to go insane and have 2,500 names, in which case, find another sponsor. I ain't listening to that. Okay. Be thorough, but don't be insane. Quite often, that list of names that comes up is the same person with 20 names. And I expect you to write every one of them down. I only want to hear about a couple of them. You got to go clean them all up. I don't need to listen to it. Unless you need to tell me all of them. I had one kid do his fifth step, and after 10 straight hours, he was like you, Bill. He had one of those minds. I was literally dying. It just sucked the juice right out of me. And I said, I'm dying. We got to quit. He said, no. So I climbed up on his bed and went to sleep. I woke up about 2 hours later, and he was still talking. His 10th step. One time I came home, and there was a 10-minute 10th step on my answering device. He didn't care it was on the other end. Anyway, I use what I call a checklist method simply because it works. I take it a little at a time because this is a delicate area, and my mind is subject to get deliberately confused with the issue. My ego really will kick in at this point and do its best to create trouble. So I do a little checklist thing, which simply means as we go through the direction book, and by the way, to my knowledge, this is the only place where there are specific directions on how to do it. We have a lot of good philosophical books written about this, but this is where the directions are for me. Sentence by sentence, it takes me through the process. And it was written this way because Bill knew that somewhere along the way, as much as we depend on each other face to face, there's going to be somebody with just the book. And they need to be able to get the same results. And so you can do this with just the book. We're lucky. We don't have to. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways is what has defeated us, we consider its common manifestations. Are we convinced that self manifested in various ways is what's defeated us? It simplifies the deal. I don't have to look for any complex Freudian things. What's wrong with me is self. Resentment is the number one offender. It kills more alcoholics than anything else. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease. Big piece of information there. Did you catch it? Mm-hmm. Resentment is not a mental or emotional problem. Resentment is a spiritual disease. It must be the granddaddy of all of them because it says from it stem all forms of spiritual disease. And I got to ask myself, what does that mean to me? Well, it means a couple things. If I resent you, you own me. You can be dead, you can be in another town, it doesn't make any difference. You're in my head and you are running my life. You own me. And I do not want to be owned by the kind of people who piss me off. Okay, ever again, by anybody. The second thing is that resentment separates me. And isn't that what they're trying to tell us is our problem? A sense of separation. If I resent Bill, I am separated from Bill. And if I'm separated from the children of God, I'm going to be separated from God. It's just that clear. If I resent Bill, I miss Bill entirely. Because I don't see him. I see him up here in my head, who I think he is and what I think he's done. And so I miss him. Okay. It's a spiritual disease. It separates us. For we've not only been mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. Whoa. I had to change my whole idea about spiritual. I thought spiritual was automatically cool. You can be sick spiritually. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. I'm a little goofy, but I straightened out mentally and physically. I have some physical problems, but what the hell? You know, I carried this model over some rough roads, and Wrote it hard and hung it up wet many times. I'd be surprised if I didn't have some, but I've straightened out mentally and physically. So what do? It says here, in dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. And my question, if I'm sponsoring you, is, have we done that yet? Oh, okay. We don't have anything else to do until we've done that. We set them on paper. We haven't done that because we don't know how. Well, maybe if it's really a textbook, it'll tell us how to do it. Let's read on just far enough to see. We set them on paper. Oh, we listed people, institutions, and principles with whom we were angry. Okay, go home. Do that. Then come back when that's done. And I'm going to do that too. And I always have mine done before you because I've been practicing longer. And my list is always shorter. And I'm a smart ass, and I'll let you know that. Okay? Then we ask ourselves why we were angry. Okay, after we got the list made, why we were angry. In most cases, we found it was our self-esteem, pocketbooks, ambition, and our personal relations, including sex, were hurt or threatened. I keep it that simple. The only reason I ever get angry with anybody is because you either hurt me or threaten me. Nothing fancy. That's just what it says. The only way you can threaten me is to make it appear like I'm not going to get something I want. Or I'm not going to get to keep something I think I have. There's all kinds of stuff involved in that. If you hurt my self-esteem, you can call me a big dummy. And if my attitude toward you is that you're a big dummy, it doesn't faze me at all. If I need you to like me, you call me a big dummy, you can devastate me. I need to be free of that. If you can hurt or threaten me, I need to be free of that. It's the only reason I resent anybody. It's my defense against my own pain. So we make up a grudge list. This process is wonderful. I can take a brand new person, still smells like booze, and get this much done. Make a list of everybody you're angry at. That's easy. That's all I'm thinking about. Why are you angry at them? That's easy. We put down all the reasons. They give us a format here. We get all that done. Why am I angry and what's being affected in my life by that? It's very simple to do. The most important part of this whole process is what happens between the third and the fourth column of this inventory. Up to this point, I have a grudge list and I have an attitude. If I'm telling the truth, I've already bypassed, but I shouldn't feel this way, and I'm putting down, but I do, and here's why. He did this to me, and she said this about me, and blah, 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 and it's all down there, and it's ugly, and I'm righteously right about it. Well, I'm beginning to get a hint at this point that there's something wrong. This is so important. I know you've read it. Do you mind if I read it? Because I'd love to hear it. So we went back through our lives. There's the direction. I start from today with Bill, and I move on back to Uncle Louie, as far back as my memory will carry me with that. And when it stops working, stop writing. Clear some of the crap away, and pretty soon Aunt Millie will sort out too. You got plenty of time the rest of your life to write the stuff you missed the first time. My first inventory was a lie anyway. I didn't do it this way. I dashed off and spent 2 hours writing out a catalog of some of the worst things I'd ever done. I went back to my sponsor with it. 2 hours I took. From the time he said, God will reveal himself to you as you reveal yourself to you, I was back 2 hours later with this list of stuff I'd done. He looked at it and he said, that's garbage. You wrote that to impress me. Get away from me. Told me the truth. I took my first fist step with somebody else because I am an alcoholic and I am self-willed. And I spent 2 hours being scrupulously honest. By God, somebody was going to listen. And I awakened spiritually in that lie. Because I'd tell this guy something I'd done and he would say to me, well, that wasn't that bad. And I'd tell him something else and he'd say, well, that wasn't that bad. And I awakened to the fact that there's something wrong here because some of this was that bad. But I had picked somebody who would tell me what I wanted to hear so I wouldn't have to do anything about it. And if I didn't stop that immediately, I was going to die an ugly death. Meaning I'd have to live an ugly life for a while first. And so I went back to it. So we get it done this way. My first real inventory was pretty shabby. I didn't have much memory left. So when I say it was shabby, it was kind of short. But I did it this way. When I got into some things, when we finished it, we considered it carefully. When you got all this done, consider it carefully. And they even tell us how to consider. What a marvelous mercy this is. They even tell me how I can go about it so I don't get confused. The first thing I see is that the world and its people are often quite wrong. On my little boy's birthday in 1966, federal narcotics agents came to my house. They do not come gently. One came through the front door, literally. One came through the back door. One came through the side window. They knocked me to the ground, handcuffed me, stood on my neck, called me several kinds of bad names. My 4-year-old let out a shriek, and this big cop swung around and almost shot him. And I went from resentment to hate right there. And I carried that for a long time. That was on this list. Count on it. Right near the top. Okay? And he was wrong. And to this day, I think that's a really shitty way to make a living. Breaking people's houses down, stepping on their necks, and nearly shooting their kids. That's a hell of a way to make a living. The world's people are often quite wrong. That doesn't make me right. But I can recognize they're often quite wrong. To conclude that others is wrong as far as most of us ever got. The usual outcome is that people continued to wrong us. And we stayed sore. It just this moment occurred to me, because I'm a word mechanic, another dimension of the word sore. He's talking about being sore and angry. A sore is a very painful lesion. Okay. Resentment is a very painful lesion on my soul, I expect. Okay. Anyway, that just went through my mind. Sometimes it was remorse, and then we were sore ourselves. It's plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. Remember Silkworth talked about us getting a brand new mind? Here it is. And here's what the new mind thinks like. The old mind thinks that son of a bitch broke into my house and nearly shot my son. I hate him. Shame on him. The new mind says it's plain that a life that includes this kind of thinking, this kind of deep resentment, can lead only to futility and unhappiness. Well, that's pretty clear. It was to me. I was in my second penitentiary, and he was still loose on the street. I wasn't getting too far with this kind of a deal, this kind of hate. To the precise extent we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile? And I love the word squander. Deliberate waste. You can accidentally waste something, but squandering it means you know its value and you trash it anyway. And I can't duck the fact that I know that to be true. I'm wasting my life and yours, and I know it, and I can't do anything about it. But with the alcoholic, whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We find it's fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns when we drink again, and with us to drink is to die. The new mind has to understand if we're to live, we have to be free of anger. That just doesn't seem fair, does it? It really doesn't seem fair. Everybody else gets to be angry. If I'm going to live, I got to be free of it. It doesn't mean I won't get angry. It means I better get free of it pretty damn quick. I cannot nurse anger. It's too strong a power. It'll shut me off from the power I need. Do you like righteous anger? I do. Well, not too long ago, I had a piece of that, and I just deliberately stayed pissed for 3 days before I wrote inventory because it felt so good. I just wanted to get every little piece out of it that I could. I had to stay away from nice people because I had to look like I wasn't angry, but I just let it steam. It was so good, and I really was right. And then, see, I had to let it go. The grouch and the brainstorm are not for us. I love the grouch and the brainstorm. After what he did, I should have, then he would have, then I could have. And then I'd have told him, and he'd have done, pretty soon I got it going. Give me another drink. This is good. It's not for us. If we're to live, we have to be free of the anger. The grouse and brainstorm are the dubious luxury of normal men. For alcoholics, they're poison. I just need to know that in my mind.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
I know when I get angry, I know today I must be rid of this. I will take actions. Did you ever have an emotional hangover? She's a normal person. I've seen her get angry and 10 minutes later be perfectly all right. I get angry, fool with it for a while, and for the next day and a half, I am tired. It just wore me out. Okay? And I'm thinking, how much damage did I do? Do I have to clean this up? What was wrong with me? Blah, 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 blah. And I make myself tired. Isn't that dumb? We turn back to the list. This is the list we've just made, and we're prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. My book, by the way, says we're prepared to look for it. It was a printer's error along the way. We spent numerous hours debating whether it was for or at until I just went to New York, went to the archives, got the first edition, and it's at it. We're prepared to look at this list from a different angle. Okay? We began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. If I resent you, you own me. Okay? This man I hated from the bottom of my heart owned me. He dominated my thinking. He dominated my actions. He dominated the way I treated people. He ruled my life. The wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had the power to actually kill. And like an idiot, I should have known by now, but I didn't. I went to Bruce and asked him, how will I know whether it's fancied or real? He said, if you are involved in it, it's fancied. And Kim put words on what that meant for me. The minute I recall what that cop did to me and my kids, it was not what that cop did at all. It's my emotional flap going on over about what that cop did. It's fancied. It's colored by all the times I got. You know, I even came up with a plan to get him. Wonderful alcoholic plan. I found out where he lived. I began to stalk him. Jesus, how stupid can you get? He's got a gun and knows how to use it and has already demonstrated he's quite willing. But I'm stalking him in my head, and I know where he lives. And I had a plan. I was one of Owsley's runners out of Brooklyn in the 60s. And we had some liquid acid that would put you away for weeks. And I know about acid. It was discovered because it got on a scientist's hand and went right straight into the bloodstream. You don't even have to swallow it. You just have to get it on you. And death was too good for this guy. I mean, I was insane. I was going to get 5 00 caps of liquid acid and tape them to my hand, find him, and shake his hand and forgive him and send him to the moon. It didn't occur to me that we're going to get a little on me too. No, stupid. I don't have any problem at all considering how dangerous resentment is to me. I actually did that. I didn't find him, but I was on the way to finding him. Resentment is a killer for me. Bad news. Fancied or real has the power to actually kill. So if I'm involved in it in my head, it's already fancied. Just don't even worry about it. How can we escape? We saw these resentments must be mastered, but how? We couldn't wish them away any more than alcohol. This is our course. We realized the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. That they, though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Whole new way of thinking. What does that mean to me? What does spiritually sick mean to me? It means I'm separated from God. I'm separated from my power source. And when I feel separated, I behave badly. So all that means is if I can take a look at you as perhaps being separated from your source, no wonder you're behaving the way you are. You're as scared as I am. You feel disenfranchised like I do. No wonder you're behaving that way. And I don't get the luxury of saying that, sick son of a bitch. I got to say, perhaps, like myself, this person is behaving this way because they don't have any choice either. It's a whole new way of thinking. Spiritual leaders for centuries have tried to teach us, if you have anything against your brother, if you're angry with your brother, you've got to get it cleaned up first, because you can't get in the temple carrying it with you. And the temple's within. Same deal. Forgiveness. I must give forth without reservation. Okay. To clean it up. They, like myself, are perhaps spiritually sick. A whole way of looking at it. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. At that time, I did not grant sick people patience, tolerance, and pity. They scared me. I had to have a script for everything in life so you'd like me. I did it so I could do it right. And there's only one script for visiting with sick people. Is there something I can do for you? And that scared me. I was afraid you might have something for me to do. Empty my bedpan. Stay here for a while with me and read out loud to me. My God, I got things to do and people to see. Just sit here quietly with me for a while. I didn't know how to do that. I could not grant you patience and tolerance and pity. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God saved me from being angry. I do not ever, never have, when I resent somebody, prayed that they get everything I want. How utterly silly that is. I don't even pray that I get everything I want. Okay? I certainly don't pray that they get everything they want. I don't pray for justice for them either. My only prayer for you, and I will pray for anyone, is that God's will be done in your life too. My prayer is God save me from being angry. It says we avoid retaliation and argument. That isn't fair either. But that's what my new mind does. I have to avoid retaliation and argument. How can I be right if I don't argue with you and don't retaliate? How are you going to know what you just did to me if I don't retaliate? If we don't argue, I will never be able to convince you that you're wrong and I'm right. I may even get noble enough to say that you have a right to be wrong, but you are wrong. And I'll be glad to explain why, carefully, calmly. We avoid retaliation and argument. My whole image as a man is threatened by that, you know. If I'm buying into the trips that have been laid on me. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we lose our chance of being helpful. We can't be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. And I really put God to the test one day in my palatial apartment in cell B49 right with all my arrogance. I said, I gotcha. Show me how to take a kindly and tolerant view toward Adolf Hitler. And it wasn't all that long, and I found myself thinking about Volkswagens. You know, that was his deal. Designed it and put it on the people's car. May have been the only decent thing the man ever did. I have no idea. But I know that God answered for me this prayer, showed me a way for a moment or two to take a kindly and tolerant view toward the greatest monster we've ever produced. Let me know he was there. What a wondrous thing. Test him. Don't be afraid to test him. Okay? He can handle any test you can throw at him. He also has made it clear to me that I shouldn't dwell a whole lot on Adolf Hitler. Things like that. Don't need to do that. It just answered my prayer. How nice that is in my daily life. I work for a system that works for a system that's designed to fail. Built right into the criminal justice system is the need to fail. And I work for a system that contracts with that system, which means that quite often people in other agencies that I need to have do something so I can get my job done, don't get it done. And I get really pissed at that, because you know whose butt gets chewed when it doesn't get done? Mine. My boss wants to know why it hasn't been done, and I can't say, because she didn't do her job. All he wants to know is that I got to get my job done. And I was really angry with this person. And I did the inventory on it, and this is where I got free. God showed me how to take a kind of intolerant view toward this person. And it was real simple. I was having difficulty getting my job done because she hadn't gotten her job done. Maybe she was having trouble getting her job done because somebody else hadn't gotten theirs done either. Okay, maybe so. I got the view that it wasn't being done to personally harass me. Isn't that how we always feel? You're doing this for me, just to hurt me. Baloney. She didn't give a damn whether I lived or died. She's harassed all the time. I got the view, and the view set me free, and I was able to clean it up and find ways around that roadblock. Okay. They wanted me, her bosses wanted me to start keeping a list of when she screwed up so we could build a case against her and get her out of there. And I had to refuse that. I will not participate in that kind of thing. I don't need to do that. But it sure was tempting on the day they came to me. Okay. God showed me how to take a kind of intolerant view, particularly toward the ones that hurt me. Can you see now what the new attitude is? Only with this new way of looking at things can I then go on to what's really important about this inventory, and that's to find out where I'm wrong. We go back to our list again, and putting out of our minds the wrongs others have done, we resolutely look for our own mistakes. As I said earlier, I do not ever look for my part in the deal. At this point, there are no parts. I am wrong. Where am I wrong? That's what I want to find out. Okay. I'm to disregard, put out of my mind any wrongs you may have done. And then I find 7 questions here and can make a case for 8. My sponsor says there's only 5. To hell with him. I find 7. Okay. Let's just go over them and we'll take a break. We resolutely look for our own mistakes. There's a question. What was my mistake? I usually answer that one last because for me it simply means what's the mistake in my thinking that allows this to happen. Okay. Where we've been selfish, there's a question. Dishonest, there's a question. Self-seeking, there's a question. Frightened, there's a question. There's 5 so far. Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person entirely. Okay. Where were we to blame? That even has a question mark after it. There's 6. The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. There's 7. Where am I at fault? And it seems nitpicky, people tell me, the difference between blame and fault. One has to do with my action, one has to do with my thinking. And I'm so sick, I really need to know all the way down the line, because I'm going to make amends for this based on this. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly, and we're willing to set these matters straight. Having done this and fifth-stepped it, a remarkable thing happened. It began to happen when I wrote it concerning that federal narcotics agent. The truth was, I brought him to my house with a hand-engraved invitation. My actions made me his job. The guy that hired me to do the job, bringing that dope across, is the one that turned us in a couple months later. He was on my list also. That's a good reason to kill somebody from that world. Turned 5 of us in. And he set the deal up. In doing that inventory, I realized that I knew he'd do that. He was a snake to start with. I just figured I was slicker and faster and smarter and could beat the system. Couldn't even be mad at him. But I take a look, and I stand ready today. I don't look for that federal agent, but I did him a terrible wrong. I put him in a position on one day of his life where he almost shot a 4-year-old kid. Whew. My actions did that. What a terrible wrong I've done him. I still don't like him much. I haven't invited him to dinner. Wouldn't if I could find him. Okay? Still a crappy way to make a living, but I put him in a position. I owe him at least the acknowledgement that I was wrong, and I really, really wish I hadn't done that to him. He's got to live with that, you know. He knows what he did. He almost shot a 4-year-old, and he knows that. I did him wrong. What a wondrous thing. I'm free of that. If I ever meet him, if he ever shows up in my life, he and I'll talk about that. I'm free of it because I'm ready anytime. If I don't ever meet him, I could still clean up and set the matter straight because I've told you about it and I've told hundreds of other people about it. And I'm clean from it. But it's that heavy here. That's all there is to resentment inventory. I get a new mind. I get a new look at life. What time are we getting? Okay. Uh-oh. It's getting close to bedtime. That's all the technical stuff I can stand. Okay. The rest of it's there. I'm going to spend about 10 minutes just kind of easing us out of here tonight. We can do more in the morning. We're going to be here about 10. It's been interesting for me because this is all a brand new way of doing something, and yet it's old at the same time. Having completed that inventory, and the fear inventory, and that's a separate format I'd like to show you in the morning. It's bloody simple and it's surgical the way I was taught to do it. In essence, it simply says we put down what the fear is and ask ourselves why we had it, and then I get to look at what I'm trying to get out of the deal, where self-reliance is failing me, where I'm busy assigning you roles. Gives me a great piece of news. I'm in the world to play the role God assigns. And so are you. And my fear has always been that you wouldn't play the role that I assign. I'm busy assigning roles to you and to me. One quick piece of fear inventory. I'll just give it to you quickly. It's one you all got. This is one I wrote. I was afraid of being without money. I'm to ask myself why, and there were 5 more fears based on that. When I do fear inventory, the base fear, I'm afraid of being without money. Well, what will happen if I'm without money? Well, my wife will leave me. My creditors will yell at me. I will lose everything I've got. It will prove I'm a failure. My wife will stay, but she'll be earning all the money and she'll be down on me all the time. Yeah, that's what I did too. By that time, it really looks pretty funny. I'm simply not trusting and relying upon God. Okay? I put in, what am I trying to accomplish? My wife will leave me. Well, I am selfishly trying to keep her around because I'm okay if she's with me. My creditors will yell at me. Well, I'm selfishly trying to have everybody like me, even people I don't know. I'm afraid I won't respond to their yelling correctly. Blah, 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 blah. It's a simple thing. I have some of it here if anybody wants to look. These yellow pages in the back are inventories I carry with me. But the good news in the fear inventory is the most powerful prayer and one of the most greatest awakenings I ever had. The world is filled with people who are afraid and have problems. We have medication and psychiatry and all kinds of things to help people learn how to cope with fear. You and I don't have to learn to cope with fear. The prayer says, God, remove this fear from me and direct my attention to what you'd have me be. And I had one of those burst of light deals one time saying that prayer. It doesn't say, what would you have me do? It says, direct my attention to what you would have me be. And it suddenly hit me that I am no longer what I do. No wonder I've been afraid all the time. If I am my job, anytime I'm not doing my job, I am nobody. If I am the folks I'm hanging out with, when I'm not with them, I am nobody. I'm afraid of losing all that. I'm not my house and my car, and I'm not the money in my pocket. I'm none of those things. If I am what I do, I'm always at risk because when I can't do it, I am nobody. wondrous thing. So what does he want me to be? I'm really not sure yet. I know he wants me happy, joyous, and free, and I battle that. I mean, a little of that's fine, but this is pretty serious business here. Yeah. What would you have me be? And it isn't what would you have me be that'll put me in the history books. We're not talking about a single event that makes me be somebody. What would you have me be today? I am told clearly what that is. Kind and tolerant in my view toward others, with a genuine tolerance for other people's ideas and opinions. Those are some of the things he'd like me to be. He would like me to be of maximum service to God and to my fellow man. That's what he'd like me to be. That's what it says anyway. And that's what my experience tells me works. When I'm doing that, it seems to be right. That's what he'd like me to be. He wants me to be me, so my style is unique. I get along with almost everybody in AA, all the different factions, and there's a bunch of them. I don't have any problem with that. Everybody's got their own style. And it's just a matter of style, that's all it is. And I've got mine, and you've got yours. And so let's have some fun with it. What would he have me be? Each day I'm going to find that out as he reveals through me what he'd have me be. When I was 40, he had me be something that I don't have the strength for today. He wants me to be something else today. I have been a father, I have been an uncle, and I are a grandpa. 6 times over now? Plus my other family. What would he have me be? He would have me be on time. Some of the things I've learned, God would like me to be on time. Because that's the only time anything can happen is when you're on time. If you're late, it isn't going to happen. Okay. I had some fun the other day. There's a time when it's important to believe that God got me a parking place. Early on. Okay. You got to let go of that pretty soon, though. But there's a time it's important. Because it seems that's what happened. Nothing ever went right in my life, and all of a sudden I got a parking place. Okay, there's a God of parking spots. And I was taking a friend of mine to lunch at Dario's. It's a place in Denver for those who have serious garlic deficiencies. It's an Italian restaurant that you can smell for 3 miles. Good food. Never any place to park for blocks. But we got my van, drove up there anyway, and as we pulled up in front, somebody pulled out in front, right in front. And he's new to the program. He said, "Isn't that nice? God got us a parking spot." And I had to tell him the truth. No, he didn't. We were just on time. If we'd have been 1 minute sooner, we'd have driven right on by it. If we'd have been 1 minute later, the guy in front of us would have got it. We were just on time. So what would God have me be? On time. Here, now. Present. This is when it's going to happen. You can tell I play with my mind a lot. It won't shut up. So I let it think about these things. I want to be effective with you and everybody I talk to, and I constantly ask for images that will convey what I'm talking about. God would have me be attentive. Not self-absorbed, but attentive. If I'm going to be of maximum service and help you meet your needs, I better pay attention when you tell me what they are. Otherwise, I'll find out what her needs are, but I think they're yours, and I'll try forcing them on you, and we won't get along at all. He would like me to be attentive. One of the things I know God wants me to be, and I think it's funny, is He has made me a listener. It's one of the things He wants me to be is a listener. And then you ask me to talk all the time. Well, thinking about that has given me a wondrous experience. I listen to me. Yeah, try it sometime. Hear what you say. Listen to me. And I'm overwhelmed sometimes at the things that I hear myself say that I didn't know. Where did that come from? What a fun time that is. God would have me be patient. Really, really patient because my time may not be your time, and I want to be there when you get there on time. I may have to wait for you a little bit. I need to be patient. That's a hard one. I'm really impatient. Having been touched by the hand of God, I want you to be touched too. I want it so bad, I'll sometimes smack you with it instead of being patient and waiting for it. God would have me be loving. Really don't know the dimensions of that yet. It's too big for me. But Wesley Parrish gave me one thing I can understand about it. He said, love is the active concern for the growth and the welfare of that which you love. I can get that piece of it. Active concern for the growth and the welfare of that which you love. I'm actively concerned that my granddaughter grow up healthy. By actively concerned, I mean I touch her, I talk to her, I lift her, we play. Okay, I'm actively concerned that she knows that she is cared for and cared about. This one is going to be a talker because she's being raised by talkers. Okay? And I've learned to listen to her. I'm learning a new language. That's a lot. She repeats some of those sounds. It's got to be a language of some sort. God wants me to be a listener. It's now 10 o'clock, and I think God wants me to be quiet. Okay? Those of you that I haven't pushed completely beyond your endurance limits, we'll be back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and wrap it up. I am deeply touched by you. I've got about 6 hours of stuff to tell you. I've got about an hour and a half left to do it in. So if you show up at 10 o'clock, we'll do that. Some really good stuff about life and death, particularly about death, because I just went through it with my dad. Some good stuff about death. Nothing at all wrong with death. Depends on how you live. Good night.
Good night. Thanks, God.
Speak green.
I was able to do those first two inventories while I was contained. It was 2 years before I could do a sex inventory, mainly because I couldn't remember much. Most of my adult sex life had taken place in my head. True. It just took a while. There's some really sick things. I ate Wymine inhalers and shot speed and some pretty sick stuff. And it just took a while for a healing to take place. So I could just take a look at it objectively, because our sex inventory, if you'll notice, is a very objective, very clinical approach. We're not going to say right or wrong. We're going to say if you harmed anybody. And precisely how did you harm people. It's a conduct inventory. So I learned to do it as a conduct inventory before I did it as a sex inventory. The questions are pertinent to business conduct, to my conduct at home, to any conduct that I'm involved in. These questions are pertinent to that. Am I arousing jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Am I being self-seeking, dishonest? It helps me examine all of that in terms of my conduct. And of course, my conduct always comes from my screwy thinking. When I finally got it done, it fit on a 3x5 card because it had mostly taken place in my head. I walked away amazed that I'd ever had children. More of an accident than anything else. That's not funny.
The picture was real funny.
There's a little twist here I want to pass on to you. It's a little different at this point, and can be, than the resentment inventory, where you make a list And then you go through the spreadsheet. This says, whom had we hurt? And if you'll ask that question with an open spiritual mind, the list will develop itself. It's just a little shift in what's going on. It makes me responsible and more of a participant in the examination I'm giving my life. Whom have I hurt? Bad question. If you ask that question having said the prayer and are now in a spiritual state of mind, you will get the answer. It asks another question. What should I have done instead? First time we're being asked to ask that. What should I have done instead? And that question, always, the answer for me is always just about anything but what I did. What should I have done instead begins to set me on the path of reconstruction and developing a new view, both toward my sexual ideal or any other ideal. I deviate a little bit from the book only in that it talks specifically about sex here, because when we first come here we need that specific. But this is so much broader than just sex. This is every relationship I have can be run through this test as a guide to my conduct. Okay? It's brutal. I have to become responsible for the fact that I know the difference between right and wrong. I'm just weak. Okay? Just weak. We subject each relation to this test. Is it selfish or not? Shit. Of course it is. If I'm involved in it, of course it is. Okay? And with that knowledge, then, I can modify my behavior and my attitude in such a way that maybe my selfishness can be part of the greater good. I've learned over the years, practicing this in critical situations with people, there's 3 questions I ask myself. Okay? The first one is, what do I want out of this? What is my personal agenda? I have one. I better know what it is. Okay? It's not a moral judgment. What do I want out of this? At my very best, I want something. I want to feel good. I want to be recognized, whatever it is. What do I want out of this? The second one is a mean question. Is it possible that I could be wrong? Oh, of course it is. This puts me in a frame of mind of being willing to listen to you. I could be wrong. It's pretty doubtful, but I could be. At least I will listen to you. Human relationships are about negotiation most of the time. It's just an observation. We each want something, and we negotiate so that we can both come out winners. If we're smart. If we're stupid, I want to win, I want you to lose. Or I want you to win so I can lose, because I learned in World War II who really won World War II. What kind of a car do you drive? What kind of a TV set? Who made that one? Who owns downtown Dallas? Okay. Anyway. We subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? Okay. We asked God to mold our ideals and help us live up to them. Help me with this. What a great prayer. I recognize that I am selfish and I will probably do something wrong without some guidance. Help me mold this relationship. Now, one of the things that comes out of that, in the old days, everybody had to love me and I had to participate in everything, blah, 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 busy, people pleasing. The fact is today that there are people that I like to go fishing with. And there are people that I like to go bowling with. And I've learned not to take my bowling partner fishing. It doesn't work. There's people that I will go to a play with. There's people I won't go to dinner with. I will go to lunch with females other than my wife. I will not go to dinner with females other than my wife. Because there is something going on there. Is it selfish or not? What am I trying to get out of this? That's what I ask myself. And it comes out of here. Am I being selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate? Great guide. This thing is really simple for me, and it's all wrapped up right here. Every situation in life is wrapped up right here. For me. Whatever the ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. All I bring to life is willingness. That's all I bring. If I bring anything else, I'm bringing my agenda to the damn thing. I'm just willing to listen, to let it come about, to be a little less than selfish. Admitting I am really a selfish person, I'm willing to be a little less than selfish. If you can just show me how. So it says we treat sex as we would any other problem. I'm going to take the word sex out and read that. We treat any problem this way. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. There's no general rule. There's only a principle. Each specific matter. Now there's a guide. Let me get real personal here. There's one of the guides to being married for me. Each specific matter. I was brought up with this idiotic notion that just because she's my wife, I have proprietary rights over her body. What a bunch of crap that is. Each specific matter, day by day, one day at a time, each time, it's a new deal that needs to be negotiated. And I can tell you, negotiating with my wife is fun. Okay. There's the guide. Okay. And an interesting thing came out of that for me. I discovered that there are nights I have a headache. Isn't that interesting? I'm not super stud. There are some other things in my life that are at least as interesting to me sometimes as sex. Oh, that'll blow your image. But it's the truth. And they're not all major propositions. Sometimes I would rather watch Hogan's Heroes. I know. Keep coming back, Don. Do you hear what I'm saying? Each specific matter. I ask God for the right answer, and the answer will come if we want it. Well, I really want the answer. That's the key. I am willing to hear the answer. Knowing full well from my experience on this deal that most of the time I probably won't like it when I first hear it. It'll be okay afterwards, but not right away. Okay. Great guide. Very simple. It's all about prayer and meditation. Having a conversation with God. And I learned that by having conversations with you. Conversations is a two-way street. When it's my turn, I speak. When it's my turn, I shut up. You speak. And then there's those wonderful times, and the reason we're still together, my wife and I, is because we have learned how precious those times are when we don't talk to each other. We just kind of hang out together. And that's what my meditation is about. We'll get to that. I'll get off base here. Okay. The principles of life are settled here for me if I will only listen. And the inventory is so that I can listen. It clears out the noise. If I'm not focused on what I should be getting and what I am afraid I won't get and what I'm afraid you'll get and blah, 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 then I can hear. To sum up, once again, he says, we earnestly pray for the right ideal. I've watched with great amusement over the years as people misconstrue that to think, what is she going to look like? What's the ideal woman? That's not what it is. The ideal has to do with my behavior. Okay. Well, it's fun to watch it happen. The ideal is tall, willowy, and blonde, and guess who shows up? Short and dumpy. And she's gorgeous. And you get all confused, and they don't know what the hell's going on. I just let them run amok. For guidance in each questionable situation. What is a questionable situation? Anything I'm involved in. It's easier that way. Yeah. If I'm involved in it, it's questionable. It means it needs to be questioned. What do I want out of this? Is it possible I could be wrong? And that third key question. How will this affect other people if I go do this? Or variations on that theme. Is it important enough to do? but mainly what will be the effect on those around me if I pursue this course of action? That's a great question because I seldom ever have an answer to it, and because I don't have an answer, I usually slow down. And once I slow down, then I can begin to hear again and get the guidance. Simple stuff. Those are the street terms for what's coming out of this book. In each questionable situation, I ask God for guidance. Isn't it silly to go to someone for advice and then not listen to them? Is that silly? We do that in prayer all the time, you know. God, show me what to do. Be back later. I'm gone. Okay. I gotta sit still long enough to hear the answer. Let me get real practical about it. As a result of a number of things, a couple years ago, I had ballooned up to 215 pounds. And I tried dieting and eating right, and all the disciplines, they don't work. I feel deprived. Where's mine? It just doesn't work. And I finally got smart one morning, and in my morning visit with God, said, look, I'm uncomfortable. This isn't good and it isn't healthy. Would you please just teach me how to eat in such a way that I can get to whatever weight you think I ought to be at? Because I always had targets. And I went to work, and I had some kind of trash rolls with me, and I offered one to my boss. He said, no, I'm not doing that this week. I'm on the soup. I said, what are you talking about? Well, he showed me that cabbage soup regimen that St. Thomas Hospital has for heart patients who are about to have surgery and need to lose some weight quickly and healthily. I'm not an idiot. I've been here a while. I had just asked for direction. I just got it. The next guy I met gave me the direction. So I started the soup. It makes my family crazy. Cabbage soup stinks. But I lost 30 pounds and kept it off. I've been down to Louisiana twice in the last month and a half, and I put 10 back on. But the point is, I asked for direction, and I brought with it a willingness. From the moment I asked the prayer of direction, I stay aware because I know it's coming. I expect God to answer. That's the deal He and I made at the very beginning. His care and protection. He will give me guidance. If I ask for it, I expect it. What He expects is for me to listen. No big deal, but it's that practical. I met her through prayer. I had finally gotten through adolescence. I was 42 or 43 years old. Finally made it. I lived at the base of a 14,000-foot mountain, Mount Princeton in Colorado. The Arkansas River was my front yard, about a half a mile away. I worked 6 hours a day at the reformatory, doing what I loved, working with inmates. Had 2 teenage boys, an old black dog, and a white Siamese cat. And my life was really pretty good. We went fishing when we pleased, and we just kind of did what we pleased. We were as close to barbarians as you can get and not get locked up in this country. And I clearly said to God one morning, thank you very much. I'm really satisfied. I don't care if there's ever another woman in my life, but I will do whatever you have in mind. Which did the deed. Because 2 weeks later, when I came over to Denver through a series of wonderfully romantic circumstances, I met her. We are people who normally would not mix. She'd never even seen a real alcoholic. And I'm convinced today, had she known me when I was active, we would not have even visited for a minute. I have intuitive thoughts sometimes, and I was in Denver, and it just overwhelmed me to go see a kid I'd sponsored. I hadn't seen him for a long time, because this was 120 miles out of town, and I couldn't shake it. So I went to see Jimmy, and he went white. I found him at work. I didn't even know where he lived. I found him at work, and he went white. He says, I've been looking for you. I was hoping he'd show up. I need to have you do something for me. He says, my wife works for this lady. And I said, Jimmy, don't do this to me. He says, oh, come on. My wife works for this lady, and she thinks you two guys ought to get together. And I said, Jimmy, don't do this to me. He said, please, just get Vi off my back. You don't have to marry the lady. Just have dinner. Well, I did. And we've been married now coming up on 21 years without a fight. The prayer was, I'm satisfied as I am, but whatever you have in mind is better than what I have in mind. Yeah. And it wasn't an easy choice. For the first time in my life, I made a conscious, well-thought-out decision. Being in love wasn't enough. It was good, but it wasn't enough. To uproot my entire life and my boys, and uproot her family, she had 2 little girls, it wasn't enough. Because what we concluded was that we either had to stop seeing each other or make a lifetime commitment out of this. Yeah, one or the other. And I went back to the mountain and thought about it for 3 days and prayed about it. And looked over all the stuff I'd have to give up. You know, there's always self involved. You got to get to it. Yeah. I married Jackie because I became willing to grow old with her. That's what did it. Okay. I'm willing to grow old with her. We travel well together. That may not sound very romantic, but it's been the basis of a pretty good deal. Our home is God-centered. And it's no big deal. It's not full of ritual. Well, it is right now because our daughter's a young Catholic and she does this kind of thing all the time. I don't know what's going on. But it's all right. In fact, it's fun to watch the grandson because when we say grace at dinner, they're all doing this, and I don't. It's not part of my ritual. I pray with them. And every night I watch him. He's watching me. He's trying to figure out, how come I'm not doing that? I seem to be doing everything else. Why am I not doing that? And I'm not going to say a word. Just let him figure it out. And someday he'll ask me. And I'll have to tell him the truth. I don't know. I just don't do that, I guess. For guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity. I can pray for sanity. I pray very specifically for things. And I have to ask myself, what does that mean to me? Well, the definition in the book Alcoholics Anonymous is the one I use. It's simpler. Insanity is defined as lack of proportion and the ability to think straight. So it's defined in the story about the car salesman named Jim. So we call this plain insanity. How could such lack of proportion and the ability to think straight be called anything else?
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
Well, the only reference I have for sanity is that there will be proportion and I'll be able to think straight. So that's what I pray for. Serenity is one thought at a time. I'm praying to keep my mind clear. We all tend to get caught up, I know I do, in my emotions being what's real. They're created by my mind. If I try to run my life based on how I feel, I'm usually screwed up pretty good because that isn't what I'm doing anyway. It's what I think that causes me problems. Grant me sanity here. Grant me proportion. How important is it? I'm an alcoholic. Lack of proportion is easy for me to understand. I rarely ever get angry, but I go from Mr. Cool to Killer Rage just like that. For really important reasons. No. Fear is something that I'll pay a quarter for. Get on the roller coaster and get the adrenaline cooking. What I like is terror. That's got meaning. I can go from quiet to raw terror. That gets me out of bed so I can go to work. Okay, there's no proportion in it. If one works, take 10. Okay. That's really not very smart. But it's smart to me. That's how I think. No proportion. Okay. I'm lonely. Get 2 girls. Can't even handle one. I didn't have a car in high school. I had an image. I had a maroon 49 Mercury convertible with leopard skin seat covers. I got that car because I knew it would put 2 blonde girls in the back seat, and it did the first day. That's who I was. And the girls broke the top the second day, and I didn't want the car anymore, and I just did what I do, let my dad take care of getting rid of it. Lack of proportion in the ability to think straight. So I pray, give me some sanity, some proportion. Okay. On a very practical level, this becomes an awareness deal for me. If I start using profanity, it's a guide for me. It tells me, whether you feel it or not, chump, you're starting to get angry. Slow down, get some proportion. It's unnecessary. If I yell, I'm already out of control. Okay? God never yells at me. Why would I yell at you? And why would I ever yell at a child? Well, I do, damn it. And that's when it's time to back off. It's my guide. I'm automatically wrong. I can be absolutely right, and if I'm yelling at you, I'm automatically wrong. It just irritates me to know that. Proportion in the ability to think straight. I ask for that. What can I bring to this situation? Not a bad guide. And for strength to do the right thing. That's the basic AA prayer. Now we've all gotten spiritual, we've all gotten wisdom, we know what's wrong, we know what's right. Oh, now what? I can't do it. What an order. I can't go through with it. Do the right thing? Grant me the strength to do the right thing. Basic prayer. Danny, you're new. You want to know how to pray? Just ask for guidance and direction and strength to do the right thing. That's where you start and that's where you end. After all this work, that's where we ended up, isn't it? Not a bad guy. It works. If any problem is very troublesome, whether it be sex or work or money, if it's very, very troublesome, our answer is we throw ourselves harder into helping others. That's the answer. Whatever the problem, we go help somebody else. It takes us out of ourselves. My problem is always self. We hope you're convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you from you, and that's what we're talking about here. So I got that done. The first two pieces of inventory. It was a shabby one, it was a short one, it was a little one. I didn't have much memory left, but it was this way. Some of the inventory I carry, you'll notice it looks pretty much the same, and it spans a number of years. Haven't changed it much. There's a couple times that I have to put in after the third column, why is this a threat to me? Just to clarify things. I usually find it out afterwards. It's not important. It's just a little thing I do. But I finished this deal, and I got to tell you, I wasn't about to go back to my sponsor with it. Remember, he had told me that's garbage, get away from me. And I'm taking no chances. He's going to do it again. And so I used the book as a guide. It says in there's a principle. It says such parts of our story we tell to someone who will be unaffected. They're talking specifically about a different deal, but there's a principle there. So I looked around for someone who would be unaffected by what I had to say, and I picked a fellow named Jim who had come into the program the same time I had. He was as new as I was. And there was another funny thing going on. It was a feeling I could not identify. I knew that somehow, by me telling Jim about the garbage of my life, his would become better. And he really needed to have something happen for him. Jim was the first one in Colorado to be doing time. He was doing 3 to 5 for vehicular homicide. He had done what every one of us in this room has been terrified we would do someday. In a drunken blackout, he killed some people with his car. He had no memory of it. He didn't know that as a truth, but he was doing time for it. I knew what I had done. I was there because I'd done what they said I'd done. And I belonged there. He was baffled because he didn't have any memory of it. And I knew somehow that this would make his life better. So I did my fifth step with Jim. And he never said, "Oh, that's not that bad." He said very little that day. He listened to me. And when I'd run dry, he'd poke a little bit. and we stirred some stuff up that wasn't on the paper that we went ahead and got rid of. And I had an incredible experience that day. I stopped being alone. Up until that point, the only way I can describe it is that there was me and whoever I needed you to be. None of you were ever real. And somehow that afternoon with Jim, it became me and Jim in that room, and he was separate. He was himself. He wasn't who I needed him to be. He was just Jim. And somehow I stopped being alone. I also recognized at the end of it, because I went back to my cell to do the little review, that I'd finally finished something. You know, I've been eating my whole life. I've been a sprinter in the game of life, not a long-distance runner. Now I'm in for the game. I finally finished something. It was a shabby little thing, and I knew it. I knew I had a lifetime of work ahead, but I'd finished this. It was as done as could be done. Okay? So in my 7-step prayer, I added something to it, because I knew I had a lifetime of work ahead. After I said the prayer, I asked God, please don't let the stuff I haven't found yet kill me before I get to it. I've got some fresh inventory here. I'm still getting to it. And it's no longer Attila the Hun. It's a little boy who wet his pants. The stuff I find today is so shabby, I just wonder how in the world can I be so petty? Okay. It's not world-shaking stuff. It's petty crap. But that's what'll kill me. I believe that the entire spiritual process hinges on these departure points, and there's one at the 6th step. The whole business from here forward hinges on one word in the 6th step. Objectionable. We ask God to remove from us those things we have found objectionable. It is in my nature as an alcoholic that if I have, let's just take any bad character trait I've got, you cannot threaten me with anything and get me to change. It's not going to happen. You can't offer me great rewards and get me to change. I'll change my behavior while you're watching, but I won't change. The only time I ever change is when I object to being what I am. I have to personally object to it. The instant I object to it, it changes. But until then, nothing will change it. So the inventory is a little hard on me. It shows me all the things I don't want to be. Inventory is not so I can find out who I am. It's so I can find out who I'm not, so we can get rid of that, and then who I am will show up. There'll be room for him. Yeah. That's just kind of how I view the thing. Since I was little, until I got put off on it when I was little, my heart's desire has always been to be able to stand anywhere on the planet and tell whoever walked by how much I love my God. And I stopped doing that because they make fun of you when you do that. And today, that's what I do. That's who I am. I must tell you, if you get close to me, how much I love my God. I don't care whether you believe me or even want to do it or not. It doesn't matter. I just get to do that. What a wonderful thing. And I belong to an organization that not only lets me do that, encourages me to do that. Will pay my airfare to come and do that. Isn't that weird? I love it. So I finished that deal with Jim. And I entered into my evangelistic stage about then. Around the 6th or 7th step, if you're not eager to go save the world, I worry that we've missed something. That's the experience. That's what happens. Because at this point, God is alive and well if you've done this. And I really wanted to make amends and straighten the past up, and they wouldn't let me out. So my personal experience may be a little different than some. My experience was that I did not get free at the 9th step, making amends. I got free at the 8th step, getting willing to make amends. My sponsor gave me an exercise. There's all kinds of principles in the big book about how to handle each situation. There's only one real principle there. If I've harmed you, I owe you, and I must do something about it. No slack. For all the words, that's really what it comes down to. If I harmed you, I owe you, and I must do something about it. I must be careful about doing something about it so I don't harm you all over again, but I must do something about it. So, Bruce says, look, we know who you harmed. We've got this list of people. He says, we know what you did to them, but you are so insensitive you have no idea what it did to them. So how are you going to figure out what you should do to straighten it up? You don't even know what you did to them. He said, I want you to go back to your cell tonight and take this list of people and separately write them down. Then add anybody else you can think of, because you met them, you messed with them. I don't believe I owed the whole world amends, but that was a correct attitude. He said, I want you to close your eyes and picture each one right in front of you, and see if you can feel a willingness to look each one right in the eye and say to them, I have been wrong and I've harmed you. Would you please tell me what I have to do so we can get these books to balance? And as I went over the list that night, I felt as if I had been lifted from my chair. No weights were lifted from me. I was lifted and set free. Because I really, to this day, if I have caused you any harm at all, you tell me what I have to do, and we'll get it square. And it set me free. Oh, pretty soon I got to start wandering in tears, talking to the guys who couldn't get out of their cells. But I was free in here. That doesn't mean everything was wonderful. I had a guy who went to the mean sponsor school. He said, I know you're anxious to get out, because I was anxious. Thank God for that 12-step study school, because I had some place to let the energy off. He said, look, some of these things can be dealt with by mail, and some you'll just have to live with till you can get to them, and some of them you're just going to have to live with. Jack Brennan put words on that for me. My garbage doesn't stink anymore. Doesn't mean I don't still have some garbage, but God took the stink off. So this vicious human being that I was being sponsored by had me go back to my cell and make a list of who I could write a letter to and who I would have to wait and see. And then he reviewed my list and changed it. It seems his view were that some of the people that I thought I should go see I could probably take care of with a letter, and some of them I was eager to write, I probably needed to go look them right in the eye. And we began that wonderful process. On Christmas Day, we didn't have any money, as I already told you. And I went down to the drugstore where I'd been passing script and got $1.50 worth of Christmas tree lights on credit. I had to write this guy a letter, tell him who I was, where I was, why I was there, and that I had ripped him off for $1.50 on those Christmas tree lights. I made 10 cents a day. That was my wages. And out of that, I had to buy all my toiletries. We worked out a budget. Would he accept a quarter a month from me until that was paid off? That's really hard on a big-time gangster's ego. Quarter a month. He said, yes, he would. I've been taught to pray before each amend. The big book says that while I'm trying to put my life in order, that is not an end in itself. My real purpose in making amends and getting straight with the world, my real purpose is to fit myself to be of maximum service to God knows about me. And one of the ways I do that, I'm free already before I come to you. Okay? So that can't be the purpose of me coming to you, to get free. I'm already free. I'm there because I owe you, nothing more. And over the years, my experience has told me that in doing that, somehow I make it possible for you to get free too. That's the service I'm going to provide. And so I got thinking about that. Did you ever sit around and listen to people talking about the one who isn't there? Because they don't like him anymore. If only Joe could admit he was wrong, I could forget it. I don't know how many times I've listened and heard that. If only they would admit they were wrong, I could be free. And that's what it says I'm supposed to do. Go say, I was wrong. It's hard for an alcoholic. The word doesn't fit well in their mouth. I mean, I can say, I am contrite. Oh, I'm sorry. My sponsor said I was never allowed to say that. He says, you've been sorry your whole life. Okay. You get to say, I was wrong and I harmed you. And here's what I think I can do to help straighten it out. But what do you think? Okay, I must leave it open for that. You know what that does? It made it possible for me to make amends to my mother. Because what you do after you ask the question, what do I have to do? You shut up and listen while they tell you. It was of great concern to me because I was fully aware that I had put my mother, who's a very loving person, in a position to say on Christmas Day, you and your children cannot come to my house anymore. How do you make up for that? Nothing that I could ever think of would square that deal. So I just laid willing and ready. As soon as I know how, I'll square that. And the only person I can go to is her, and she wouldn't see me. It was months later. That's what I mean by you get to live with some of this shit. Months later, I went to see her after I got out. She was really reluctant. I don't blame her. Chamberlain set me free of that. I single-handedly destroyed everything worthwhile in my life, and I have no right to expect anyone to ever talk to me again, much less forgive me for anything. If they stay pissed at me forever, that's correct. They should. So I don't go to impress anybody. I just went to find out what I could do, and I found an easy way to ask her. You don't just come right out and say, well, I was wrong, Ma. What do I have to do? I don't get it. I eased into it, and then I shut up and listened, and she said to me, honey, all I've ever wanted for you was that you be happy. And I had my answer. My action in making amends to my mother has been since that time to this day. I go by her house on a regular basis, happy. It works. She told me it was 6 years before she really believed I was going to amount to anything. But that was fine. I wasn't expecting her to ever believe in me again. I gave her what she wanted. She got to see me happy. Yeah, that's the deal. I wish it were more dramatic. It isn't. We took her to dinner last Sunday. She's just having a ball. She's moved in with my sister. Dad died in March. And they've been living in that 48-room house, and it just got too much for her. So she's out with my sister, and she showed us her little room and how cozy she is, and it's really pretty neat. Okay. That's what this is about, repairing those relationships. It says we commenced this way of life as we cleaned up the past. I'm a believer in getting your amends done. Don't waste any time. But I don't believe you can ever get them all done. Some of them take some time to get cleared up. You can address it and begin to do it, but they may not be done. I don't want to have to wait. It was 22 years before my brother and I made peace. If I wouldn't have moved forward with my spiritual life for that 22 years, I wouldn't have been there. It took a long time for my kids. I damaged my children. I taught my children to be invisible because we ran the streets and it was necessary to be invisible. What a thing that is to do to a child is to teach a child to be invisible. That's a very harmful deal. How do you undo that? I don't know. I created a place where they could become visible, if that's what they wanted to do. James has told me how long I have. There's that much tape left, he's going to hold a finger up. Remember that little pair of cowboy boots and the shirt I got on credit? I got arrested the next day and never paid for them. And I knew I had to go back and pay for those. When I got out of prison, I got hired by this little company, Dixon Paper Company. They wouldn't hire me directly. They put me on as a daily labor pool worker, eventually hired me. Have I already told you the story of how I got the truck driving job? Wonderful stuff. They didn't hire ex-cons at Dixon, which didn't bother me because I'm not an ex-con. I'm a man and I've been to prison, and there really is a difference. I don't want to be an ex-con. I have all kinds of problems. Anyway, they took me from the boxcar into the dock, and I was working on the dock. And I've been taught to be completely straight. When they finally had me put in an application, I put down all my job experience, including drug smuggler. Well, that was one of the jobs I had. Okay. Check writer, document forger. You know, they want to know, what can you do? Well, that's what I've been doing. Okay. I'm working on the dock, and the dispatcher called me in one day, and he's got my application and a really funny look on his face. He said, "Did you really do that?" And I said, "Yeah, I really did." He said, "Well, I've been thinking. We got this little truck that delivers paper to the print shops in downtown Denver. It's a tough route. And it seems to me the kind of skills that it takes to move marijuana into this country the way you did is about the same kind of skills I need for this truck driver. You seem to know how to get stuff from here to there in difficult circumstances." I got me a truck driving job because of my past. In God's hands, everything works out to the best. Okay? Now, the only drawback to that little job is that I never knew what time I was going to get off. All the other guys did. Part of my truck's job was to take the packages of paper that were going to be shipped by bus to the bus station at the end of the day and drop them off to be shipped. Well, all the paper companies did, so there's a line of trucks out there. I never knew for sure. And I was a little irritated by that, a little low-grade irritation. And I'm sitting there in line one day, waiting, and two prison guards come in with Jim. When they let him out, they didn't want him in Colorado anymore. They were sending him back to Florida. We got 5 minutes. This is the guy I did my fifth step with. We got close. I got out before he did. We got to see each other. He's okay, and I'm okay, and we haven't met since. But in God's hands, it all comes together. If it hadn't been for that stupid little job, I'd have missed it. Okay? That's how it works for me. I just get in line and wait my turn. Then it comes out. Okay? Amends to my dad were very important to me. And I went to him with my list because it was a big one. I really screwed over that poor man. But I've been taught how we do it here. And I open the door gently if I'm going to make amends to you. First, we just kind of get some general stuff, and then if you want to get more detail, it's there. And I said, "Pop, you know, I've lied to you, and I've stolen from you, and I've cheated you." And he saw the list I had, and he said, "Please stop. all you can do by telling me the dirty details again is hurt me all over again. You and I are going to have to start from here. Well, that was so important. At one time, my father and grandfather were the Grand Quago and the second in command of the Colorado Ku Klux Klan. They had some really funky attitudes. I never understood it, but that's who they were. If that's the image I'd have kept of my father all these years, wouldn't that have been a shame? Because he had a spiritual awakening. And he and I on a particular day got to start from here, not from back here. We started from here and we built a brand new relationship. From that day forward. I'd have missed him if I'd have kept him in those robes. Okay? And he'd have missed me. And we had some fun, my dad and I. I owed him some money. He said, we'll have to start from here. And I said, I owe you some money. He said, I know you do. But I don't care. Just call it square. And I said, I can't do that, Pop. He said, all right. A little exasperated with me. He said, I don't want to be involved in your bookkeeping system at all. And don't tell me how much you owe me. Don't tell me nothing. Just whenever you feel like it, come by and give me some money. And when you think it's done, it's done. So I did that. And had the experience of being of service through my making of amends. They were both on old age pensions, and my mother's mother died. And she got an inheritance, and my mother is straight arrow, and she went and told the state, and they cut both pensions off. And Mom discovered a new dimension. Now, she had all the money. And she started nickel and diming him. I love her dearly, but that was kind of mean. But every now and then I'd come by with a $20 bill. And in squaring up the past, I became his pocket money. Okay, I was able to serve both of them. I finally got a nice job. My financial amends have always been nickel and dime. I want to save up the whole 100 and give it to you all at once. Never going to happen. Don't pretend it's going to happen. It won't happen that way. Finally got a job where I had a coat and tie, looked pretty good. It was impressive. I was the job developer for an agency that got jobs and housing and stuff for guys coming out of prison. Rather impressive. And they called me up to the desk one morning, and here's this bum. Unshaven, smelly bum. Unfortunately, I recognized him. He was a former landlord of mine from Overland Park, Kansas, whom I had skipped on. And he was there inquiring if perhaps I might have some money to pay him the $80 or so that I owed him. And he was doing it rather loudly in front of all these people who were at that point impressed with me. So I gave him what I had. I don't know, 5, 10, 50, whatever the hell I had. I gave it to him, and I immediately calculated out of my next paycheck, I don't want this happening anymore. And I asked him for his address so I could get him the rest of the money. He said, I don't have one. So kind of regularly for a little while, this bum would come in, and I have to go up in front of all these people and give him the money I owed him. And it turned for me as I began to be aware that the days he came in, he was hungry because he didn't have a job or a place to live or nothing. And my money fed him that day. So by putting it in God's hands, it benefited everybody. It reduced my ego, and it gave the people that I was working with an opportunity to see Alcoholics Anonymous in action. We do things like this. We became more credible because of that. Okay? I miss him. Apparently he wasn't impressed with me because as soon as the debt was paid in full, I haven't seen him since. He did not want an ongoing, renewed relationship. That's his heart. Came by Dad's one time and he said, look, do me a favor, will you? Old Mac up at the Texaco station where I get my gas, every time I go in, he says, when's Don going to come in and give me the money he owes me? And I didn't even remember I'd owed him any money. It had been several years. It was a blank spot for me. He said, will you please go square that up? I'm tired of listening to it. I only had $5 in my pocket. So I went up to Mac. I owed Mac $75, it turns out. Drove into Mac's place and went into my spiel. Mac made a mess out of my life. He says, you sure as hell did. When do I get my money? I said, well, all I've got is $5. He said, I'll take it. And wrote me out a receipt. I said, Mac, I'd like to set up a payment schedule. He said, don't give me that crap. You've never kept your word in your life. We're not setting up any payment schedule. You just come when you can and give me some money. That's all I owed Mac. That's all he wanted from me. And that one got paid. It was hard every time I go in. I never had enough, but it was just fine. I kept it going. He got to see Alcoholics Anonymous in action. I don't know what it did to him, don't care. He got to see it in action, and I got to see it in action. That's what this is about. I got square with him, and I got square with my dad. What we do affects everybody around us. And so I have to listen. Do you know why Dad asked me that? Somewhere along the way, he came to trust me. He came to trust the fact that I would take care of it, or he couldn't have asked me to do that. That's pretty subtle stuff, but that's the way it works. My little brother was a case in point. It was 22 years before he would really even have much to do with me. And I'm clear as to why. I was his hero growing up. I was his big brother. He watched me destroy all the dreams that people like us have. He watched me hurt the family. I betrayed this boy. He became a world-famous musician, and I became an inmate in the penitentiary. And a bum. So it was a while. Because of the program, I believe they get to pick the time and the place. I just have to stay willing. And eventually, I was 22 years sober. They finally had us over for dinner, he and his girlfriend. And after the dinner, he said to me, I'm not sure you and I can ever be friends, but this was pleasant. We can do this again. And we began to develop something. Well, because I go by the folks regularly, we had a fun thing happen with Roy. When I was in North Carolina, I still went home once in a while, and whenever I'm home, I go by the folks' place. And I was visiting with the folks, and my leg was crossed like this, and my brother came in and sat down, and all of a sudden, I don't know where he kicked me on the bottom of the foot. He says, you know, I'm really glad to see you. And he was surprised as hell, because he was really glad to see me. It surprised him. He said, look, next time you're in town, why don't you and I just go up to the cabin and do a little fishing? We've got a little cabin up in the hills. I say we, it's my brother's cabin. We made a little contribution to it. It's his cabin. So on the next trip in, of course, we went up there and scared a few brook trout, and then went back to the cabin and talked and played cribbage, because that's what it was about. We talked. Gave me a great gift that day. In the midst of our conversation, he said, Don, I want you to know something. He said, I'm 58 years old right now, and I think I've been able to make a decent contribution to life. That's pretty good stuff. We are healed. Because of that, my brother and I had the opportunity to detox my mother off of morphine. She had gotten some shingles, and they gave her morphine for the pain, and it upset her stomach, so they gave her some stomach medicine, and the combination, she began having visitors that we didn't. I had a conversation with her one day, and she told me as soon as Don gets back in town, we'll discuss this further. She took some trips to Pennsylvania and never left that chair. Couldn't eat. She was starving. It was a bad scene. Guess who they called in? I wonder why they would call me. And he and I spent 3, maybe 4 days. shifting around, getting her off of that morphine. That's a nice thing to be able to do together. Okay. I could go on and on and on because this is about being square. Amend means to change, not to apologize. It means to change. One of the ways that I make amends to people that I have been ignoring is to pay attention to them. The way I make amends to someone that I've been lying to is to begin to not lie to them. If I've been cheating you, I stop that. And one of the ways I cheated people the most was I cheated them out of their time. God willing, I will not cheat you out of time anymore. Okay. I will be on time. I'm hard to live with sometimes because I'm on time. I have a really full, rich life. And on time to me, if 10 o'clock is the time we negotiated, 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after is acceptable. Nothing else. At 5 before, I stop all other activity. I'm ready for you. At 5 after, I start my next activity. It's already too late. Okay? And I do that because that's how I will be with you. I will never be too early for you. Nor will I be too late for you. I'll be where I'm supposed to be. It's the only time it can happen. It's not a moralistic or a judgmental thing. It's a spiritual life. It's the only way it can happen. I honor your time. You're busy. You have things to do. And if I'm one of the things you're going to do today, I just assume we were both on time because I got things to do too. And we can get on about doing them. We'll be richer for being together. But I mentioned to you messengers and angels. We all have them. Look for them. Learn to recognize your messengers. It's really important. Everybody is a messenger in one sense or another. But not everybody is my messenger. 6 years sober, I thought that Paul Solom was one of my messengers. He was the flying saucer prophet. Fundamentalist Mormon flying saucer prophet. And I thought he was my messenger, so I followed him to Arizona and for 4 months went completely loony and had the greatest time of my whole life. He was not one of my messengers. Okay. Tom Ivister's one of my messengers. Okay. And he has characteristics that I look for. And if I describe him to you, I'm describing me to you. These are the characteristics of the people I listen to. They are busy. Not busy. They tend to be almost visionaries. They have a mission that they're on. It's important. What they do is important. It's not frivolous. And they're moving from here to there doing that. Even though he has a home base and I have a home base, that's really important. We have home group, we have home, we have family, we have that base. But we're busy. Always wanting to stop and have a cup of coffee. But you have to understand, I'm essentially on my way to Australia. Okay. Did you ever see that film? James Garner Supports Your Local Sheriff. He takes on the job of sheriff after explaining to them that he's a gold prospector. He's essentially on his way to Australia because he knows there's gold down there. He'll do the job until the urge hits him and he's gone. And as long as they understand that, he'll take the job. Well, that's hit me in my heart because that's me. I'll just keep saying yes, but you have to understand, I'm essentially on my way to Australia. So please listen. Jack Brennan was one of my messengers. Jack said something so important one day, I want to share it with you. Please listen to everything I have to say, because I will never be by this way again. And it confused me because I knew I was going to see him the next week. And then I got thinking about it, and he told me the absolute truth. I will never be by this way again. Nor will you. We will all be different next time. So let's pay close attention to each other, because we'll never be by this way again. And it's not as important as it sounds, because if we miss it, we got something else. But this is it. We talk loosely about one day at a time. This is it. Okay. How fun that can be. The 10-step process in here is a very simple one. It just says to continue doing what you've been doing. And when selfishness and self-centeredness and dishonesty and fear crop up, they will. When they do, here's what you do about them. Keep writing this inventory. There's something you forgot. Begin to work with others as people worked with you. And all that means is not the imparting of information, it's time. I have done my very best this weekend to demonstrate to you at a level beyond your own understanding that I love you. Okay? I've only given you one thing of any importance whatsoever this weekend. Me. And my time. I gave you my time. That's what it's about, not information. I always have to chuckle at these things when I come down here. I'm asked to come and talk about the big book. Read the damn thing. You didn't hear me talk about it. Read it. And then we'll share it with each other. That I will do. You gave me a very precious gift this weekend. Your time. Your attention. That's what God gives me. God gives me time and attention. And it's important for me to give God some time and attention too. So I have all kinds of routines. I don't even like to tell people about my routines because they change according to my consciousness. There was a time when I could enter into the meditative state with a little incense and the tinkling of a bell. I had a little temple bell that came to me from India, and I could go tinkling. Oh, it took me there. Today, that's a distraction. Ceremonially, I follow the red road. I'm a pipe carrier in the Lakota tradition. And that's nice. But if I can't meet with God without that, then I'm in trouble. Okay? And there's some mornings I don't want to do that either. The ritual isn't what it's about. It's just God and I spending a little time together. In whatever way we can. And it's up to me to create circumstances where that can happen. We in America are really, really fortunate because of the hang-ups of this country. They provide us a meditation room wherever we go. There is a place, wherever you are, that you can go and be by yourself for a few minutes. Under any circumstances at all. It's right out here in the hall. Okay? But I must have a certain amount of solitude. The spiritual life requires a certain amount of solitude, and the world won't give you that. They really won't. You have to create it for yourself. So I have a place that I put together for myself wherever I go. I have a place in here that I have prepared within myself. And I prepared it by keeping my house clean, by continuing the inventory, by working with others, by thinking of others' needs, and by looking for that, I don't quite know how to put it, an entryway. Let me give you an image because it helped me when I needed images. And I still use it. This centering, this getting to that quiet place within. This old Assembly of God preacher came by one day, and we were singing. I love to sing. And he started singing in the garden. I come to the garden alone, when the dew is still on the roses, it. And the voice I hear whispering in my ear, the Son of God discloses, and he walks with me and he talks with me. And he tells me on his own. And the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known. And it was a burst for me. There's the image I can use. Within me is a garden. And I can go there when the dew is still on the roses. That means first thing in the morning. Okay? And what is my relationship with God? It's defined. He walks with me and he talks with me. And the voice I hear whispering in my ear never yells at me. It's a very quiet voice. But the most important thing I've learned from not only the song but the experience of that is the word tarry. It means essentially to hang out with. Not to do anything with, just to hang out, tarry, linger a while. So I began going into the garden and just hanging out. And my garden is very specific. Got a big apple tree with a wooden circle around it to sit on. Grass. And there's a brick wall out here. And there's a little old man puttering in the flower gardens down over here. Oh, I'm going to say that's God, but good cat. And we hang out. And if I want to visit, he'll visit. And if I don't, he just putters. And I can sit there in the garden and be still. And I used to carry all my problems into the garden with me and show them to him. See what they've done to me today. Look at all this. And we'd get answers and come out. And then I learned to leave the problems outside the garden and just go in and hang out. And when I left the garden, about half the time, I forgot I brought any problems with me and just left them there. And had the strength to do with others. Got to be a habit. I was on an airplane one time, musing about this. And I heard the voice. Don, become the garden. Oh, what an interesting idea. I knew I'd been doing that. That's what the 11th step is all about. But I had shifted a little bit. I was trying to be the garden, not become the garden. Life's about becoming all the time. It's not static. It's about becoming. Become the garden. Well, the garden has opened up a little bit. Jackie and I got to go to Winter Park a while back. Lovely little weekend. And outside our window was a trout stream. And I was so impressed with it, next time into the garden I moved the wall back and put a trout stream in. Got to find out if that little rascal can jump the water or if I'm going to have to build a bridge for him. I don't know. Another time I was in the garden and I heard the voice. Said, Don, look over here. And I moved from the brick wall, which makes it cozy, and there was no wall here. There was an empty space filled with stars and just an eternity of stuff out there. And a sense that we have forever to examine all of this anytime you want. And then back to the garden. I know it sounds childish, but these are the kinds of things that have allowed me to get into that state. Don't use that image much anymore. There's that sense of that. I have found for me there are two different states of meditation. One is actually prayerful contemplation, not meditation. One thought at a time. Contemplative prayer is an important deal. But I also find there's times when instead of one thought at a time, there's very precious moments when I don't think at all. It's completely quiet. It's very hard to come by. There's a sense there that I am unable to explain to you at all. It is my hope that that's where I'm going to leave this planet from. If that all works out, somebody's going to find the Hulk. Do with it as you wish. I'm through with it. But in that state, just try it sometime. Quite often, that's where I hear the voice. I'm not schizophrenic. It's never, Don, lead these people to the promised land. It's always, Don, here's one you missed. You thought you were a jerk yesterday? Look at this one. Okay. But he tarries there with me. And I tarry there with God. That's the application of this. I'm to carry this into all of my affairs. Last week was an extremely stressful week at work. And after months of stress, I don't care how fit you are, you get to where you want to snap somebody's head off. I work in a business where literally the phone had 3 lines going, there were 3 people in my office, and there was a crisis boiling, and I had a report to write, and all this is all going on at the same time, and I'm trying to field it, which normally I love. On this day, I'd had enough. And as soon as I got the office clear, I pulled in, and the thought that came to me that all I had to do today was just bring the Spirit of God into the building. Where I am, He is. I don't have to feel all this. Just bring it in. That carried me through that day. Just that thought. All you have to do is just walk down the hall as if the Spirit of God were with you. I had to write some inventory to get to there. Wasn't that fun? Isn't that awful? That poor thing. We have a thing we call sponsorship. It's defined by everybody in a different way. Very important. The whole idea came originally from just service club sponsorship, which means Bill belongs to the Moose, and if I want to belong, he has to say, he's okay with me. And the Moose say, well, bring him around for a few times and we'll look him over. But you're responsible for him, Bill. You got to sign off on him. That's where it came from. Summer AA groups, the one in St. Louis particularly, that's what you had to do. You couldn't come until somebody brought you and sponsored you. And they had to be at every meeting with you, and you had to be at every meeting. And if you missed a meeting, you had to go to the crash committee while they decided whether you were going to be allowed to come back or not, whether you meant business or not. And if you got one drunk, one freebie, and then that was it. It was over. And if you didn't come to a meeting, you and your sponsor had to come. You had to come with a note from your doctor declaring that he thought you were alcoholic. It has changed. Yeah. Okay. But has it really changed? I ask you to look around. In some places, it has gone back to that. If you don't have a sponsor, you don't belong here. That's the implication. Who's your sponsor? Let's see. Let me look at my scalp belt and see who it is this week. Sponsorship is defined in the Big Book only once. In fact, the Big Book doesn't tell you how to find a sponsor. It teaches you how to be one. In only one place is it defined, to show others precisely how we have recovered. That's what a sponsor does where I come from. I will show you precisely what I've done to recover. You may not want to hang out with me after that. A lot of the people I sponsor through the steps. We have the experience, and they go their way. And we meet along the road somewhere, and I think that's as it should be for me. Others need the mentor relationship from a sponsor. Some people need that. I don't quarrel with that. I'm not a good mentor because about the time you need me, I'm in Slidell, Louisiana. Okay. Anybody in Denver who needs me today is in trouble. Okay. If that's the relationship. Well, it isn't for me. It just isn't. I have no quarrel with it. Some people need that. We need to be sure. I make peace with all the different so-called factions in AA, because if I run into some guy who really needs mentoring, needs to be part of a group with a hierarchy, and you call every day and all that, I know who to send him to. I don't have any problem with that. I can send him right over there, and will, in a flash. And when they get somebody who's too sick for that, they call me. yeah. Yeah. To practice these principles in all of my affairs. And what are the principles? Honesty, self-examination, tolerance, kindliness, love, the sharing of time. They're endless. In all my affairs, you got to have some. You got to get back into life. We had a meeting in our backyard once a year. A bunch of folks come, we have a big potluck, and then have a meeting out on the lawn. And after one of those meetings, the neighbor kid next door, the next day caught me and said, "You seem to know something about alcoholism." He'd been listening to Vince. It seems he had some friends who were in trouble. I've been talking to his dad. I knew who was in trouble. Okay. Had it not been for that little affair we were having, he'd have never been able to talk to me. He was growing marijuana in my backyard for a while. Well, that's naturally not going to grow in his backyard. He's never been sure what happened to it. I didn't mention it. It's just another weed to me. It got pulled up and trashed like all the other weeds. We had a big black lab. And he asked me one day if I came over that fence, would that dog bite me? He was wanting to check on his stuff. And I said, "No, I don't think he'd bite you. Like, what he'd do is probably eat you and bury your bones under the apple tree." And he quit coming across the fence. Yeah, stories. To carry this message to alcoholics. What message am I carrying to alcoholics? It's not the words. It's not the meetings. How do I carry the message? Am I a visible demonstration of the power of God that can transform people like me into useful citizens? Can you see that? That's what I have to carry. I've talked for almost 6 hours now, and they're taping it because none of us have memories long enough to remember anything I said. Okay. I don't remember what the hell I said. How are you going to remember? But God willing, you will understand that this weekend, where I am, God is. And I'll let Him demonstrate through me what He can do, which is simply, we created a little unity, we created a little arena, all of us together, where we joined in brotherly and harmonious action this weekend. Isn't that what it's about? We enjoyed each other. We tarried for a while in this little garden. Now we have a job to do. This weekend is absolutely meaningless unless each of us goes from here back out into the world and find somebody else that we can say, "You don't have to do this anymore, you know. I can show you how to change your life." That's what it's about. Is it not? Yeah. I am more than what I was when I came here. I've given you everything I have. It's not definitive. I hope you understand that. We missed a lot. You big book technicians know we missed a lot. Okay? Because I know you're big book technicians and you don't need... You'll go back and find it. Okay. I brought you a great gift this weekend. I brought the legend with me. You finally got to meet Jackie. She's sane. She really is. It's just a joy to hang out with her. She's sane. There's proportion. She can think straight. She's very patient. Well, most of the time. Let me tell you how sane she is. When we first got together, she had these two little girls and I had these two barbarians, teenage barbarians. And things got a little tense. And I remember one time the girls just got all over me. And so I went upstairs and pouted. I'd been hurt. And I laid and waited. I knew that shortly she was going to come up and tell me that it was going to be all right. She had straightened them out. I could come back down now. About 2 hours later, I realized I'm going to starve to death up here. Ain't nobody coming. If I want to pout, go pout. When you're done, come back down. That's sane. So I learned from her how to carry that into my sponsorship. Chuck called me one night from a bar. I'm sitting here with an open beer in front of me, and I plan to drink it. I said, well, wouldn't stop you for the world, Chuck. Remember, we made a deal. You reserved that right. I think it's stupid, but go ahead. And by the way, this is a shitty way to treat a friend. To call me and tell me you're going to kill yourself. And I hung up on him. And he came over to my house shortly after that. He hadn't drunk that beer. He came to my house and we talked. She doesn't know it, but I learned somehow how to do that from her. Yeah. When my son was 17 years old, I had to put him on the street one night. It was 20 below zero and it was in a blizzard. And I had to put him on the street. Hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. But based on these principles, I have to practice these principles in all of my affairs, and the unity of our home is more important than any individual in it, and that includes me. And he was destroying our home. He was doing things that were completely disrupting our home. And he had been told the day before, if you do these anymore, you'll have to leave. You can't live here and do this. And the next day he did it again. And I had to pray for the strength to do the right thing. And I put him out, and he hated me for a long time. God was kind and didn't let me know till later. There's times he slept in the snow. But he came back to me later, and he said, I hated you for a while, but I want to thank you today. I had to get it done. And part of why I put him out is because in talking with her and in praying, and I became aware of something. I was killing my own son with my version of love. I kept rescuing him. In the middle of his life lessons, I was rescuing him. And if you cut somebody off in the middle, they don't get to start in the middle and finish. They have to go all the way back to the beginning and start over again. And that's not love. In my hands, he was surely dead. In God's hands, he had maybe one chance in 1,000. At least he had a chance. Well, I learned that from you guys in sponsorship. If you want to drink, go. I don't care. In fact, there's a place in the book where it suggests that if you're not convinced by this time, go do a little controlled drinking. And one of them asked me one time, will you sit there with me while I do that? You out of your mind. I'll buy the first one, and I'm going home. So I don't have any answers, but I do have a solution. I don't have any rules I live by, but I have principles. And the main principle is this going to hurt anybody? That's the main one. If it is, I probably ought not to do it. If it's going to cause harm. Is it going to get me what I want? I don't know, because I don't want for much anymore. I'm so caught up trying to get rid of the gifts that have been given to me, I don't have time to want for much anything. My house is crowded with stuff and things. My head is crowded with stuff and things. My heart is crowded with stuff and things. And that's the great gift you gave to me. since I was struck by the power of God and God entered into my life, I have to find some place every single day where I can tell somebody about that, or it'll curdle on me. Thank you for letting me come and tell you about it so it doesn't curdle on me. I had to die because I was useless. And you gave me a great gift, and my brother gave me the words to tell you about that gift. I'm 63, creeping up on 64. And because of you, I've been able to make a contribution to life. I think it's time to go home. Let's go home.
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control is connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.